I got to know that.
It is wrongly mentioned there. And currently the assistant professor in Department of Cardiac Radiology.
Currently?
Assistant professor in Department of Cardiovascular Radiology and Endovascular Intervention, or you can say cardiac radiology only.
Okay, so we are live now.
Got it?
Okay.
Shall I go?
No, just I'll be introducing you, just a second.
Okay.
We'll be starting in 2 minutes.
Done.
We'll start. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the conference of Medxa Conference 2022, powered by Federation of Medical Students Association, in collaboration with SMR International, Doctors for a Cause, Aspire, Medicines, FIMA, UDF, FODA, Inflame Medical Magazine, World Medical Association, Medicals United, Cliniques, Big Medic, Medflix, CD4 Academy, and DAMS. So here on the second day, we are starting with a very good topic, that is violence against doctors, how to stop it, and the Central Protection Act, that is the need of the hour for doctors today. And for that, we have our guest of honor today, that is Dr. Amrinder Singh Mahali, sir, who was serving as the ex-president at AIMS RDA and is currently the national chairman at UDF. He is also the first DM intervention radiologist from Punjab and overall second from India and Asia in cardiovascular radiology and endovascular intervention. I wholeheartedly welcome you, sir, to take out precious time and talk about this very important topic that is currently the need of the hour. Thank you so much, and over to you, sir.
Thank you for inviting me, and let's start without wasting any time. We will start a very good topic, which is stop violence against doctor, and a little bit on Central Protection Act. So first of all, the definition. Many people think of violence as a physical assault, but violence in healthcare setup is a much broader problem. It is an act of aggression, physical assault, or threatening behavior that occurs in a healthcare setting and causes physical or emotional harm to a healthcare worker. So verbal abuse is the most common type of violence encountered by most of the physicians, and sexual abuse being nearly exclusive to the female doctors. So violence may comprise telephonic threats, intimidation, verbal abuse, physical but non-injurious assault, physical assault causing simple or grievous injury, murder, vandalism, and arson. So why are people violent against doctors? So there are three basic risk factors. They are long waiting periods in the OPDs, in the ICUs, in the emergencies, delay in medical attention, and denial of the admission to the hospitals are well known. And these are all due to less GDP in the healthcare structure, in the healthcare, because of not good managing things at the level of government. So factors predisposing to the violence, the root cause of the major problem is the growing distrust between the healthcare sector and the lay community, compounding by the poor patient-doctor communication. So the whole society is getting materialistic, and healthcare sector is no exception to this. With private capital being infused into the healthcare sector, corporate hospitals, pharmaceutical and device industry, business professionals in the hospital administrator seat. So the mentality of region has also changed from a charitable to a profit-making thing. So instead of quality of patient care, the focus has shifted to numbers and targets being achieved in terms of patients seen in OPD, investigations, and therapeutic procedures done. And often the doctor's reimbursement is based on these numbers. So healthcare is unlike any other capitalist profession. So what we need best is we need good communication skills, good doctor to patient skills, and the empathy with the patients. So unfortunately, we doctors and healthcare workers are lacking in the communication skills and the empathy skills. And currently, till date, no medical curriculum teaches us the communication skills or gives lessons on the empathy. So the basic instinct of an intellectual is to have freedom. That is freedom of choice, which comes only through information. So treating physician have to give accurate and honest information to the caregiver. Why? When this information is not adequately communicated to them, it leads to trouble. So the crux of whole problem lies with the lack of proper communication skills. So what is the current situation which is unique to India? So there is low awareness of health issues in India, and the primary healthcare infrastructure in the country is eroding, perhaps related to general lack of awareness. And low investment in this area, and perhaps a peculiar tendency to directly consult the specialists, super specialists, which has led to the fact that patients who could have been diagnosed in the early stages of their disease often slip through the primary care net to present at some super specialty tertiary hospitals with disease far advanced, which is often incurable. So lack of communication skills, I already told, that is the biggest problem lies in violence against the doctors, and the low coverage of population with health insurance, and there is very rudimentary health insurance structure prevalent in India right now. So why there is violence against doctors, especially in India? As we know that we have spent just mere 1.28% GDP on our health. So spending around 1% of GDP by government in a population which increased 5 times since independence, it is not enough right now. So what leads to the violence by attendants or relatives? So I will explain it in physician-related factors, the patient-related factors, the hospital administration-related factors, one by one. So physician-related factors are misunderstanding or miscommunication at all the levels while explaining the etiology, disease course, prognosis, need for the investigations, and the treatment options. So we should be very clear to the patient that this procedure I'm going to do, and this therapeutic procedure I'm going to perform on you, and I have to the doctor has to explain each and every step to the patient, and if any mishappening occurs, it has to be told beforehand. So if any mishappening occurs, it can be taken care of. So there is the dissatisfaction with the course of treatment should be it should be communicated well. Disagreement with physician on modalities, option, and course of treatment should be given. And malpractice also lead to the violence, which often we'll see with the doctors. So conflict of interest, inability to obviate the feeling that many doctors prescribe unnecessary investigations and medicine to obtain undue benefits from the medical industry, lead to violence to the doctors. And the second opinion, there is very criticism on the second opinion from the doctor, and it should be clearly told that how he has told you this very thing and I have told you in this manner. So it is, the communication gap has to be shortened. So coming on to the patient related factors, the patient and their tenants, when they came to the hospitals, they are in most vulnerable phase of their existence, that is faced with temporary or permanent disability, even death. So in this state, they are fearful, anxious, and in doubt. So here they need human touch and empathy. In many government hospitals, there is overcrowding, long waiting time to meet the doctors, absence of a congenital environment, multiple visits to get investigations done. So it all lead to chaos. So even in private hospitals nowadays, there is delay in attention or admission of sick patient or perceived delay in investigation and treatment that ultimately lead to violence in favor of the doctors. So the perceived lack of availability of the doctor or a senior doctor, when any patient came to the emergency, if junior doctor is seeing some miscommunication skills or some other things happen, it all lies on to the violence to that very fellow. So perceived lack of caring by physician or staff is another thing which lead on to the violence to the doctors. Hugely overburdened OPDs, casualty and wards in government hospitals are a common sight which contributes to the overstretching not only infrastructure but also medical manpower. Altered state of attendants like intoxicated patients in mental illness, this severe anxiety or stress will lead on to further chaos and further lead on to the violence to the doctors. So the problems of the public hospital, they are mainly, you know, that there is dysfunctional equipments, poor quality and quality of paramedical and supportive staff, which lead on to the violence because there is not good adequate, for example, sometimes oxygen is not available, sometimes manpower is not available, so doctors sometimes staff is less, and the patients are coming to the OPD or the emergency, they are huge. So low insurance cover of the general population is also a big contributing factor to these things. One more important thing is overall literacy has improved in our country, but the healthcare literacy still remains very low. So many caregivers fail to understand the disease process and even more importantly, the available therapeutic options. Now coming on to the hospital related factors, at least most government hospitals in India, they are deficient in security. Security predominantly in casualty, ICUs and other risk prone areas. So lack of police posts nearby is also a bigger challenge to these things. So percentage expenditure in healthcare is amongst the lowest all over the world. So this has led to very few government hospitals in the country, and it has been estimated that less than 20% of the health needs are catered to by the government hospitals. So majority of the lay public is forced to go to private sector for health needs. Despite few large corporate hospitals, bulk of the healthcare services provided by small and medium private healthcare establishments. Now, there is a lot of role of community also. Basically, we have got weak and ineffective laws. In government sector, while it is non-bailable offense to assault any uniformed public servant like a government doctor, the rules are hardly ever strictly enforced, and lay public being aware of this weak implementation, and it will lead on to mob violence. Now there is also a role of community leaders. Another problem could be small-time community leaders or troublemakers. This is more of a problem in government hospitals or employee insurance hospitals who cater to a significant population of working class. These individuals, what they do is they consider the health crisis an opportunity to show off their leadership skills and will engage in miscommunication with the doctor and the patient. So which lead on to further chaos. And the lack of faith in judicial system is also another factor which lead on to the violence, because the patients himself thought that the doctors are well connected and they will get away with anything, forcing a common man to take law into his own hand. And now coming on to the media, media played very important role in violence against doctors. Media is forever in search of a good story. The story of an underdog fighting a huge establishment is ever popular. In this whole scheme, the poor, the defenseless patients, became an underdog fighting against the huge and established but corrupt medical system led by highly intellectual and powerful physicians. So this is a good recipe for any successful journalist endeavor, but gives a very poor image to an average doctor. So now coming on to the which country has most violence against doctors among Asia, or you can see the European world. The China is the country who face approximately 85% of the doctors have experienced violence in their workplace at one point of time. So a survey also conducted in 2008 shows that 80% of the healthcare professionals agreed that the doctor-patient relationship was poor or very poor. Even in USA, 50% in one study showed that 50% they face violence, and in UK the figure is 52%. In Asia, the China, Israel, Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh are the countries, and the prevalence rates have been higher when compared to those of Western countries. In India, one survey has been done by the IMA, which claims 80% of the doctors in India are stressed in their profession, while 75% of the doctors have dealt with some form of violence during their practice. So after this violence, lots of psychological issues came to the doctors. So they face depression, they face insomnia, post-traumatic stress disorders, fear, anxiety, which lead on to absenteeism in the hospitals. So many have lost their clinics, injured themselves, lost their lives, and also tarnished their reputation as a professional due to these incidents. So this is very important term. What is doctor bashing? It is a verbal or written persecution of physicians who have been viewed by some as greedy, opportunistic, callous, unprincipled, and overpaid. So now coming on to, has the violence against doctors being the norm in India? Yes. Doctors previously, they were once highly revered and respected by the patients and society as a whole. But now this is becoming extremely rare with advancing times. They are increasingly because being subjected to verbal and physical abuse at the workplace. So mind you, the situation in India is far worse than the European world. It is very important thing how to anticipate the violence in the healthcare setting. I will explain in a mnemonic fashion. These are the 5 telltale signs. The stamp. The first of all, the staring, staring or lack of eye contact, the tone, the anxiety, mumbling, and pacing. I will deal one by one. So first of all, the staring or the lack of eye contact. Undue staring is an important early indicator of possible violence. This is happening especially to the nurses. And lack of eye contact or shifty gaze is reflective to anger and passive resistance. This should be kept in mind by all the doctors. So tone. Tone is also a very important clue to impending outbursts. The anxiety, the rubbing of hands, tapping of hands or feet, and it should be counted. And these are the alarming signs of violence which should be seen by the doctors in per se. So mumbling, the slurred speech or incoherent speech or repeated asking the same question, these all lead on to anxiety and then to the violence. Then the pacing. Pacing is another indication of mounting agitation, as well as staggering, waving arms, or pulling away from the healthcare personnel attempting to treat them. So all doctors should know what is code purple. So the majority of the public and the private hospitals in India lack a consistent procedure for dealing with aggression. Code purple is a possible procedure that can be implemented, which basically alerts the healthcare workers when there is a risk of violence. This includes things like broadcasting the precise location of the assault over the hospital's address system so that the security agents can arrive and help the victim right away. How to manage the violence in healthcare setting? At the time of violence, remain calm in the face of provocation and don't raise your voice, but let things blow over. Obtain all the documentation evidence like photographs, audio or video records of the violence. Immediately photocopy all the documents because the mob could carry away the original records. Inform the legal counsel or lawyer immediately. Inform the police immediately by phone or sending someone to police post. Then identify the troublemakers or community leaders inciting the violence. Get written, signed documents from all the individuals present there, like physicians, nurses, other paramedical staff in context of violence. Lodge an FIR with the police. If if preferably the institution affair will be done. While registering a complaint, make sure that it is registered under the relevant act, that is the Protection of Medical Personnel Act. It is very important not to try to settle the issue by paying hush money, which seems more as an admission of guilt than otherwise. So, how to prevent the violence in healthcare settings? So, these are some tips for the physicians. First and foremost is the better communication skills. This is the most workable strategy with the intellectual class. So patient, their caregivers should always be kept in loop at each and every medical step, either it is investigation, diagnosis, or treatment. Don't make the patient feel that the doctor is in a big hurry and that patient is wasting his time. Rather, devise a strategy to overcome the problems of time constraints suffered. Avoid inculcating fear in patient or make them feel that they are somehow responsible for their state. And in case of complication or death, a senior doctor should talk to the patient and explain everything, and which gives them assurance that best treatment is being given to the patient. So doctor-patient communication is a two-way street, but so it will be a relation between the patient and doctor, which is paramount in preventing all these violences. It is by providing the patients with educational handouts, putting up their own websites, or referring them to health libraries. This way the patient will know more about the disease and its strategy, how the doctor will plan its treatment, and how he will do his investigations. It will plan accordingly. At the same time, it is the patient's attendant's responsibility to give accurate information to the healthcare provider. As far as possible, exact situation must be communicated. Now, coming on to the incorporating discussion on philosophy of med. This is very important slide. Discussion on philosophy of medicine, ethics, and empathy. The classic parental doctor-patient relationship is utmost thing which we should need to know each and everything. Important thing is it has to be effectively communicated that doctors can't perform miracles. Indeed, they can modify the disease process, but they cannot prevent eventual mortality. This should be clearly told to the patients. So studies reveal that good empathy training could lead to good doctors. The patient should be treated as a fellow human and not some abstract problem, or worse, made fun of or treated with ridicule. So this is important thing. The proper and written consent in a word and spirit in the patient's own dialect and language with witnesses must be obtained before undertaking major investigations. The consent should delve upon the purpose of investigation, its complications, investigations, the treatment strategies, and its advantages and disadvantages. All should be given in detail. While performing an intervention, only those procedures to be done for which consent has been obtained unless it is life-saving. So, second opinion. If the second opinion is different from your own opinion, the reasons for difference must be discussed in detail, and the final choice strategy left to the patient or the caregivers. This is a very important thing. So, effective management strategy should be put in place to all the caregivers and the patients. So, and give a sense of security to the patient and relatives that everything will be according to plan. Whatever we will do, we have explained you in a good phase of manner, and we will plan the things accordingly. It is important never to overreach in attempts to treat a patient. Never do any procedure beyond the scope of one's training and facilities. The dictum "do no harm" holds true for entire medical specialty. So proper documentation is the key to all successful modern medical practices. Accurate and proper documentation may not directly prevent the violence, but after violence records may be seized by the police, it is very handy for you people to have a look beforehand. It may be a good idea to employ a staff or at least delegate the work for record keeping, because you can't take all the records by your own. So these three things are very important for a doctor. Pay a close attention to surrounding when you come out of the office. Avoid looking at your phone as you walk in the hospital area. Pay close attention to the cars parked around when coming and leaving the hospital premises. and lock the car door immediately after entering to the hospital. So what are the preventing tips for the hospital administrators? They have to strengthen the security. Security personnel should be posted at the entrance of every hospital, ICUs and operation theaters, or the risk-prone areas. The weapons and weapon-like objects should be confiscated before allowing passage to the anyone to the hospital. So restrict entry of the attendants. Establish a hospital committee or PRO in effective communication which can satisfy the patient attendants. And trained psychologists, counselors should be available to cater for emotional needs of the patients and the caregivers. And one more thing, in India is a diverse country with several official languages, and also medical tourism is showing a huge growth. Language translators should be available 24/7 in these hospitals. Hospital workplace should establish a policy for assessing and reporting the threats. Reduce the waiting time for everything, and if they cannot be done, at least explain the patient why we are getting late to any procedure. So every hospital should have an emergency algorithm, including an evacuation plan in a case of major act of violence. So at the time of designing hospital, workplace, landscaping, parking lot, and outdoor lighting, everything should be seen in detail. And displaying the information and also the laws governing the safety of doctors upfront to satisfy the intellectual class and to make them aware of consequences of violence against doctors. So involving the media in their activities, it is very important. Healthcare personnel must have some training in martial arts, which might save their life in some instances. So strong and effective laws is the need of the hour right now. It is essential in fighting against the violence. So it is very important to make violence against doctors a non-bailable offense for all medical areas, either it is private or public. There is indeed a need to modify the Indian Penal Code to allow for tougher penalty against the perpetrators of such violence, because deterrence is the most important thing, which should be in the eyes, should be seen in the eyes of the patients, the attendants, or whoever is coming to the hospital, so that if they harm the doctor, they should know that what the consequences they will face if they harm the doctor or any nursing staff or any paramedical staff. So implementation of effective laws is very important thing. So there is poor implementation of these laws in our country right now. A lack of implementation of existing laws has obstructed efforts to protect doctors from the menace of violence. Law meant for protection of doctors against violence needs to be stricter and should be implemented promptly and effectively. So role of media in preventing the violence. Media should write positive things about the profession, or at least both sides of the issue in situations like this. They should avoid journalism of sensationalism and avoid provocative headlines. While in short term, these kind of reports get a few eyeballs, but in long run might prove counterproductive for the society. So health related literacy. There is a need to educate not only only lay public, but even first contact patients in some cases, for example, in microbial infection. There is need to be clear guidelines and management algorithms for lay public and for even physicians also. So insurance schemes should be discussed in detail with the patients and the caregivers. Mass insurance schemes should be offered to cover the whole population. Currently launched PMJ scheme and older Rashtriya Arogya Nidhi for BPL patients should be explained in detail to the patient and the caregivers. According to the World Medical Association, all medical practitioners have the right to work in a safe and secure workplace, one which is free of violence. In India, there is stark contrast in reality, wherein 75% of the patients encounter certain type of abuse, with 68% of the occurrences occurring involving assaults by the patient families. Regardless of the fact that the protection of Medicare services persons and Medicare service institutions, Prevention to Violence and Damage to Property Act 2008 has been enacted by approximately 23 states in India. It has still not been effectively integrated into the administrative machinery and has neither resulted in any fruitful outcome. So this is attributed to the reasons that the law is not a part of Indian Penal Code, making it challenging for the victims to seek assistance and the much needed guidance from the authorities. As a matter of ground reality, not even 10% of the cases filed under this act make their way to the courts after registration of the preliminary complaint. Owing to the law differing on a state level basis, there is an urgent requirement for authorities to not only be informed about the presence of the act, but also be aware of the proper protocols required for investigation in such cases. As a mandatory response to the raging pandemic, COVID pandemic, the Epidemic Disease Act of 1897 was recently revised to add sanctions for any abuse directed towards the healthcare personnel. Unfortunately, this is a temporary amendment, and it will vanish when the COVID pandemic vanishes in due course of time. So, as a result, the various RDAs, including AIMS RDA, when I'm the RDA president, in 2019, the FODA, FIMA, the IMA has intensified its demand for national laws to resolve this issue and want a law to be enacted as legislation through the sections of the IPC. Aggression towards public officials is specifically referenced under the code that may provide security to workers of the public hospitals. However, the same effect on private healthcare workers is a matter of contention. So only the rules against simple assault and bodily harm apply to them, and these carry relatively less severe retributions than those imposed by a national statute, particularly addressing this subject. So a specific law, as per the IMA and other organizations, would deter the aggression against the healthcare workers while also safeguarding their right to life under Article 21 of this Constitution. The deterrent hypothesis in criminal justice is premises on the idea that the guilty make rational decisions and would not engage in immoral behavior out of the threat of consequences. So, inadequate infrastructure development, the loop-sided patient-doctor ratios, and the communication gaps are the probable causes for such despicable actions. The Resident Doctor Association AIMS New Delhi in 2019 proposed a central protection bill to the health ministry on 2019, when they called us to the ministry, and we have proposed a central protection law when the IMA, the FODA, the other organizations, and the lawyers and the judges, they came in one closed room in one table, and we have discussed in detail all the things which would be which can be undertaken to safeguard the doctors against the violence. So the Resident Doctor Association, when I am the president, Resident Doctor Association president at that time, we have proposed one law to the health ministry, and in that law we have proposed one penalty and consequences for the violence. It shows that any offender who commits any act or attempts to commit or abets or incites the commission of any act of violence shall be punished with imprisonment for a term which shall not less than 7 years to 10 years, but which may extend to life imprisonment, fine up to 10 lakh rupees. In addition to the punishment, the offender shall also be liable to pay compensation within such time limit as the court may prescribe in terms of penalty of twice the market price of such medical equipment damaged and loss caused by the property. If the offender has not paid the compensation, the said sum shall be recovered from the offender as if it were an area of revenue to the government due from him invoking the provisions of the Revenue Recovery Act. Any offense committed shall be cognizable and non-bailable. So, in other countries, in basically in Queensland, in US, the tough new Queensland law for assault on nurses and doctors that is prescribed by the mayor at that time in 2014, the people who assault the doctors, nurses, and paramedical staff will face up to 14 years in prison. These laws should be implemented in India also in coming years. So the best long-term solution is to substantially restructure and strengthen the public health system by raising the country's healthcare budget from 1.28% to approximately 4 to 5%, and by sensitizing the patient and their family members. In whole India, only Delhi is the only state where the GDP is more than 10%. As compared to the center, which is merely 1.28% GDP spent on the health. So increased spending and sensitization would result in higher doctor to patient ratio, improved facilities, and lower violence against the doctors. So fundamental improvements at the core and not just mere enactment of laws to ensure protection are required to protect the doctors. Recently, the Chief Justice of India praised the doctors for their services, calling them living gods and goddesses and heroes without caps. In the background of a crippling healthcare infrastructure, the doctors relentlessly and selflessly try to protect each and every individual's life, and now it's our chance to safeguard their life. So respect the doctors. There is no justification for violence against doctors. Remember, each one of you is healthy because of one of us. Thanks for patient listening and unity's strength. And I hope the Central Protection Act will be implemented in coming time. And I, on behalf of your show, I'm requesting the Health Minister and the Home Minister, because in 2019, when we have proposed the bill and when we have made the bill, so the bill has been passed by the Health Ministry, and that Central Protection Bill has been when passed by the Health Ministry and then given to the Home Ministry, where it has been rejected by the Home Minister Amit Shah ji. So I request again to Amit Shah ji and to the Mansukh Mandavia ji to please open the file and make that Central Protection Bill enact, so that many lives can be saved for the doctors, nurses, and paramedical staff. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So can you just, stop sharing the PPT? Okay, great. Thank you so much, sir, for putting light on the topic. Well, there were many new things that, our audience must have come across, like the things that you said, stamp. So that is something new that I've heard. Then something called code purple is also there. I never knew existed. So such things must be, taught in our medical curriculum, and also to the hospitals in general. And such awareness programs must be there, so that the doctors who might face violence in future or are facing right now should know the ways to tackle this. Apart from that, sir, I have certain questions to ask, wherein there's a viral video by Health Minister himself stating on this is getting viral on Twitter and Instagram as well, where Health Minister is stating this issue and saying that the problem of violence, why is it? It may be the fault of the doctor as well. So when such statements are heard, like what is your opinion on that? Because even the general public sometimes says the doctor ki galti hai, to wo maar khayega hi. So how to tackle that kind of mental pressure?
Basically, I have told you in detail that doctor-patient relationship, the communication skills, and the empathy towards towards the patients and the caregivers is a very important thing. The thing is, if we communicate well, if we tell the patient that when you came to us, we will explain you each and everything, the how we will diagnose you, how will you treat you, how which treatment modality will give it to you, whether it is surgery or the medication or the intervention part. So everything has to be told to the patient and the caregiver in detail. So if there is less communication gap between the doctor and patient, it will be good for the patients, and the violence will not occur after these type of things.
Okay. And there are a lot of issues, not only on violence against doctors, but safety of doctors during the night duties, especially for females. That is also the environment that has been created in the hospitals. And there are also certain seniors that do not respectfully talk to their juniors, or overburden them with work, and they have to do nothing but just do their the work that is assigned by the senior, or else they would be fired. So what do you think about this issue?
I will tell you about AIMS. The thing is, from the hospital to the hostel, there is a long gap between the hospital and the hostels of the females. The thing is, female doctors, when they go, either they go by cars or by scooties, or if they go by walk. So at each 50 meters, there is a security personnel standing there, and it's the duty. The resident doctor association of AIMS have ensured to the security personnel that if any female doctor want any help, you have to take that female to from the hospital to the hostels. So by these things, we can lower the gaps.
Great. And sir, what about seniors, overburdening you for the work, or the management overburdening you? And then they say, if you don't do this work, we'll fire you. We have better candidates than you. People are waiting in line, because there are also a lot of, this was also discussed yesterday by Dr. Ravi sir and Dr. Heidi ma'am from WMA, that, the hospital, there are new medical colleges that are creating, and the quality of education is deteriorating. And there's also unemployment. People say there's lack of doctors, but there's also unemployment, and the medical colleges do not have professors, and the hospitals do not have enough doctors to coordinate with a lot of patients as well. And there's unemployment because the quality of education is also deteriorating. So connecting this both issues, if you can say something on the same lines.
Basically, it is a vicious circle.
Yes.
Because of lack of infrastructure, because of mere 1.28% GDP, and when you come to any government hospital, you will see the patients are lying there in the roads, outside the OPDs, outside the emergency wards. So there is less doctor to patient ratio also in India as compared to the WHO norms. WHO norm is 1:1100 or 1000. Doctor 1000 population will cater one doctor. So here in India, maybe it has come down previously, but at one point of time it is 1:11,000 at a particular time. Now it has come to 1700 or 2000, 1:2000. So the thing is, when the doctors are less, they have to see the patients, whoever is coming to the OPD or to the emergency. So at that particular time, the senior sometimes can tell the junior, you can see this patient and you can go and see the patient. So at that time, sometimes there's a little bit of clash, but it is not a bigger clash. It will be sorted out at that particular time only, and they have to manage things. The thing is, the best doctor is who have to manage everything, because they have to write the reports. You have to he have to do all the role of PRO also. He has to do the role of psychologist also. He has to treat the patient also. Within 10 minutes, he have to do all the things. So the problem lies there. Less manpower, lack of good infrastructure, that creates the chaos, and that causes the violence against doctors.
Okay. And sir, the last question to you would be, any message that you would like to give to the young doctors and our students that are listening this live conference?
First and most important message from my side is, you should have better communication skills. The doctor-patient relationship is the utmost. At one point of time, they behave as a gods to the in front of patient. Now it is not like that. The thing is, the better communication skills and empathy towards patients. That's it. These two things, if you have these two things in your kitty, then you can be very satisfied, and no violence will be there to the doctors.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming here and discussing on this topic. I hope the students and young doctors watching this would take a lot of lessons out of this whole session. And the whole organizing team is thankful for you to take out your precious time and talk about this wonderful topic. It was a great time talking to you, sir. We'll again invite you for any such events and conferences we have in future. Thank you so much. That's all I can say.
Coming to the show. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, guys. So the next speaker that we're moving forward towards would be Dr. Kanika Popli and Dr. Shivang. If you don't know them, I guess any medical student or young doctor, if they don't know them, they would not be a medical student or a doctor, because they are very popular and they are a couple who inspires a lot. they make videos that are influential, not only influential, but it serves as an inspiration to medical students to do something inspiring, to do better in their medical career. And they also are interviewed by a lot of news media as well. Recently by News 24, where they are trending on YouTube. So this is one of the greatest achievements that our medical fraternity has achieved through Dr. Kanika Popli and Dr. Shivang. So I wholeheartedly welcome you, ma'am and sir. We are really delighted that you agreed for coming to our conference. And I hope the audience watching would be enjoying a lot and learning a lot from your whole journey towards gaining 1.6 lakh subscribers on your YouTube channel and influencing a lot others to learn from you.
Thank you so much for having us over here. Honestly, we are more than happy to join the conference. And you have just invited us in such a big conference where we are sharing the stage with so many distinguished speakers and experts. So we are more than happy for that.
We are honored in the same way, because you are such an inspirational and inspiring to a lot of students, not only students, but doctors, and now even couples, because they have couple goals that, they see up to you, look up to you, and they're like, we want to become like Dr. Kanika and Dr. Shivang. So this is a great achievement. Congratulations. And so we'll be moving quickly towards your journey of becoming a doctor blogger. So I would like you to first, introduce to our viewers on who you are, what do you do, and yeah, something about yourself.
Okay, so first of all, I am Dr. Kanika Popli, and he is my husband, and I am at present doing MD Dermatology, JR2, and from BRD Medical College, Gorakhpur. Along with that, we both are running our YouTube channel.
I'm Shivang, and I'm also JR2 in surgery in the same college, that is BRD. And yes, we are running 2 YouTube channels successfully, and also we have an Instagram blog. So yes, we are into many things at present.
We are at present juggling our JR-ship along with our YouTube and a lot many things which we are planning soon.
Yes, I came to know you're also planning an app for NEET UG students. So that is also something that
we have launched our app.
Okay.
We launched our app 1 month back only. And in a week's time only, we got 5,000 downloads, which was very surprising for us because we were more towards NEET PG. But it was great that we saw a lot of love from NEET UG students as well.
Definitely. So you guys are definitely serving as an inspiration to people who are also wanting to enter medicine, who want to enter super specialty. So that's definitely a great achievement. Again, congratulations. The words that I would say would not be enough to, describe the whole journey, because to achieve the stand, there are a lot of difficulties, obstacles, and a lot of people who let you down, and then you have the courage and you come up. And so it is a great achievement so far. So I have some questions for you, so that our audience can know how to be a doctor blogger. So firstly, about your journey on how you started making blogs on YouTube, and what inspired you to do this, and where is that by when did you realize that you can do this, or maybe if I do this I'll be successful, or if not, I am interested or passionate about making blogs.
Okay, so I think I'll begin this question. I was in 3rd year of MBBS, I remember, and I used to watch a lot of videos of Flying Beast at that time. I don't know if you people know or not, but Flying Beast is a huge name in YouTube industry, and they have like 7 million followers. And then there was a doctor, an international, like a foreign doctor, while an MD also. So these 2 pages I used to watch, and it was like an inspiration for me कि भाई मुझे भी vlogging करनी है and hospital vlogging करनी है. Joe, I don't think so. When I began, there was anyone else in India who was doing it. Now, definitely, there are few who are doing it. But when I began, there was no one in India who was actually doing it, or maybe wasn't that famous that I knew. So then I think I was always sure that I have to start YouTube, but I knew कि भाई ये भाई PG crack हो जाए तो उसके बाद ही start करेंगे, because I was doing my MBBS from a private medical college. So I wanted कि कुछ government का tag लगे मतलब पहले कुछ उखाड़ लूं मैं अपनी लाइफ में, and then only I'll start with YouTube. So this is what I did. I then started my YouTube the moment I got a good rank in this All India NEET PG. And so I began my this journey. मैं अपनी थोड़ी videos डालती थी, and luckily I think I just uploaded one video बिल्कुल randomly, and I just forgot about my YouTube channel. And suddenly that video, when I saw after 1 month, that video had hit 1 lakh views. So I was like, oh God, ये तो viral जा रही है, अब चलो serious हो जाते हैं. So my first video only good took pace. तो फिर वही सब कुछ, फिर I just began, then I got admission, then I met him, and luckily we both just tuned.
Yeah, I mean,
because
we had common thoughts on that. Like even I had started my food blog when I was in MBBS.
yeah,
And even I was like, I would start my YouTube around once I enter into my MS, because एक बार वही चीज़ है, once you become secure. So when we met each other, we were having so many similar thoughts. And then
and he also wanted to began his YouTube channel only. So बस then when we got मतलब verge of getting married, we thought कि चलो भाई साथ ही करते हैं, अलग-अलग channels का कोई point नहीं है.
and then
So
Dr. Duo was born.
yeah, we had this Dr. Duo channel.
Great. So
No, I think.
हमारा ठीक है.
how did you manage your time?
Can you please pardon the
Yeah.
question? There were some network issues.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I said, you were already preparing for your PG, and then you had to do your internship. So how do you manage time to upload so many videos? Because I see from last, 6 months or 7 months, you're uploading videos every week, and that too not one video. It's like 2 to 3 videos, and sometimes you even upload every day. So how do you manage time and, plan the content? It takes a lot of time to, think on what content you would be putting up on Instagram or on YouTube. So how do you get these ideas, and how do you manage your time?
Well, this thing has always been our specialty, I would say, time management thing. Like even when we were preparing for PG, it was not like that we were into books only. Even at that time, we were doing everything. Like, especially if I talk about me, when I was in the PG, so I used to go out also, I used to hang out also, I used to eat outside, plus I used to study also. So like, if you have the 24 hours division, then I think you can certainly do everything. So we plan, I think we plan very meticulously. Before starting any month, we have our own schedule calendar where we plan everything, what we would do in a month, videos we would post, what type of videos we would post. And about inspiration, then of course, we do follow, many other channels. And we always have to keep our brain open, what the audience actually wants. And also now we have developed a great team around the channel, which makes our work much easier. Like, अब सब कुछ अकेले नहीं करना पड़ता. You have a team now.
And moreover, the time duration which you are telling me, PG internship time, we were not doing blogging at that time. We began once we had cracked our NEET PG. So after that, so we are just doing our GRship as of now. With GRship, we are handling it, though it is also tough, but yeah, we began after the
first thing which you
serious
compromise
time.
is our sleep any day. Like if you know कल वीडियो जानी है, and then certainly इसमें फिर सोने का thought नहीं आएगा. Like वो वीडियो shoot होके जानी है. Like you cannot delay it. So that's how we manage it.
Okay. The next question would be, in this whole journey, what was the most memorable thing or anything that you have learned out of, the journey that you began until now? What is the learning that you have got from this?
I think, first of all, the most memorable thing I would be thinking would be the silver play button, which we got. When we started with our channel, we didn't think कि भाई हमें silver play button मिल जाएगा इतनी जल्दी, और we didn't know कि हम इतना consistent रहेंगे all this year. But due to this journey, one thing which we learned was that if we have passion for something, we'll definitely remain consistent. And even if you have no background related to social media or anything, if you are really consistent with your work, you can actually achieve what you have like plans for. So silver play button was something very
Certainly, it was
memorable
also
and very close to our heart.
And one thing which I especially learned was like if you actually want something, you can achieve it in any ways. Like we don't have any background of YouTube and being doctors, and especially when you're in MS, you know how hectic the duties are, but it's like you actually want it. You can see yourself at that place. You actually see yourself as a big YouTuber. So फिर उसके लिए like आप जितना मेहनत लगेगा आप कर लोगे if you want to reach at that level. So like this is very important that you need to have a consistent thought that you actually want that thing.
Okay, so now this question that I'm going to ask you would be very interesting for you guys to answer. Because you are influencers and a lot of people know you, so when you go to your hospital, so is that your juniors or your seniors treat you differently when you are in the hospital? How do they treat you, and what is that feeling when someone tells you, you are Dr. Kanika, acha aapka channel hai Dr. Dio, so how do you feel?
I think with the seniors, yes, they're different, but not in good terms, probably the jealousy terms. To be very honest, they're not like very happy about it. There were moments when we also heard people talking about us to shut our YouTube channel to stay in the residency. So we've actually faced that also. But I think when you are strong and stubborn that we don't care about the residency, we'll continue our YouTube no matter what. So not even seniors can do anything about it. And about us sitting in the OPD, a lot of people have actually come as patients just to visit us. And like they've actually created a chaos in OPD saying, oh my God, you are here, ma'am, aapse milne aaye the. Bas hamare ko to yehi dikkat thi, bas aapse milna tha. Like this, all things we have faced a lot many times in OPD. I would say probably yesterday only there was a man, he came with acne and he said, मैं आपका YouTube देखता हूँ, please मेरे साथ photo click कर लेना. I was like, यार, सब बैठे हैं. Let's do it later on.
Even I am one of your fans. Even I would like to click a picture with you guys someday. So this was equally true for everyone.
And to be very honest, your own working colleagues or your seniors, they will, I mean, they will never be happy. Like very practically speaking, they are like, कैसे कर ले रहा है? I mean, that term doesn't form. वो बहुत नहीं आ पाता है. Competition आना साथ आता है. There are many factors. Even your own colleagues, I would say, बहुत कम होंगे जो आपके बहुत अच्छे friend होंगे, जो actual well wishers, they would be happy. And I think this applies for any aspect of life. If you crack any exam and your, I mean, friends do not, then वो उनके अंदर competition आ जाता है. So this is another thing. But yes, what gives us happiness कि जो general audience हमको जान रही होती है when they meet us. I mean, even when we hang out somewhere, someone meets us and clicks photo. I think वो बहुत sense of pride and happiness आता है उस time पे.
Definitely. It is one of the most, bestest feeling one can ever have in the world when, someone is so inspired by you and, they are your fans and they're really happy to see you work. So that is definitely satisfactory. So as you mentioned, that your seniors told you to shut your YouTube channel once. So there must be a lot of incidences when, people mock at you, people say कि ये क्या कर रही है, क्यों बना रही है, इससे कुछ नहीं होगा, पढ़ाई कर ले. So such incidents must have happened. So how do you manage to, keep that mental, mental pressure to, I do not want to get affected through all of this. And I want to just stick to my work and be stable. So when such incidents happens in your life, you do not, stay stable. You turn to, go under depression, or sometimes, it sticks to your head. Ki aisa kaise bol diya? So how do you manage that time?
Honestly, we both have been really lucky that if people have been actually talking about this, it didn't affect us even 1 second, even for 1 minute. Even in the comments, I would say we have never received a lot of hate comments as well. If we have, so all we do is either we would like to reply them, or we would think, yeah, chalo, delete kar do, ya report kar do comment. But हमें honestly itna farak hi nahi padta, because we think ki if we are suppose getting dislikes, let's say we are getting 5 dislikes, then we are also getting 100 likes. So we probably look at the good part only. Never have we ever discussed about the bad comments. Honestly, never. Until and unless, even if we are not satisfied with the video and then we are getting bad comments, then definitely we think over how to improve ourselves. But अगर कोई ऐसे ही फालतू में करे तो हमें ऐसा लगता है कि बात उसी की होती है जिसमें बात होती है.
And ऊपर से when like our senior or someone says something to shut down, it's like we think it's our life. I mean, we are handling it. I mean, if we grow large, it's we who will grow large. If we shut it down, it's we who will shut it down. I mean, how can someone else dictate what you want to do in your life? Like we dictate our own life and on our own terms. So this is the feeling we always have. So किसी और के बोलने से फर्क नहीं पड़ता है.
And honestly, we already know कि residency में अगर तुम जा रहे हो, तो it has to be something which will disturb you.
It has to be a roller coaster. Like you have to be prepared for that. So
yeah. So
Okay. The one thing that I want to ask you, like you post videos every day or every week. So that requires a kind of motivation and determination कि करना ही है. But there are also times when you get tired and you're like, नहीं आज नहीं करना, आज मैं थक गई हूँ या आज मैं थक गया हूँ. Today was a very hectic day because you said surgery, MS surgery is not very easy job. Even dermatology is not an easy job. You have patients to tackle, and then when you are home, you are tired, you are sick some days. Still, you manage to upload. So, वो motivation, वो determination आता कहाँ से है?
Actually, there have been times, especially in the beginning, when we were also like, थोड़ा थक गए तो नहीं shoot किया, and we were also lagging behind. But then what we saw, like just then we have video not allo, there were hundreds of comments saying, where's the video? It's already 2 p.m. Why haven't you posted till now? And I think that's the biggest motivation when you actually see all your audience waiting for your video at 2 p.m. sharp. Like it's literally, even when we post at 2:15, then between 2 p.m. to 2:15, there are more than 100 comments saying, where's the video? Why is the video not live? So it's like, yeah, we cannot disappoint them. Now you have actually created a family who are actually expecting from you. So वो expectations इतनी ज़्यादा होना start हो जाती है that you know that you have to meet them. So पहली determination तो वही से आती है.
Definitely, I think, and if not audience, then we both are there to motivate each
other. Right. एक को नहीं मन किया तो दूसरा is there to lift it.
बाकी आपकी भाई करो यार, करना है.
Okay, so what are the difficulties and obstacles you faced along your journey apart from getting hatred from your seniors or people mocking at you? So there must be other kind of difficulties like tech issues or any kind of issues that you faced along the journey.
I think it wouldn't be an issue, but it would be a learning aspect. I would say that obviously when you start with YouTube, you actually have to learn first of all how to edit videos. You cannot like just have an editor from day one. So having an editor thing is a very later in whole process. So we had to learn how to edit. It was a completely new arena for us. Then obviously learning how YouTube works. Though I won't say we also know how YouTube works, abhi bhi, completely 100%. But jitna bhi we know that is all because we are learning every day. We are going through a lot of YouTube videos and talking to people to know how things actually work. So these are few things which we came across in between, but none of them were hurdle. Also, like not just seniors, I would say like some of the relatives also were like in a phase. There were time that we had to like make them understand कि भाई ये YouTube है. They didn't like कि हम blog कर रहे हैं,
start something new. If you start anything new, I'm sure there will be supporters and there will be opposition as well. So you have to fight that opposition. That's the mindset. Because उस समय अगर आपने सही से नहीं किया, then it will certainly affect you. So that is a very crucial phase. See, now we have reached at a stage जहाँ पे कोई oppose नहीं करता है. Like we have more supporters as compared to opposers. But when you start something, like when you have that mindset, अभी start करना है, then I think वो ratio 50-50 होता है. But then you have to be very strong from your mind. सबसे ज़्यादा difficulty ये होती है. About technical issue, you can take out some time, you can spare time to learn it. But वो चीज़ ऐसी है जो आपकी mindset, मतलब you have to be strong from within to fight everyone.
Right.
Okay, so next I have certain fun questions for you guys. So these are like 63 questions with Medxa, and this would be very fun questions for even the audience to look at. For this particular questions, I have put my video off so that people can just see you and your reaction. Okay, so the first question is, what's your favorite time of the day?
Sleep day. Sleep day. When you actually get to sleep.
And yours, ma'am? So you both have to answer differently, okay? You do not have to give single answer.
Okay. So I think the best time would be when I go out for a gedi. Like gedi is like हम drive पे जाते हैं. तो मतलब every night पूरे दिन हम कितना भी थक जाए, रात को 12 बजे कमरे में आए या 1 बजे 2 बजे, पर हम एक राउंड गेड़ी का जरूर मारते हैं outside, मतलब ड्राइव पे जरूर जाते हैं. So I think that is the time when I just forget about everything and we are just enjoying.
And that's the very sweetest thing that I've ever heard from anyone. And that is definitely something that even would be inspiring and surely couple goal. So the next question is, okay, whatever questions I ask you, you have to be very spontaneous. Take a sochna nahi hai bilkul. जो भी
Oh.
दिमाग में आए, you have to just shoot. What's
Yeah,
your
we are
biggest
ready.
weakness?
What's the biggest
Weakness.
weakness? So I think the biggest weakness for me would be someone like, I think it would be sweets.
Okay.
This would be, I think, my own mindset. Like sometimes if what I'm scared of is sometimes I'm not strong myself enough to achieve whatever we have framed, because we have a lot of dreams right now. And this is the phase we are actually juggling between a lot of things. So the only weakness we have seen in mindset was failure of Jack.
Okay. What's your biggest strength?
I think Shivang.
That is what I'm about to say. I think we both together are the biggest strength.
Yeah.
Like 1 + 1 makes 11 for us.
Okay. What's the biggest learning experience you've ever had?
This is the learning experience which I was talking about, to be consistent to achieve anything you want in life.
Same. Cracking NEET PG actually gave me a lot of experiences, not only about medical stuff, but actually how to face things, how to be strong yourself, and how to actually pre-think something and achieve it. So cracking PG has been the biggest learning curve of my life.
Okay. What's your idea of a perfect date? Because you guys are a couple.
I think for me, it would be somewhere like, I am fine with sitting at home, but मेरे को तैयार होने का शौक है, तो I would like कहीं हम कुछ fancy hotel में जाएं and शिवांग सब कुछ book करके रखे, decor करके रखे. So that would be like nice.
For me, it would be a lot of food, lot of fun, games, and I mean something very interesting. Some activity should keep on happening.
So तुम्हारी
Okay,
date नहीं
so-
करते हैं.
Works
What's
for me.
your what's one advice what's the one thing you wish you could give up?
Fear.
Yeah, fear of failure.
Okay, what's a cause that's very important to you?
Cause I would say something. I really personally like the girl education part and women empowerment thing. Honestly, I really want women to be empowered. Something, though it is like बहुत ज़्यादा मैं social उसमें जा रही हूँ cause में, but honestly ये मेरे लिए बहुत ही important है. Maybe because I'm a woman or something.
Right. And I mean, producing good number of doctors is very important for me, because I've actually seen, especially when you are in the emergency duty, you see that the actual lack of doctors is there, especially not in the big cities, in the periphery part. So I think that is one hole I would always like to gap. कि periphery में good amount of doctors होने चाहिए.
Okay, what's the best compliment that you've ever received?
For me, it's, I think people say I look like Siddharth Malhotra.
Fine. ऐसा best नहीं मिला यार. सारी best है यार मेरे लिए. I cannot remember anyone.
Okay, what are the when are you the most inspired?
I think I am most inspired when, like, suppose in the month beginning or in the week's end, we actually sit and we have a whiteboard over here. We have a planner. So we sit, we discuss things कि भाई अब इस हफ्ते हमने ऐसे ऐसे करना है, ये फोड़ देना है, वो कर देना है, ये पूरे महीने में हमारा ये टारगेट है, we'll achieve these many मतलब subscribers or like whatever things. So I think after that discussion, I'm the most powerful person. I feel कि इतना हो चुका है, मतलब मैं सबसे ज़्यादा energetic होती था.
Right. One moment, especially जब हम घर जाते हैं, थोड़ा डैड से डिस्कशन कर रहे होते हैं, तो जो सेकंड थोड़ा सा लैकिंग होता है, वो मोटिवेशन वहां से मिल जाता है.
Okay, so what do you prefer, sweet or sour?
Sweet.
What song can you listen to on repeat?
I think बहुत सारे हैं. At present मुझे वो बारिश वाला song बहुत पसंद है. It's by, I don't remember किससे है, but मैंने अभी अपना recent reel में भी डाला था. और even वो भी Maya Menu from that कौन सी movie है, शायद movie Jersey. That one we are listening to very regularly.
Okay, what makes you smile the most?
When मैं ready हो जाती हूँ, अपने आप को शीशे में देखती हूँ.
Okay, Dr. Shivang is not answering only.
No, for me, it's like going in an all-you-can-eat buffet, and when you see that the buffet has been laid before you,
Shivang is a huge foodie. वो हर एक आंसर में food ढूंढेगा.
Okay.
happiness होती है वो.
Okay, what's the one thing people don't know about you?
People only know about us.
Okay, so people don't know about me probably is I am a very introvert kind of person. I won't, मतलब I cannot interact with everyone. I cannot. मतलब अगर मैं कहीं पार्टी में जा रही हूँ, किसी से अगर वाइब मिली तभी मैं बात कर पाऊंगी. Like I am very straightforward. अगर मुझे कोई नहीं पसंद आ रहा, तो मुंह पे उसको दिखेगा मेरे एक्सप्रेशन में, छुपा ही नहीं सकती हूँ. So that's it. Yeah.
I think people don't know about me. Like I'm a huge food junkie as well as a travel junkie. Like, see, being a surgeon is very important for me, but traveling and eating food is equally important.
But
Like,
these
it would
people know. अभी तक सब जानते होंगे.
अब जान गए ना.
हाँ.
Okay. So what do you prefer? Heels, flats, or sneakers? This is for Miss Kanika, ma'am.
Heels में पहन नहीं पाती, but otherwise I love heels. Love.
आजकल ट्राई कर रही है.
आजकल मैं heels
मुझे
ही पहन
संभालना पड़ता है.
Okay. Vintage or new?
Yeah, new.
New.
Depends किस में है. New.
Okay. What are the 3 things you cannot live without? Separately answer करना है.
Okay. So we have to talk about things, non-living things, right?
It can be living as well.
मैं तो ऐसे मैं तो family का ही आ जाएगा बहुत सारे.
No, excluding your family, your loved ones, your husband.
Okay. So I think first of all for me it would be Wi-Fi, mobile. These two things. एक सेकंड के भी वाईफाई बंद हो जाना तो उसी टाइम कॉल चल जाता है, भैया वाईफाई नहीं चल रहा है. So Wi-Fi, mobile, and maybe makeup. Fine.
Okay.
Again, it would be food first. Like, to be honest, in a day, I hardly have one meal at the home and बाकी 2 meals मेरे बाहर से ही हो रहे हैं इस time पे. Second is travel. Like, I can, in a month, I need a break of at least 2 to 3 days where I can actually go and relive. And third would be YouTube.
Okay.
मैं तो वाईफाई मोबाइल मांग लिया तो मैं यूट्यूब से करूँ.
Okay. What's your current TV character obsession?
Oh, for me it is 365 का Michael Moron. Oh my God, Massimo. I am like heads over heel over him.
I don't have any character obsession right now, to be honest. But yes, I did like Shahid Kapoor's role in the Jersey. Like, I was very much impressed in that.
Okay. What's the one thing that you fight for a lot?
I think
Space. Especially like,
Couples में
we
होता
have
है
just
ना कि remote के लिए.
No. For us, it's a study table. Like, we just have one study table in the room, and it's like we have already divided days, but we always try to grasp each other days. क्या आज मुझे table में पढ़ना है, इसको push कर सकते हैं.
Since we're staying in hostel, so obviously amenities are very less, and the room is also very small. So we just have like 2 cupboards. तो शिवांग को मैंने वो वाला कबर्ड दिया हुआ जिसके ऊपर ना वो नहीं है.
Rack भी नहीं है.
मतलब जो कवर होता है वो सिर्फ रैक है.
No,
तो ये पूरे टाइम हफ्ते के एंड तक लड़ लेता है कि आप मुझे भी अंदर कबर्ड में रखना है, मैं क्यों बाहर रखूं. कल की बात है, कल मैंने एक रैक पे पूरा अपना मेकअप रखा हुआ था तो कह रहा है अब इसको भी डिवाइड करेंगे, तुम अपना मेकअप शिफ्ट करो, मुझे अपना ये आधा चाहिए. मैं बोलती बस है क्या रखेगा क्या.
I think he can adjust थोड़ा बहुत. I am on Dr. Kanika's side. Okay, so what's the most adventurous thing you have done in your life?
Skydiving for me. I did skydiving 3 years back in Dubai. I think that was the most adventurous and thrilling thing I've ever done.
I think for me, अभी मैं जब दुबई गई थी, that ride which is very famous in Atlantis, a lot of people don't do it. जिसमें से ना ऐसे बैठ खड़े होते हैं उसमें और एकदम से float छूटता है, then you have a free fall. You have a free fall, and उसके बाद then you land in water. So for a person like me जिसको swimming नहीं आती, मैं तो भाई for me वो उससे ज़्यादा tough मैंने कुछ नहीं experience किया. That ride was huge.
Okay, how would you define yourself in 3 words?
Okay, so I would define myself as ambitious, loving, and straightforward.
I would define firstly stubborn. I'm very stubborn about things.
Yeah. Right.
Second, ambitious. And third, I would say loving again.
ये copy हो गया. You have to say something else.
Practic तो बोल मत दे रहा, मैं कह रही हूँ.
Jolly. I'm like a very jolly person. Like, I love doing fun things. Like, I can hardly be serious. So jolly, I would say.
You are serious. Ask me everything.
Okay, what's your current favorite piece of clothing that you own? Something that you want to wear every day.
It's scrubs for me. Like I'm into my scrubs even while sleeping, while waking up. 24 hours I'm into my scrubs only. In fact, I've changed in morning only for this live session.
So for me, my current favorite clothing is जो मैंने अभी recent खरीदी है. ऐसे ही होता है जो recent तुम खरीदो. तो मैंने अभी recent में quad set खरीदा था. Rust color का जो मैंने कल ही पहना है. So that is my favorite clothing piece.
What's a must-have clothing item everyone should own?
I think for me, it is a white shirt. Anything in white. I love white. What about you?
I think any
Jeans also.
any complete pajamas. Like I'm into more of comfortable clothing rather than into uncomfortable and stylish. So I think a simple piece of t-shirt with good pajamas is something everyone should own, or good boxers maybe.
Okay, what's inspiring you in your life right now?
When we like, अभी honestly अभी कल की बात है. हमारे inspiration change होते रहते हैं.
Right.
But कल की बात है. He was telling me a story
We went
of
to actually a party and
Yeah.
then we saw like someone from Gorakhpur only. Like they started from scratch. Okay.
they are into steel.
They have to steel business. They started from scratch, and 3 years or 4 years down the line, they have a business of turnover over 3,000 crores, and they are into 150 richest persons of India. So I was like, yesterday I was so inspired at the party, like till 4 p.m.
पता है इसके बाद when he heard the story, इसने party भी नहीं enjoy की. मैं जो कर रही थी enjoy कर.
I was like, मेरा mind बहुत ज्यादा like बहुत inspired. I go into that field. So अभी मेरा कल रात की inspiration वही है, like the way
Yeah,
that
yeah.
man started from scratch, and now he's into 150 richest persons of India. He has a turnover of more than 4,000 crores. So I think that was really inspiring for me yesterday, and my current inspiration.
Okay. What's the best piece of advice you have ever received?
I think it would be from my parents only. कि don't never quit. You definitely achieve things at the right time and right moment, and I can actually see that happening.
And for me, it's from The Alchemist, when it said like if you actually want to achieve something, then whole of the universe will actually help you achieve it. And I have literally faced that thing, and I'm very, very inspired from that thing, and I believe in that thing firmly.
Definitely.
Okay. What's your biggest regret?
My biggest regret would be that it is not a regret, but I would like to change that. I am not that social. I really want to become more social and more like कि I can fake my smile, or like जैसे मैंने देखा है ना लोगों को, because they can fake that smile, they become more loving to people. I cannot, so I don't become. So this is one thing I would really want कि चलो मैं भी कर ही लेती हूँ यार.
For me, it was not tracking NEET UG initially, but yes, I think it was a regret, but that regret turned into motivation and gave me enough strength to crack NEET PG, because it was like एक बार गलती हो गई दोबारा नहीं करना है. But yes, I would still say कि जो regret अगर life में है तो उसी चीज का था.
Okay. What's your favorite pastime?
Netflix and chill.
Netflix and chill. Currently, like we are binging on the seasons and all.
There's nothing which we haven't seen, I feel. Nothing.
Okay. What's your guilty pleasure?
Again, the same thing. Like when we see the Netflix, we're like, यार 3 ही घंटा था उसमें 1 घंटा पढ़ना था वो भी Netflix में चला गया. Like we compromise on the sleep, we compromise, especially when you are binge watching now and you finish the season. Then उसके बाद जो guilt आता है, I think cannot explain that.
Okay. What's the book you mostly recently have finished? Any book?
Attitude, I just said attitude is everything. I mean, it's a very good novel and a very inspiring one.
I'm still into my curriculum books.
Okay. What are you reading currently? Like Kanika ma'am is reading the curriculum still.
Yeah.
Yeah, so after finishing the book, like now I've also entered into curriculum only because only 1 year is left, and now we are into final year, and I think up time seriously बहुत कम हो गया है. अभी तो I'm not reading anything.
Okay. So how do you start your day?
I start my day by quickly running for my OPD.
Same. I start the day when there's just 5 minutes left and I have to be there for the round. So एक तरफ से brush, एक तरफ से face wash, and I'm already into my scrubs, so I rush off without having breakfast or anything.
Well, मैं तो चलो इतना कर लेती हूँ कि मैं breakfast कर लेती हूँ, बढ़िया. हमारा day ऐसे होता है, oh shit, बस 5 मिनट बाकी है, 10 मिनट बाकी है. First in life, everyone.
Okay. What's a TV show that you never miss?
We don't miss any TV show, I feel.
Riverdale is one for me. Like I've been an Archie's fan since childhood. मैंने सारी I think उसी comics पढ़ी की होगी. And जब से Riverdale आया था, it was like I went into that nostalgia. So Riverdale I don't miss.
And I think for me it is Arya. I really love that series. So आर्या तो जैसे ही आते हैं मैं उसे जल्दी खत्म कर देती हूँ.
Okay. What's your favorite holiday destination?
I really want to go to Greece. It's not like a holiday destination.
It's Orlando for me. Like especially the Universal Studio, like I've already been there twice or thrice, but just like I can go there anytime. वहाँ पे especially the rides, like I am an adventure junkie. So for me, it's Orlando.
Okay. If you could raid one doctor's, cabin, who would it be?
Sorry, can you call it?
Raid a doctor's cabin. वो कौन है भाई? मैं नाम तक भूल रही हूँ.
Naresh Trihan.
Yeah.
It will be Dr. Naresh Trihan for me.
We'll just raid his account and get so much of it.
You can treat it to the celebrity dermatologist.
Yeah, celebrity dermatologist also. Yeah, Mumbai में जो है.
Dr. Rashmi
Okay.
Shekhar.
But I think
you could switch-
Huh.
If you could switch your lives with one person for a day, who would it be?
I think then I would definitely would like to switch my life with Ghazal Alag. She is also my all-time favorite inspiration. I also really want to get into the line of creating products, and she has a unicorn company herself.
I mean, I would like to switch. I mean, if you're talking about one day with someone, maybe like Prince of Dubai or someone like that, where I can actually own a country and see like how it feels.
I don't want to learn how to like create products. So yeah, Mama Earth's owner would be the great one.
Okay. What's one thing you have always wanted to try, but you are too scared of trying it?
Currently, I think it's launching our own series of products. I think that is hovering into our mind. And I mean, still that scare factor is there. So I think that is the thing.
Okay. What's the one thing you wish you knew at the age of 18? But it's too late for you now to know that.
मतलब I think it's not that too late, but मैं हमेशा ये regret करती हूँ काश मैंने 18 पे अपना YouTube channel start कर दिया होता.
Yeah, that is what I want to say. Like उस समय start किया होता, then things would
Yeah,
have been very
I
different.
wish I knew
Start
at
early.
that time the social media is the only thing which is like,
It's like the future.
yeah. So we actually talk about this. काश पहले ही शुरू कर देता था, काश पहले ही कर दिया था.
Okay. What's a must-have item in your bag? Except your phone and wallet. In your bag.
In my bag, okay.
Uh,
Keys, room की keys.
And I think when I'm to hospital, I think it's the pulse oximeter because कोई भी consultant का कुछ सीधे round पे होता है. Next thing is pulse ox है, pulse ox है. And if you don't have it, then you're actually gone. So I think it's pulse ox हमेशा bag में रहता है.
शिवांग room की keys लेकर नहीं जाता, मुझे call करता है, कनिका room की keys कहाँ है? मैं carry करती हूँ. So yeah, for me that is the most important thing.
Okay. If you were not a blogger, what would you be doing right now?
We are a doctor, I think.
We will be totally in residency only then.
In the residency.
Even if you're not a doctor, like something besides doctor and blogger.
I would be, I think, a tech blogger. I would still be, I mean, someone who would be reviewing tech products because when I was in class 10th, there was a passion inside me. I used to follow Geeky Ranjit. So I was like very motivated. And वहीं से मुझे आया था कि यार मुझे भी tech reviewer बनना है. So probably I would be tech reviewer at this time.
I think for me, the next option would be to become a pilot. मेरे दिमाग में कभी pilot भी option में था. If not doctor, then I would like go towards the pilot. So,
Okay. What's something that you can't do?
something I can't do is,
There are actually a lot of things
yeah,
we can't do. I mean, we have our limitations.
yeah. At present I can't buy a LV bag.
And I cannot take leaves. Like even if I want to travel, I cannot. We have limited number of holidays, and we are like daily cribbing over that. That's 14 CN milti hai, 14 CN milti hai. And I think we have something 15 elective leaves. So in total, hardly 20 days.
Elective leaves मिलती नहीं है, वो
That depends on department. I mean, there are many variable factors on that. But yes, right now we cannot take leaves even if we want to.
Okay. Where was the best vacation that you've ever taken to?
I think together the best vacation. Though
Leh
we have
Ladakh.
traveled to Dubai as well, but I think the best would be when we visited Ladakh.
Ladakh and Kashmir.
It was so serene, so blissful.
And actually, we were
unforgettable.
just married at that time, and उस समय कोई pressure नहीं था कि वापस जल्दी आना है. Like we took a leave of around 7-8 days. So that was a very different aspect. Tension free actually,
And
free
moreover,
from
we
tension.
both were like all alone.
All alone also.
No, we were enjoying. We were having the time of our life at that time.
Okay. What's the one city you've always dreamed of traveling to?
Greece.
Yeah, मतलब not a city, but
City.
yeah, Greece is something जो हमारी बिल्कुल checklist पे है, जाना ही जाना.
It's New Zealand for me. Again, that's like a travel junkie.
हाँ, but
So
city नहीं
most
है.
adventurous places in the world is New Zealand. So again, वो भी मेरे hit list पे है.
Otherwise, Cape Town also. I said, oh, we have.
बहुत कुछ है.
Okay, what's something you always travel along with? Like something the must-have travel thing,
Clothes.
must-have when you travel.
Clothes.
And for me, I think it's either my tablet or my iPad because again, when there's in those long flights, I cannot go without seeing any good movie or something. वो मुझे time बहुत ज़्यादा waste लगता है वो 18 घंटे flight का. So I always carry an iPad जिससे मैं आराम से theater experience ले सकूँ.
मैं सो जाती हूँ.
Okay, now I have a couple of questions for which you need a cue card or a page or something, a page and a pen. Can you arrange that?
Yeah. Yeah. You want a big one, huh?
Yeah,
Or
if there's a marker or sketch pen would do better, you know, so that people can see.
One paper would be enough.
how many papers? 2 papers, na? Two.
No, it should be, or a board, you know, where you can rub in, you know, write answers.
Fine. 2 papers will work. I think you want us to like write yes or no or what?
There would be some answers that you need to show publicly.
Okay.
So now whatever questions I ask, okay,
Books.
okay.
Or marker. Okay, we have arranged marker. नहीं marker. देखिए. दोनों black. Done. Okay. So let's begin.
Okay,
Excited.
so now the activity would be Dr. Shivang would be writing answers that Dr. Kanika would be, doing. For example, what is Dr. Kanika's favorite food? That would be done by Dr. Shivang, and Dr. Kanika would be answering on behalf of Dr. Shivang.
Okay, so I don't have to write anything.
No, you have to write down.
Yeah, so you both have to write for each other, okay?
Okay.
बाद में लड़ाई हो जाएगी.
Okay, fine. Works.
It's like a test where, you know, we would know how much you know each other.
Cool.
Okay. Favorite food?
I don't know. What have you written? Hello. Let's show.
एक साथ ना.
Sure.
What's your
Okay.
chili chicken for Shivang?
I think salads/fruits for Kanika.
Fruits
Is it
work.
correct?
Yeah, fruits work.
Okay. Favorite dessert?
I don't know. Kind of. नहीं. पर चलो तुक्का मारती हूँ.
There are more questions, so you can write small as well.
Okay.
I think it's fruit pudding for Kanika.
Yeah, I think
She can
maybe.
eat 1 full kg of that.
Yeah, I can. You're right in this. I am writing pineapple ice cream.
I mean, that's my favorite ice cream, but that's not my favorite dessert.
Then what's
It's
the favorite?
jalebi for me.
Okay.
Okay, you get to know things about you two as well. Okay, nice. Favorite snack?
Favorite snack. Snack क्या यार शिवांग को सब पता है क्योंकि मैं पूरे दिन खाती रहती हूँ बोलती रहती हूँ कि मुझे पसंद है शिवांग को क्या पसंद है भाई ठीक है लिख दिया
I think for Kanika, it's makhana, flavored makhana is समय, like whenever we go to Mart weekly, 10-15 पैकेट आते हैं, and every day I come to room एक पैकेट finish हो गया होता है. वो flavored makhanas आते हैं ना, different flavored ones.
Yeah. They're healthy also, they're very tasty. मैंने तो भाई इसका लिखा कचौड़ी या समोसा पता नहीं
Again, they're not my favorite. यहाँ पे option कोई नहीं है, तो यही खाना पड़ता है.
क्या फेवरेट स्नैक क्या है
Again, it would be something from KFC or maybe something like that.
वो जो खाना बन जाता है ना पूरा
Again, it would be chips. It would be
यार
samosa.
हाँ चिप्स में लिख रही थी
Okay.
Samosa is like actually the only thing
Favorite
that I like.
movie?
Favorite movie?
नहीं तो है तुम्हारी नहीं है अब इसकी खुद कोई ही डजंट नो कि इसकी फेवरेट मूवी क्या है मैं क्या लिखूं
Yeah, I have my favorite. I have
मैं करंट फेवरेट लिख देती हूँ
Favorite all time favorite.
चलो ठीक है.
You can't discuss. This is cheating.
I have to written.
Okay,
I have
Okay,
written
you have to be
Harry Potter.
spontaneous, guys. This is going slow.
Harry Potter मैंने तो लिखा है.
Yes, Harry Potter is my favorite series, but my favorite movie is Zindagi Na Mere Dobara. Like I have watched it at least 9 to 10 times.
But I think it works. Harry Potter is favorite.
And I couldn't answer this question.
What have you written? Can you show again?
I haven't written anything. Sorry.
Oh,
So bad of you.
You don't watch movies, huh? What is the favorite movie?
My favorite movie is Kalona.
Oh, yes, right.
Shah Rukh
okay.
Khan.
So the next thing that I'm gonna ask might cause a huge conflict if you don't answer it correctly. So
Okay.
please answer it correctly. Okay. When was your first date?
Oh, I have to remember. He doesn't. He's so funny. Actually, first
You
date.
mean you don't remember?
See, I can write any date he has to agree because I know he doesn't remember. Honestly, I'm दोनों को नहीं याद, but I remember the month. इसको कुछ नहीं याद, मेरे को पता है. क्या लिखा है?
18th August.
I've written 20th August, so I can like check also if you want. क्योंकि मेरे पास photos date की
18th
होंगी.
August, I think.
और मैं 20th लिखा, रुक जाओ बेटे.
Because our first date was like, I had become COVID positive, and the day I became COVID negative again. During that first wave, we went out for the date. So,
रुको रुको मैं भी बता दूंगी तुम्हें कि तुमने कब डेट. Oh, what?
it's 20th September.
So what's the correct date?
20th September.
And we both are wrong.
तो मुझे
Oh,
लग
you
रहा
both are wrong. Okay, that has never happened before on any life. That both the couples are wrong. Okay.
I should have checked
You have to
it.
write. Okay, the next question is you have to write each other's birthday. Do not discuss.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah. I'm writing mine. Fine.
18th Feb 1997. जिसने मुझे रटवाया था मार मार के.
27 July 1996.
Correct.
Okay. The next question is favorite destination. Favorite destination, like wherever you have to stay. It can be a holiday destination. It can be routine destination. Any
Greece for her.
destination.
It's Greece for her. I mean, she wants to go to Greece badly.
And New Zealand for him.
Yeah, right.
ये तो हमने अभी आंसर कर ही दिया था, तो आइडिया था इसका.
Okay. One talent that of each other that no one knows, but only you know.
मैंने हमने सारे टैलेंट शो किए हुए हैं, बट हाँ मेरे को पता है. No one knows this. What's yours?
We are writing each other.
I'm reading yours.
I think cooking is for her. I mean, उसको जितनी आती बहुत अच्छी आती है. No one knows that. I mean, सबको ये लगता है सो एकदम नहीं आता है, but एक दो चीजें बनाती है, it's very good.
Oh, thanks यार. मैं मैंगो कट करके दे देती हूँ. Thanks. For you, it is swimming.
Okay.
I don't think so swimming is like that.
Okay. Now the one thing that you. Okay, just hold on for a while. I'm just thinking. Okay.
You are going to tell me who's the
Okay,
winner.
the best gift that you both have ever given to each other. Right for each other.
शिवांग को तो सोचना पड़ रहा है, because शिवांग ने मुझे कुछ नहीं दिया आज तक.
हम एक दूसरे
तुम मुझे दे रहे हो ना. अच्छा. ओह, what? या मैं हाँ तो शिवांग ने मुझे दिया ही नहीं.
अच्छा.
क्या लिखूं मैं? I think fine.
I think what इसने मुझे Galaxy Watch gift करी थी my previous birthday. वही दिया है बस. That's my favorite.
Okay, my guess definitely what you Shivang has given is good only. But sometimes even the smaller things become so close to your heart. And in my case, it is the clips. So when we like first interacted, he used to play with my clips a lot. तो मैं इसे हमेशा कहती थी टूट जाएंगे मुझे क्लिप्स का बहुत शौक है. So when we went on our first date, so he gave me a bunch of clips, वो पूरे embedded वाले, not like the normal ones. So when I asked him क्यों, so he gave me this whole story. So for me it was really special, and I still have those clips very cleanly, neatly kept, and I tell it to everyone. Maybe it was a smaller deal, but it was very thoughtful of him.
Okay. What's the one weird thing that you don't like about each other? Dr. Shivang was very quick on this.
क्या लिख रहे हैं? Low IQ?
I mean, she doesn't know how to talk. I think the only thing I don't like is you should know how and when to talk to someone. किससे कब तेज बोलना है, कैसे धीरे बोलना है. Like she is very monotonous. तो उसको वही टोन सबके साथ रखनी है. अगर मतलब वो थोड़ी सी रूड वाली टोन है इसकी.
ऐसा लग रहा है निशा.
अभी नहीं है, but normally. तो वो उसका हमेशा रहता था.
हम पंजाबी है ना, हम ऐसे भी फेक नहीं कर पाते, हम सीधा सीधा मुंह पे बोलते हैं. And in my case, he is the most stubborn person I've ever met. और whenever I ask him, क्यों इतना जिद्दी है? मैं लियो हूँ ना.
Okay. Your current crush, both of you. Right for each other.
Okay. Shivang, तो
I don't
easy to write.
Kौन? इसका वो
Shivang crush. It's Kanika.
Okay.
I think I won't comment on that. It's true. For her, I think अभी इसने recently 365 movie देखी है, and I don't remember the name of the actor. Michael Moran, and I think she is crushing over him right now. और इसने 2 बार देख ली movie already. वो part 1 भी फिर से देख लिया.
Okay, so how do you feel?
तो cute पता है, तो इसको मैं jealous भी करना चाहूंगी कि ये वाला तुम्हारा friend बहुत smart है. हाँ smart है. ये बोल देता है भाई. पढ़ाई से और ये मुझे बोल दिया ये लड़की सुंदर है, मुझे कैसे सुंदर है, क्या इसमें ऐसा है जो सुंदर लग रहे देखो.
Okay, and the next question is what does your partner do when he's sad?
And she cribs. Like अगर ये सैड है तो मान के चलो मेरा 2-3 घंटा गया उस दिन का. इतना क्रिप करेगी मेरे साथ. ये 2-3 घंटा मेरा सब बुक्स साइड एंड मुझे रेडी हो रहा था कि 2 घंटा सुनना है अभी.
मैं 2 घंटे इसे सुनाऊंगी, फिर 2 घंटे मम्मा को सुनाऊंगी, फिर 2 घंटे किसी और को, जब तक मैं पूरी तरह पूरे दिन ना वेस्ट कर दूं तब तक. And Shivang, when he's sad, not when he's angry. When he's sad, then he is silent. He is in a silent mode. Angry के टाइम पे नहीं, सिर्फ sad के टाइम पे, to be specified.
Okay, favorite color that was missing. So now.
So simple. Shivang doesn't know.
White for
अरे कितनी बार बताया मेरे को व्हाइट पहनना पसंद है, पर फेवरेट कलर में ग्रीन है. ग्रीन का मुझे कुछ नहीं पसंद है, मुझे ग्रीन पसंद है. This is a very weird thing I have कि मुझे ग्रीन में कुछ पसंद नहीं है, बट बचपन से मुझे ग्रीन फेवरेट कलर है तो ग्रीन ही है. And in case of Shivang, it's red.
Certainly it's red. Like
If floral would have been a color, so his favorite color is floral. Do you know what? Initially, when I met him, he used to wear a lot of floral combinations. Then I asked him to come to solids, and now he is more cute. Otherwise,
Okay.
today you must be seeing him into something red or chittakadar colors. Into it.
Okay, we would like to see you in those clothes. Okay, do make some videos.
Then you have to see his Instagram.
Okay, what's the best surprise your partner ever gave you? It must be a surprise, not a gift.
कुछ किया तो नहीं है वैसे.
Shivang के बस कोई gift नहीं. Oh please, मैंने किया आगे कुछ.
Okay, it would be like Valentine's record, like previous Valentine's.
Yeah.
She decorated the whole room with flowers, roses particularly.
जब तुम्हारा fast था तो मैंने खाना
हाँ
बनाया.
favorite बताना.
Okay.
So it was like Valentine's में वो धीरे से आके उसने पूरा room decor किया था. She made a heart with roses and बीच में candles and all. So I think that was the favorite surprise.
And for me, undoubtedly it has to be the first date. First date was something which I could have never imagined in my so many years of life. पूरा hotel book करना, मतलब Radisson का पूरे terrace book की हुई थी. It was decorated. We had मतलब a person assisting us. It was a 5-course meal laid. कार में जब हम गए तो कार में सिर्फ balloons थे हार्ट वाले. Then रोज दे रहे एकदम से मुझे मतलब पता नहीं क्या क्या. That was like a dream.
Okay. What's the best wedding gift you have received?
Wedding gift.
Just you can write for your own self.
Okay.
I think it's gimbal.
Okay.
Actually, one of our friends gifted us a gimbal, which we actually use it for a YouTube shooting and for a reels even today. So I think सबसे ज़्यादा practical and सबसे अच्छा gift वही लगा. वरना बाकी सब gifts are more like just take and keep.
Okay, for me, the best gift would be his friend gave a Zara long coat, black coat. So I think I really loved that.
Okay, so now you can keep your papers aside. There are some more questions and we don't require the paper anymore.
Okay.
Thank you. And who's the winner in this one?
It has to be me. No need to answer, Alicia. It's me, I know. Thanks.
Okay. So the next question is what's your favorite exercise that you do?
Favorite exercise? See, we go to gym, so there are days. So the best day for me is the day when we do back.
And for me, it's the chest day.
So I kind of like all the exercises of back. So back.
I don't like any exercises, but even if I have to choose, then it would be the chest one.
Okay, what's the best thing that has happened this year?
The play button, I think.
Silver play button.
Yeah.
Certainly totally unexpected. And I mean, it will be a landmark for us for the whole life.
Yeah, honestly, because of that, because my silver play button 3 महीने late भी आया था.
Right.
So I think our excitement भी थी.
Okay, what's the movie that makes you laugh the hardest?
The Dictator.
Laugh?
The hardest.
Okay. I think the last movie which I completely remember, that would be Sonu Ki Titu Ki Sweetie. I really love that movie. The comedy, the everything.
What do you usually eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Like usually, must. Routine में खाते रहते हो.
So for breakfast, I eat sprouts. He do not eat anything in breakfast. Samosa kachori खाते हैं brunch के time. मेरे तो sprouts होते हैं. Then in lunch, it has to be something with rice, rajma rice, chole rice. Yeah.
Don't miss it. And then like
dinner हमारा हर
99%
रोज
बाहर
बाहर.
होता है.
हर रोज बाहर. तो अगर मैं बाहर जा रही हूँ तो कभी मैं तंदूरी टिक्का, कोई पनीर टिक्का या चाप का टिक्का ऐसा. और शिवांग चिकन.
What color clothing do you wear the most?
It would be white or black. In my case,
Yeah, I mean,
I'm wearing
right now it's white or black only. I mean, something neutrals only. Otherwise, mostly scrubs.
What's the one thing that you have learned the hard way?
I think marriage.
I think for me it would be, again, I have already shared it, failing once for the NEET and then qualifying it again. That failure was very important for me in my life actually, because I've learned so much from it. So I always mention that, because now I have that mindset that I can achieve anything. Like right after entering my PG, I decided to give MRCS, but this time I had a mindset, I know if I'm deciding, I'll crack it. And then I prepared it in 3 months time and I did crack it in just 3 months. And that was a phase when we had to go for COVID duties. So what I used to do, I used to study on my phone. And even in that hot PP kit, I used to study on my phone. So it was like, but I knew that I can do it, so I did it. So that all motivation comes from failing once.
For me, it would be
No, you can share.
I think for me, it would be to become responsible after marriage. I'm still learning it in a very hard way.
Okay. What's something that you're tired of? Completely, utterly, and you want to change that thing forever?
Not forever, but I'm tired of the same monotonous routine we have. to go to the OPD, कोई ना कोई senior तुम्हें कुछ ना कुछ बोलेगा ही बोलेगा, फिर तुम OPD में patients देख रहे हो, and then वापस आ रहे हो. That routine.
That drill the monotonous
Yeah,
cycle
that is
without
very
any change,
yeah.
right?
Because it's been almost more than 2 years now that we are doing the same thing. I would like to change it because I really want to become a dermatologist.
But actually, even we
was
were into that JR1 phase for 1.5
Yeah.
years. So I think that was really tiring and hectic for us.
Yeah,
1.5 साल से JR1 करने हुए थे जब and we didn't have any juniors.
yeah.
And file work. I think I would like to change completely कि मेरा लाइफ से सारा file work खत्म हो जाए. File work and paper work.
Okay, what is a trend that you want to change? Any trend that is trending and you want to change that trend to something?
I think it would be for this thing. I would like to say for all the aspiring medico, especially the culture which I'm seeing is like people are what they are doing is once they enter MBBS, they are. I mean, what they do is they start thinking this vlogging and everything as a career besides PG. Like they take PG as secondary now. I think this is something that no medico should develop because this thing. I mean, it has its pros and cons. Like you can rise suddenly, you can also fall down any day. But if you haven't secured your future, then I think certainly you're missing something. Like even we decided to start a channel once we had cracked PG, and we now know कि यार अब PG secure हो गई है. And ऐसा नहीं that I'm going to stop right now. अभी जाके MCH भी देना है. So that plans do not change with this. So I think ये सबके mindset में होना चाहिए, especially if you are starting a YouTube or blogging, whatever. But जो आपका career है डॉक्टर वाला, उस पे compromise नहीं करना चाहिए.
Okay, so that were our 63 questions with Dr. Kanika and Dr. Shivang. We had a really good time with you too, and we hope that, you know, such sessions come again and again, so we could know you better and you both can know each other better, and our audience can enjoy for sure. It was really a fun time and very inspiring session. And I am sure now that, you know, I also know why people consider you as couple goal or so inspiring people in our medical fraternity. Thank you so much for coming, and have a good life ahead, and hopefully do wonders, maybe in terms of you know, getting more conferences, arranging such talk sessions and more such interviews.
Thank you
And
so
I
much.
hope you achieve something more in life, something that you want to open your brand and your app become successful. And all the best wishes and congratulations once again.
Thank you so much, Alicia, and you were also a wonderful host. Thank you.
Definitely, the questions were just so fab. The session was so interactive. We really did come to know that हमारा 1 hour over हो गया.
Yes, I am glad that you liked it.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay. Bye. So our next speaker, who would be Dr. Shiv Joshi, sir. He has served as the ex-national, past national convener for IMA-JDN, chair at the Bioethics UNESCO Committee, and has bagged tremendous awards and publications in his name. So I would wholeheartedly like to welcome Dr. Shiv Joshi, sir, to say a few words.
Hello, Alicia, and thank you for having me here. It has been wonderful to, you know, be with this team that you're working on, and in this session also today. And I've also seen what other topics you've been trying to cover during this 2-day session. And I particularly feel that during, you know, I mean, we don't exactly know when this pandemic situation really goes away. But at the same time, you've brought this conference and the session with such wonderful people. I was just hearing to the doctor's duo, and it's very refreshing amidst all this, you know, the monotony of life, where we go do our duties and come back and we have our own little things to complete for the day. But then I think I would like to welcome all the attendees today to understand, and I think to interact and participate in a discussion that you started today. Different speakers have started today, and also to kind of deliberate on the issues that need you know, feasible solutions out there. And I think the topic that you gave to me today is again very important, and I think we are also going to have a great time discussing this topic. Thank you, Alicia, for having me here.
It's an honor that you took out time and you are here to present something that would be very inspiring to others. And I hope, you know, because people are very getting tech savvy these days, and doctors, specifically people who are in healthcare, lacks this knowledge. So you are here to share a wonderful talk with us, and we're really glad that you're here and you took out time for us.
Sure, sure, Alicia. Thank you. Should I share my slides now?
Yeah, sure. I'll just make you the co-host.
Thank you.
Okay, there's something wrong. Can you share your screen? Are you able to share your screen?
No, I can't. I can't.
Okay, there's someone else who has joined, and by mistake, he has become the host. Dr. Hima Bindu Reddy. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. I don't know how I became the host, but I'm admitting anybody who's asking. And I don't know how to.
Can you
Should I
just leave
just?
the meeting? If you can leave the meeting, I'll be able to make him the host.
Yeah,
Or else he
yeah.
can be the
That's.
host.
Yeah, let me just. No, I'll just leave. Maybe that would be easier.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now you are host.
Thank you.
Also make me the co-host. So, if you leave.
Yeah, sure. I'll do that. I'll do that. Yes, I've done that, and I'm going to share my screen now. Hey, Alicia, can you confirm if you can see my screen?
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Wonderful. Okay, so today we are going to have this discussion on responsible use of technology. Now, the reason I'm calling it defining the limits of the limitless is mainly because technology is all around us. We start our day with it, we end our day with it, we live our day in it, and it has become something that is entirely indispensable. We cannot imagine a world without technology. In the time that we are living, it is very difficult to imagine that. So what we're going to do today is, it's not all about the defining all the constraints of the technology, but it is also about understanding how important the technology has become, and at the same time, why there's a need to responsibly use this technology. All right. If we look at it, we as humans
Hello?
are in. Yes, Alicia, yes.
We can see your screen, but we can't see you. I guess your video is off.
Oh, wait. One minute. Let me check. I don't know why is that. Is my video on now?
I think you've shared my video instead of yours.
Oops. How can I do that? Okay, so it seems if I share my screen, if I go back to Keynote, then I'm not able to see the video.
You do not have to share your own, the own video. If you share your screen, automatically your video would be popped up.
Yeah, correct. I don't know why that's not happening, but let me check again. 2 minutes.
Instead of sharing the PPT, you can share your screen, entire screen.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yes, now we can see both the things.
Okay, wonderful.
But there's
All
some
right.
pop-up that is coming.
Okay, let me just check. I can just.
Yeah, now it's done.
Fine. Okay.
Again, your video goes off.
Okay, so I think it should be fine if I don't put it in the this slideshow mode.
No,
If
it's not an
that's
issue.
fine.
Not an issue.
Yeah. So I'll just keep it.
Okay, now your video is on.
Yeah. So the thing is, I'm using my iPad to do this, and if I
Okay, now we can see both of you, the screen as well as the video.
Okay, that should be fine. All right. So we've already talked about like what we are going to do today, and we are kind of talking about technology and why we need to use it responsibly, right? If we look at ourselves, we are constantly amidst technology. If you see, we have social media on the one hand, we have technology in healthcare that we are using on daily basis. We have AI, artificial intelligence taking its own role within the healthcare as well as in the other areas of life. I would say right from what posts you will see in your Instagram reels to what suggestions you get while buying on Amazon is all governed by AI these days. So it is also taking over a huge portion of what we do in our day-to-day lives. Technology has been used in research. We see technology being used in research where a lot of wearable devices like fitness watches or heart rate monitors or blood glucose monitors, and all this are coming up. They are already in place and they are improving themselves. The wearable device, the wearable technology that we're talking about. So we are actually in middle of all this technology, a lot of technology, and we have started calling it the Internet of Things now. And we are amidst, or we are surrounded by technology if all the time. What happens is, while we are using technology, there might be some inevident concerns that might arise because of irresponsible use. So a lot of times using technology irresponsibly may lead to certain implications, not only on ourselves, but also on the people who have been part of that technology, or people to whom you've been communicating through that technology. So there can be this inevident concern. So if you see, there can be certain mental health issues. So if you look at how the social media has grown, a simple fact about somebody might actually lead to multiplication of that view within the general public opinion, as simple as something like fighting for rights of certain things, or body shaming. Then we have seen people body shaming other celebrities, or we have seen people talking. So we have seen both the aspects. One where we are fighting about our rights, we are using the social media to do that. We are also, on the other hand, seeing how people talk about someone else in a way that is offending. And both the cases, the public opinion multiplies. It goes it multiplies in a way that is difficult to control if needed. So this can have some inadvertent effects on the people who are part of that post, or people who are indirectly or directly connected to that incident or the happening. So mental health is one of the major concerns when it comes to the irresponsible use of technology. Sleep related problems are yet another problem that yet another concern that we need to look for. Also, we see that a lot of our time goes into technology related things. Social media is a part of it. It's a big chunk of it. So if I ask any one of you right now, just go and check your screen time, it is very likely that the topmost apps would be WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, and such social media apps would be the apps of Snapchat for that matter. And you will have all these apps consuming the most amount of your time when you are using your phones. So the one concern is that how much of phone is a technology we are using on daily basis, how much of the screen time we have along with that, and to add upon that, what is the distribution of our screen time, where do we spend our time, doing what things. So I was just listening to the doctor's view, and they were mentioning that how the mobile phone was utilized to read, to study, and at the same time, when we have one example where you can use this technology towards productive measures, on the other hand, we also have seen a lot of us getting indulged into an irresponsible use of social media, where like time is absolutely wasted, and nothing productive could actually happen out of that. On the contrary, a lot of times, like I said, even browsing through certain kinds of posts, browsing through certain kinds of comments may have some inevident or concerns that might arise at subconscious level. You might not actually consciously feel bad or good about it, but somewhere it will have an effect on us. So that's how we have all this inevident. So these are very subtle things which do not come up right away while we are using the technology, but it is a cumulative effect of technology over time. So that is something that we need to understand. So when we look at technology, we look at the end product. Okay, so most of us who are not into product development or who are not programmers, most of us come from a health background, I understand, attending this conference today. So we usually look at the end product. We are looking at the application, we are looking at the tool that we are using, or we are looking at the social media applications, or we are looking at technology as an end user. So that is actually the last phase in the life cycle of technology. But we see that the technology begins with design and development. It is this area of design and development which takes care of how the product will look, what the product is going to do for the end user. Development takes care of how finished it is going to look, whether you're going to keep it in a certain theme, a dark one or a light theme, or what sort of colors should go into your product, or what sort of services you want to put in your product. So it can be anything that relates to genesis or conceptualization of the product. And that is where we are talking about the phase one, the design and development. Then comes the deployment and sale. So once the product is ready, then we have people who will market the product and will sell it to the consumers. And then comes the use and application. So see, the product might be intended for some use, and it may also be used for something that is not intended for. Okay. A simple example of this could be, let's say, social media. Social media is probably the primary reason for starting it to create connectedness amongst people living across the globe. So you want to make a world a smaller place, but at the same time, it can also be used for certain propagandas, or it can be used for politicization of certain things. It can be used for mobilizing the public opinion. Though those are the unsaid functions of social media, probably those could not be considered the prime reasons why social media was created in the first place. It was mainly created to connect people, people's thoughts, and so that is just one example of how technology might be created for something, and its use can be defined by the users themselves. So so that's there always. We also need to understand that at each of these different cycles, we may come across different questions. Okay, so so basically the concerns with technology arise at each of these phases of the life cycle of technology. So we are looking at the design development phase of technology. The questions that might arise is that what is the socially beneficial purpose of this technology, or should this technology even exist in the first place? Okay, so one example of a technology where we really question whether it should exist is cloning. So should cloning exist as a technology? Because it can have some really problematic implications, but at the same time it also has some really important implications. So how do you go about it? And that's always going to be a debate. But then there's a question: should this technology exist? What are the potential misuse cases, and can they be avoided, prevented, mitigated, or remedied? So I'll continue the example of cloning. If you look at the potential misuse cases, a lot of films from Hollywood have tried to portray that, like the clones replacing the original people and taking over their lives. So, I mean, that might sound like an exaggeration of what can actually happen, but what we are trying to understand is, what are the potential misuse cases if we allow cloning to extend beyond its medical or therapeutic purposes? What could be those misuse cases? These are the real questions that lead to concerns of using such a technology. It can also be, we can also exemplify surrogacy to understand that what could be the implications of surrogacy, what could be the implications of genetic babies, what could be implications of changing the characteristics of humans genetically, so that you can have a certain kind of hair, a certain kind of eyes, you can have a certain kind of face, a certain kind of strength. Could that also further lead to creating a major divide between the already existing inequality amongst the human race? So these are all the questions that arise. Who will this product affect? So if I'm creating something, the developer must have an answer to who the beneficiaries would be. Am I creating a product that can be used, that can be misused by certain kind of people? While always this risk exists, the idea is, can we have a certain kind of boundary? Can we have a certain kind of prevention mechanism? Because we need to understand that any product that is being used right now, let's say social media, so who are the people who will get affected? Okay, so let's say there's a post that floats in the social media. It's about maybe let's say someone getting bullied in the school, or some accident of some act of violence that has been committed, and it gets shared in the media. And what happens is, while the developer might think that I am not actually affecting anyone in a bad way, but the users, the way they use the product, might affect the people in a way that was not intended by the developer. So even that needs to be considered when we talk about technology, responsible use of technology. Are there similar products to learn from? Have there been other products which have been in place, have led to certain things that should have not happened, and can we make it better? So if we look at Facebook, for that matter, and we all know that there was a case running on Mark Zuckerberg for sharing the information, the profile information of the users of Facebook. A person who's developing a newer kind of product can probably learn from this, can implement better privacy and confidentiality measures in the product, can encrypt the things such that the people who are managing the platform should not be able to access such a vital information. If you look at the deployment and sale kind of phase, there are different questions that arise there. Who should we sell to, or who should we not sell this technology to? Okay, so we have nuclear power. Okay, it's a technology. Should we sell it to anyone and everyone who comes to take this technology, or should we be responsible to share it to correct kind of people? How do you even identify such kind of people? That is all a part of the concern that we share here. Will the customer use the technology as intended, like I was mentioning before? Will the technology that is created to help with organ development or drugs development, can it be also misused to create things that might lead to a different kind of evolution within the human race? Can it lead to further partitioning of the rich and the poor? Can it lead to the further divide? Can it maximize the divide that exists between the different kind of people, different groups of people that exist today? Should we disallow certain kind of uses? Can we prevent the certain problematic scenarios? Can the product be controlled after sale? These are all really important questions that we must ask when we are talking about deployment and sale phase of technology. Then comes the use and application. If we look about the use and application of the technology, we need to understand like what are the social costs, what are the benefits of using this technology. So we have created a product, and the purpose of the product might look good. We are using a product in our day-to-day lives. It does not have any immediate implications, but prolonged or an inappropriate use of the same technology might lead to certain problems. Let's say video games. These are simple things. Everyone at a certain point of their lives will play video games, right? Children would play it, adults would play it. There's PlayStation out there, there's Xbox out there. Now VR is coming up. Virtual reality is a part of this thing. So when we are making or when we are playing the video games, I don't think there might be sudden effects or immediate effects of certain things. But we did see certain scenarios where players of PUBG had mental breakdowns. Some kind of video games which were associated with increased violence, tendency for violence in kids. So these can also happen. We might not immediately realize that, but it was not intended to be, so the developer never thought that some person will be addicted to this game, or some person is going to abuse the gameplay or anything like that. But then the use and application, we have to understand that there can be some adverse effects following the end user application of that product. So these are all the various concerns that we have with technology. When we talk about the concerns, it also becomes very important to understand the actions that we can take. We can look at this depending on the life cycle of technology. So at the design and development phase, we have this ethics and human right trainings. We can have the training, we can have due diligence by the design methods. We can I'm sorry, am I still visible? Alicia, am I visible?
Yes, sir. Like you're not visible,
Yeah.
but your voice is perfect and the slides are visible.
All right. So that's okay.
Yeah, you can
So,
go on.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So if you look at that, and if you look at the actions that we can take, then at the stage of design and development, we can have training of the staff. We can give them training in ethics and human rights. We can also use tools for ethical thinking. We can have ethical review panels at the level of the companies when the design and development of such products is going on. We can also identify who will do this. So at the stage of design and development, we can have certain prominent actors for each phase. We can have universities and research institutions who can make a note of what could be the ethical problems, what could be the misuse case scenarios, what could be the implications of such a technology if given in wrong hands. So that can be something which universities and research institutions, technological companies, investors, they need to look into. If we talk about the second phase, that is deployment and sale, the actions that we can take is to have a systematic human rights training, along with identifying those potential use cases, which is quite similar to what you would do also in the design and development case. You would also want to have inclusive ethical dialogues with the different groups of people who are going to use this product. So one example could be reaching out to the community. So an example that I can quote here is OnePlus. So OnePlus has a very rich and engaging community where the company will reach out the end product users, will reach out to them for what kind of features they need, what actually does not go well with them, what these users might feel as a breach of privacy or confidentiality. There's a portal, there's a way to connect to your end users. So you have this inclusive ethical dialogues with the community who are going to use your products. Those are the actions that you can take. And of course, the actors for this phase would be the technology companies. So any company that is into technology will have a lot of areas to intervene. And it will always start with preempting or pre-identifying all these issues that might arise with irresponsible use of their technology. If we look at the use and application stage, we have to again have this inclusive ethics dialogues, as well as human rights impact assessments of actual and specific use cases. So now a wonderful example could be to Fitbit recently called back all its ionic wearable devices. So ionic watches were the flagship devices of Fitbit. Fitbit is I think all of us might know, Fitbit is a major fitness watch making company, and we have so they rolled out a lot of watches, and recently they called back all these ionic watches. Why? Because they identified that there were around 70. So they sold millions of watches. But out of this million of watches, around 70 watches had problems of burns, which even led to some physical effects in the wearers. Now, that is what we are trying to understand, that towards the use at the end user stage, if there are certain kinds of problems which the company could not understand, which the developers could not understand at the phase of design and development, at the phase of deployment and sale, but these could be identified at the later phase of use and application. What you do with that? The decision that Fitbit took was, after around 2 years of rolling out these watches, they decided to call back all the watches and refund in full to all the users of Fitbit Ionic. Now, that is just an example of how you can intervene, how the people can intervene, and how the technological companies can intervene in taking responsible decision towards use of technology. Also, what we need to understand is that these actors are going to be at different levels. So while we are talking about the broad actors, the big actors like the universities, but then within universities, there would be people, right? We cannot point at one person that this person is a university. It is the people who make the university, or is the people that make the company, right? So we would have prominent actors within the companies who need to identify these areas to intervene, like board of members. There could be product and project managers, engineers, R&D cell would be there. There could be legal, public policy, and ethical implications. There can be consumer rights. There can be a thought on sustainability. So people who are working in human resource, they would all be part of taking these proactive measures for responsible use of technology at the level of companies. When we talk about the deployment and sales, we would have people from sales and marketing. We would have legal, public policy, and ethics people. We would have CR and sustainability section of the company. We would have regulatory compliance. We would have export controls. All these things will take care of how responsibly the technology is being used. If we look at the end users, then what we need to understand is how the things are being distributed, or what are the operations in the field. So in the market, how those operations are functioning, what are the different IT functions and system integrators that are in play, what could be the legal and public policy outcomes of this technology use, and people related to these areas will be the actors who will intervene to ensure the responsible use of technology. Then there are certain people who are cross-cutting. So across the three phases of technology, we need civil society organizations, company employees, governments, different legislations, regulations to control or regulate the use of technology, not in a way to limit the function of technology, but in a way to ensure that the technology is being used responsibly. I'm going to quickly end with this few legislations that exist in India pertaining to technology. We have Information Technology Act of 2000. The section 66 to 72 are the most important sections within the act, and I'm just listing it down here. We have sections pertaining to hacking into digital devices. We have 66E talking about publishing private pictures of any individual without their consent on internet or any such accessible platform. We have 66F, where any act of cyber terrorism, ransomware attacks, data breaches, and anything else that is meant to cause harm can be registered under section 66F. We have section 67, where publishing any kind of sexual material in electronic form on various platforms without, of course, the consent of the person is punishable. We have section 68, which is failure to comply with the orders of the central government pursuant to the rest of the act. So it's like the section 68 ensures that the other sections become more robust. It reinforces kind of the other sections. Section 69 is like failure or refusal to decrypt the data when asked by the government. And section 72 is the breach of confidentiality and privacy that exists here. The other legislations in India are the Information Technology. It is listed as Intermediary Guidelines and Digital Media Ethics Code 2021. It has already been passed, and it governs the roles and responsibilities of the social media intermediaries. And then there is the Personal Data Protection Bill of 2019, which is not yet passed, but it will bring more comprehensive legislation for data privacy in the country. It is currently under deliberation in the parliament. Moreover, because many of us here are doctors, and most of you who are listening to this conference would be doctors or doctors in training, I would like to bring your attention towards legislations in India that pertain to telemedicine. Now, the Indian government published their telemedicine practice guidelines. They go by the name Telemedicine Guidelines on March 25th, 2020, which was after we witnessed COVID. And these were the measures that the government was taking at that time. Now, these guidelines finally clarify what is India's position on the legality of teleconsultation. Also, it mentions what can be and what cannot be done through telemedicine. It clearly mentions teleconsultation can be provided by any registered medical practitioner. That is, at least you have to be MBBS and above. Anyone above MBBS can do telemedicine, and MBBS graduate can also do telemedicine. It has also been clarified that the first consultation between doctor and patient need not be an in-person consultation. Also, and also it is said that the first consultation to patients from other states can also be provided through teleconsultation. So it is not. It is now clarified that if you are sitting in Maharashtra, it is fine to also see or teleconsult a patient from Madhya Pradesh or maybe Delhi or maybe Kerala. But of course, then there would be certain other things which I'll list down here as do's and don'ts that you do during telemedicine. So with every relaxation that comes into picture, there are also certain kinds of do's and don'ts that we must understand. So according to telemedicine guidelines, it is important that patient identification is done as a mandatory procedure during the first consultation. Now, this would mean that you confirm the patient's identity to your satisfaction. You can ask the patient's name, age, or address, email ID, phone number, or any other identification that you've been using in the past that may be reasonable. It can be used as the patient identifier, but it is mandatory during your first consultation. Similarly, we also must understand that patient identity may not be confirmed every time during the follow-up, but if you feel that the person you're consulting to does not sound the same, this is mainly true for audio kinds of telemedicine consultations where you only have the audio. You might feel that the person that I'm looking after is probably not the same person I was talking to earlier. You might want to carry out a patient identification at that point of time too, till your satisfaction, till your point of satisfaction. Caregiver identity and authorization must always be checked. So let's say that someone is doing a telemedicine call on behalf of the patient. We must always check for the caregiver identity, because sharing certain information about the patient treatment may be misused, may have legal implications. So we must be very cautious while we are dealing with caregivers and not the patient directly. So we must check for the identity as well as authorization from the caregiver. Now, doctors should also identify himself or herself to the patient before start of every teleconsultation. So it is always a good idea to just introduce yourself. Say, hello, I'm Dr. Shiv Joshi. I'm going to be your teleconsultation physician for today, and this is my registration number. So this is always a good practice to do at the beginning of your teleconsultation, so that the patient identifies you well, and also for the purposes of documentation and record keeping. It is helpful always to document your process of verifying before you start the verifying your identity before starting the teleconsultation. Now, doctors should we've already understood that we have to show our registration number, but at the same time we need to understand that we do that at every touch point with the patient. So let's say you are practicing through some platform like Practo, you are putting your registration number there, but then when you are practicing through your WhatsApp, you are not mentioning your registration number there. So that's not correct. With every touch point, at every touch point with the patient, so whether it is your device, whether it is your platform, whether it is when you are speaking to them, it is important to mention your registration number at all these points. Let's also understand that doctors should not continue teleconsultation if not appropriate. Sometimes what might happen is some patient is asking for a certain kind of drug as a follow-up prescription, but you feel that there's not enough evidence to support the condition, or you actually need an in-person kind of verification of the diagnosis. And in such cases, if you're not very sure whether just doing teleconsultation can help us understand what the problem is, if you're not able to reach to a diagnosis, do not give a prescription. Also, it is advisable through the guidelines that for chronic diseases, it is better to only give drugs to the follow-up patients. But if it is a first consultation for a chronic disease, so let's say someone has a chronic kind of lower back ache, even a chronic, so we are saying that even if it is just a chronic pain, it is usually advisable to have an in-person consultation, the first consultation as an in-person one, though it's not mandatory. But always ensure that whatever diagnosis you make is for that you have done adequate kind of questioning through your history taking. You have done adequate kind of inquiry into the disease, and only then and then you go ahead and prescribe. So wherever you feel that the evidence that you have to treat is not enough, do not prescribe. Because if you do in such a situation, you might face medical negligence. So that is there through this. Now, doctors should also maintain all the patient records of teleconsultation. So because you're doing teleconsultation, that does not mean that you won't have the patient record. It is very important to maintain this patient records. It can be a digital record also as well. So you can have electronic health records maintained while doing teleconsultation, or you can also have paper-based records. Though there is no apt guideline given for about like how many years you need to save these records, but it might be a good idea to save your records for at least 3 years. Okay. Doctor should also not deny any emergency teleconsultation, but at the same time limited for immediate assistance or first aid only. So let's say there's a patient you are looking and the patient has complaints of angina. Probably advising them a sublingual is fine, but managing the entire case through teleconsultation is not advisable. So though you should not deny the emergency teleconsultation, at the same time, you need to limit yourself for only the immediate assistance or first aid and refer them, link them to the nearest in-person center that they can visit. Also, we need to understand there can be limitation on prescribing medicines to the patient. So like I was mentioning, certain follow-up patients might come, certain patients might actually have a history of abusing certain kinds of prescription medicine. So ensure that you are only prescribing medicine when it is really needed. You are not giving unnecessary refills out to the patients, and you are able to justify whatever medicine you're prescribing. So there's a clause where prescribing medicine without an appropriate diagnosis or provisional diagnosis will amount to professional misconduct. So these were some do's and don'ts. If you're practicing telemedicine, telemedicine has a huge scope in our country. We have distribution of people that is not very equal. We have distribution of doctors that is not very equal. We have predominantly rural areas. We have hard to reach areas. Telemedicine can be utilized towards decreasing this inequality in healthcare access. We can think about this, but at the same time, it would always have certain kinds of limits, certain kinds of issues arising. So that's all from my part. I would like to end with this quote by Abhijit Naskar, who is a neuroscientist, a world famous neuroscientist. He mentioned that technology will destroy this planet mentally if responsible people do not come for advocating the responsible use of technology. With that, I would like to thank you all for listening to this presentation. You can always connect with me on email. That is drshivjoshi93@gmail.com, or you can connect me on WhatsApp, that is on 997-555-699. If there are any questions, we can take it now. Alicia, over to you.
Thank you, sir, for putting a lot of insights on use of technology and how it can affect in healthcare. So one of the very recent advancements, that is telemedicine. And yesterday also we had Dr. Shivang Datta talking on innovations in medicine. So when we talk of telemedicine and combining AI, what do you think would be the advancements that would be coming in future? And what are the advancements that are right now that our audience won't be aware of? Something that you can say on the same lines.
Sure, Alicia. I think there is a huge scope. There's a huge scope when it comes to telemedicine. If I tell you about what has already happened, we have seen transatlantic surgery happen. So we have seen doctors sitting on one side of the globe, operating on the other side of the globe. That has happened through surgery. They have called it telesurgery instead of telemedicine, of course. So it was a surgical procedure. The real concern that arises is how we use the technology. It's not about what the technology is. So when we're talking about AI in technology, it is very likely that AI will and they are very effective when it comes to diagnostic procedures. So if you look at diagnosing through MRI, diagnosing through USG, diagnosing through so I was actually talking about this with one of the radiology residents who is a friend of mine, and his thesis was about how AI based algorithm can identify the exact amount of edema in the joints. Okay, now just look at that. Okay, I mean, identifying edema is like a very small thing. It might not even be clinically important. Okay, it might be important from the eyes of a researcher, but it might not be important clinically. But then try to understand if that is possible. That is possible. It has been done already. So when you can have such an accuracy in identifying different areas of soft tissues, of edema, the fluid that is there, and we can even track those changes using AI. So the use of AI in healthcare is limitless. Specifically, if it comes to the diagnostic purposes, it is limitless. Over 15-20 years, it is not. It would not be surprising to see that when we are in our 40s, 45s, we might have the machine tell us the diagnosis directly based on our scans. That is very likely. But at the same time, we also need to understand there's this growing fear amongst the doctors that they feel that if I use technology, if the technology boosts up, then probably the value of a doctor will decrease, or the technology will take over the healthcare practice. What we need to understand is that a doctor who does not use technology will perish. Technology per se will not lead to perishing of the doctors. So technology is only going to augment of what you can do as a doctor. So we have seen like telesurgeries happening. We are seeing now we are also seeing augmented reality being fixed, being clubbed. So what people are doing is what some companies are trying to do is produce surgical machines that can actually have AR in that. So you are actually looking at the patient's live feed, but at the same time, the technology is guiding you towards the active bleeders. The technology is guiding you towards where you should take your sutures, where you could actually go and cut the bladder. Okay, so all those kinds of things have been already in test. I mean, it's going on currently. So Alicia, that's there. We are already having this technology, but at the same time, yes, of course, we need to understand how we can use it responsibly.
Okay, thank you for the lovely answer. Well, the other question that I have is, when we talk of telemedicine in general, or when we talk of, because a lot of things are happening online, even consultations are happening online. So do you think a doctor needs to learn the art of digital marketing, or, any other technical courses that, for example, arranging a Zoom meeting? So there is also a technical part, right? So do you think our doctors need to learn this kind of technological things so that they can improve their consultation, or they can be more tech savvy in terms of doing their own work patiently?
Thank you, Alicia. I think that's a very relevant question because we have seen this pandemic. Okay, see, we need to understand a private practitioner has to put in a lot of investment in making things work. So if a doctor who is a doctor who is in training right now, or the doctors you are currently very young in the profession, we must understand, if we think that practice or the private practice is the only way of how you're going to earn your income, it's not going to be enough, or it's not going to be wise to actually only have that source of income. See, look at the COVID. During the COVID, a lot of private practitioners had to shut down their clinics. Why? Mainly why? Because see, you have to use a PPE. You have to use a PPE kit that costs around 800 to 1,000 rupees, anywhere between that. Private practitioners do not get all this through the government supplies, so they have to invest their own money in this. Their consultation fees might not be that much, so it is practically impossible to run a clinic during the COVID times, following all the COVID precautions, right? But it is very much a possibility of doing a teleconsultation during the same time, because you don't have to wear that PPE. You are not in close contact with the patient. You can still do the same kind of procedures, same kind of history taking. You can still do almost everything, which does not require a physical presence of a doctor. Second, moving on to your second. So first, what I was trying to say is that, yes, it is important for doctors to definitely get well versed in this art of telemedicine, in this art of organizing such campaigns or such events where they can promote their private practice through telemedicine. That is there. Second is, how do you take this, or how do you make this more and more acceptable within the people, as well as within the doctors themselves? So there's this kind of a notion that floats around that, like people doing telemedicine are not the actual kind of doctors. Okay, so, but that's not true. I mean, that's just something that floats within the public opinion. But then telemedicine is, of course, is obviously a way forward, and it is only going to enhance the practice that the people have been doing as a private practice, as well as for the corporate hospitals. I would say many corporate hospitals have their own telemedicine setups, but not all of them are very effective. So what we need to do right now is make our doctors more competent in doing telemedicine, in setting up a telemedicine unit, at the same time creating more awareness within the end users, that is the people who are going to take telemedicine, that it is not unsafe, it is not something secondary, it is not something second grade. Okay, so I think that's the way forward for this.
Okay, so the another question that comes in my mind after listening to you on this, that some doctors, they feel like I am a doctor, I am enough, and I can hire someone to do the tech part. So why should I learn all this technical things? This is not my job. Why should I learn it? And that in that way, they become dependent on someone else. And when that someone else is not available, they miss on a very good opportunity to treat the patients who are asking for online consultation. Just because there's the technical gap. So to fill in this technical gap, a doctor must learn the skills. That is a must. But how would you convince a kind of a doctor that is stubborn ki nahi, I'll hire someone, I have my funds, I can do this, but he's not accepting that he needs to learn these techniques, maybe because he's senior or stuff like that. So how would you tackle or convince someone like that?
Sure, Alicia. And I think that's a very practical type of question, and we have seen this happen. I mean, I have seen this happen myself. Then probably you would have also seen this happen, and it's okay. And I would not blame them also for this. What I feel is, see, let me give you an analogy. Okay, as a researcher, so let's say as a researcher, there's this portion where you need to analyze your data, right? And you have kind of statisticians out there who can analyze your data for what it's worth, right? Now the real thing that we need to understand is the statistician who is analyzing the data does not have a background of health, right? So he or she looks at the data only as the data. They analyze the data with not that perspective of health in mind. Same thing goes on with doctors who hire tech people for telemedicine. See, Zoom is a tech platform, right? Zoom is a tech platform, but developers of Zoom are not doctors, right? We can say that I can always utilize Zoom. Someone can create Zoom meetings for me and I can do my teleconsultation. But see, there is a problem there. The people who are purely IT do not understand the health aspects of a teleconsultation, of how teleconsultation is different from a regular meeting. Okay, so for them, it might not actually even be important to understand that when you are doing telemedicine, probably some sort of interaction is must, where we might want to, there are certain telemedicine centers or certain end platforms of telemedicine where you can, just put your hand inside and you can have your blood pressure measured, or there's some kind of interaction there, okay, versus some kind of devices where there is just a face talking to you. Okay, so it's different. So a doctor knows exactly, he knows that when the patient comes in person, these are the expectations that the patient has from them. These are the things that he would like to do, he or she would like to do for the patient. That perspective of health is missing if you entirely are dependent on the tech guys. Second, that is the problem, dependency. Okay, so if you are dependent, and if the person is not available, if something crashes on your side of things, then it becomes like almost impossible. You feel handicapped, you feel like you cannot carry on with this thing, right? So it is always better to go on, but it's not wrong to have technical companies managing it for you, but at the same time, it is advisable to do it yourself so that you are more competent, you bring that health aspect on it, you can innovate in telemedicine as doctors. That is what I feel. So I would not say that it is mandatory to know the things, to know the tech, but at the same time, if you will know it, then you will not perish because you will be one with the technology. You will be knowing the technology. So I think that's the way to look at it. Probably that's what I would be telling such a doctor.
Definitely. So that is an asset for any doctor. If he has it, it is an asset for him. But if he doesn't have it, it doesn't stop him anywhere. But you know,
Yeah.
um, the COVID pandemic was the very example of this, where
Yes.
people who learned or had technical skills were moving more ahead than people who are lacking behind with technology. So I think some when something happens like that, or
Yeah.
even because after the COVID, the tech part has become, the online consultation, online conferences, online classes are becoming more and more
Yeah. True.
approachable. So,
Right.
very rightly said, and the whole session talked about technology and innovation in healthcare. It was a really nice session, very informative, and I hope we have such sessions and awareness campaigns again and again, so that a lot of young doctors and medical students can know the importance of various topics that are the need of the hour. So thank you so much for being with us today. It was wonderful having you here, and we hope we meet you again in the conference that we have next year. We do this conference twice a year. So
Mhm.
we'll definitely be in touch with you. And all the students who have any doubts, or all the young doctors watching this can contact Dr. Shiv Joshi sir at the mentioned mail and number that he said. And from here, we are going on a lunch break for an hour. We'll be again back in an hour at 2 o'clock with an amazing session on USMD roadmap with Dr. Mala. So thank you guys for watching, and we'll be back again. Do follow us on Instagram. Our Instagram handle is medexacon, MEDXACON. Keep watching, stay hydrated, and we'll be back in an hour. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back after a short lunch break. And we're again continuing with the series of guest speakers that we have with us today. So, our next speaker would be Dr. Mala Srinivasan. She's a USMLE expert at the Delhi Academy of Medical Science. She brings over 20 years of experience in teaching, guiding, and counseling students, and has successfully taught and sent thousands of students to US and counseled 10,000s of others. She's currently in charge of director of the USMD program in the DAMS. Having spent close to a decade at DAMS, she has been running USMD courses successfully for the last 8 years, and almost 100% of DAMS USMD Ed students who apply every year match into their choice of residency. So today we'll be discussing a short brief on how to prepare for USMLE and the roadmap. Prior to this, ma'am has also headed operations for IAPEN in North India, an institute that brought about the Kaplan, a US education institute to India, amongst others. She also was one of the regional director with MEDRAC and director of operations at FG Physicians USA. So we are very honored and delighted that we have such an esteemed faculty member join with us today to discuss on USMLE. Welcome, ma'am. How are you doing? Am I audible?
Yes, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes.
All right. So thank you very much. And I think thank you for the introductions. And I'm very happy to be a part of this webinar where I can interact with thousands of students. Every year, I think you people take a lot of effort to gather medical students together. And this way, there is a lot of interaction where you know what are the latest changes and what are the different options that the students can have. Okay. So today's webinar, I would like to, just start with a few important changes that are happening in USMLE. And I think to tell you about these changes, there are that to know, students need to know. So Alicia, at any point, if there are questions, let me finish a few, slides. Hello?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. You can just move on with your presentation, and after that, I'll be asking a couple of questions.
All right. More than a presentation, it's just a little bit of, it is more like I will be telling you about a few topics or changes that have taken place here. Since, it is, this is a year that has got specifically a lot of changes. And after next year, again, there's going to be a whole lot of changes for USMLE. The first change that everybody should be very aware of, that USMLE step 1 has become a pass and fail as of this year. From 15th of January of this year, USMLE has become a pass and fail exam, step 1 exam. So many other features have now added. Because of that, students have to get a better score in their step 2 CK. They also have to have a lot of clinical rotations, maybe research to their credit, and they need to have a journey which shows their interest in the subject or the field that they are trying to apply to. So right from the beginning, they need to plan for USMLE. If it is not only about the steps, because maybe a few years ago, a lot of students used to put almost every effort to make sure that they get very high scores, and that was pretty much okay for some time. But after that, it started becoming more important that your journey towards USMLE is not only about scores in your steps, but also about the clinical experience that you gather during this time, as well as your interest in the field that you are going to apply to. Okay, so the first important part that has changed from this year is that USMLE step 1, which used to be the most important step for a score, has now been converted into a pass and fail. So automatically that puts more emphasis on the step 2 CK, and getting a good score on step 2 CK automatically becomes very important. Thirdly, most important part that has now come into, it is important that people end up doing is working on clinical experience, preferably in the United States. A lot of people decide to do maybe rotations in India, or doing, rotations while sitting at home and doing tele rotations. While traveling to the US may be a problem during the COVID situation, and at that time the online rotations were okay. But I definitely think that trying to work towards going to US, whether it is electives, whether it is observerships, or even if there is a research opportunity which you can follow, if you there are lots of people who are willing to take you as a research associate if you are ready to forego the pay that they give you, and you add yourself as a volunteer for the research. But there are also many places which allow you to work with them as a research assistant, and they also pay you for it. Obviously the visa for that changes into a J1 visa, and you need to be then satisfied with a J1 visa even for your residency. So questions like this and a lot of changes that have happened like this makes it very important for you to, one, start your journey early if possible. Make up your mind early. In case you have doubts about how to go about USMLE, then you have experts all around you. You can definitely get back to me and ask me your questions regarding your fitness for the whole journey, whether you are fit for doing it, or what are your mindset. You need to change your mindset in case you want to go for USMLE, because you need to be very focused on the journey. It's a longer journey than many other places that you would like to apply to, because USMLE starts somewhere in your third year, when you can give your step 1 in your third year. You need to give your CK in your final year or after your final year, and in your internship you pretty much need to not only work hard in your home country, but you also need to make a couple of months of a break in your internship, travel to the US, and then do some rotations over there. If you do it within your internship, they are called electives. If you do it after you graduate, they are called observerships or externships. Externships now, because the step 1 score has become a pass and fail, it has become so popular that almost every physician in the US is now willing to tie up and try to get students to work with them. So you have to choose your externships carefully. You have to be very careful about where you sign up and where you go for, so that you get a good letter of recommendation, because all that you do right now is merely to make sure that you get a very good letter of recommendation, and at least 2 to 3 letters of recommendation are required by an international graduate when you apply for your residency. So apart from your step 1, which is a pass, step 2 CK, you need to have a good score. Anything over 245, 250 would be decent. Beyond that, you need at least 2 to 3 letters of recommendations from the US. And as of now, OET is your third step for getting into your ECFMG certification, which is what makes your MBBS degree valid. So you need to get ECFMG certified with step 1, step 2 CK, as well as OET, which is an English exam similar to TOEFL, but it has a medical based English exam. Okay, so these are the different aspects. As far as other changes, I think CV, working on your CV, and not everybody can do research. Not everybody can just keep on doing a lot of rotation. So how do you change and modify your CV? Most importantly, keep your CV evolving. You cannot keep it stagnant. You cannot have only one thing on your CV which keeps on saying academically you're brilliant, but what about the other things? So you have to tick off a lot of boxes, and we certainly can help you with all of that. So since the time is just half an hour today, instead of making a lot of presentations and putting a lot of slides out there which are not really of much value, because a lot of our presentations are also available on YouTube, I thought it is better I have a one-on-one session and answer those questions which are important for you to, you want to know from me exactly where you stand and how you need to go about it. So Alicia, do you have your questions? Or continue saying
Yes,
something?
I'm ready with the questions.
Yeah.
Well, there are frequently asked questions that are open in front of me, which students ask every now and then. So the first question is, who all can be, eligible for applying for USMLE?
Okay, that's a good question. So yes, very right. In one of my slides, I always mention that eligibility for USMLE as of now is simply World Directory of Medical Schools. Okay, ECFMG is right now working on with the World Directory of Medical Schools. All the schools which are present on the World Directory of Medical Schools, and in the last page of their, on the eligibility page, there is something called a sponsor notes. If your school has the sponsor notes from ECFMG, then your school is eligible, and you, if you belong to that medical school, you can certainly apply. But all of this is only valid until 2023. As of 2024, there is going to be another change. Not the World Directory, not ECFMG, but it's going to be the World Federation of Medical Education, which is going to be responsible for validating whether your school is, you can give the USMLE or not. And as of now, there's not a single Indian school which is on the World Federation. So how do we go about getting into the World Federation? What is happening about it? Very soon I'll be having presentations on that. We will help you with the process. But as of now, I would certainly say students who are in the first year of medical school, they already have registered. You can register yourself, fill your form 186, and up to the next 5 years, ECFMG will be the responsible body for you to give the exam. So you don't have to wait till 2024 and find out what's happening to your medical school after that. I would definitely recommend that in your first year itself, you can fill the form 186. For more doubts or more questions about this 186, I'm definitely available to answer. Maybe at the end of the presentation, I can give you my ID and you all can get in touch with me if you have more questions regarding this. Okay.
Okay. So the next question is USMLE difficult? And if yes, in what comparison to NEET PG and the next exam?
Like how difficult is USMLE in comparison to NEET PG and the other exams? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay. So, see, I'll tell you one thing. Frankly, the exams cannot be compared in terms of the difficulty level for the simple reason that USMLE has 9 subjects only. Okay, it does not have all the subjects that NEET and Next will have. It has 9 subjects, step 1, and the step 1 and step 2 are actually bifurcated. It's a pass and fail exam now, so step 1 has further become a little more easier because that competition level of getting a very high score in step 1 has come down. So definitely at this point, ECFMG step 1 has become a much easier exam to crack. CK is again just, gynae, pediatric, psychiatry, and internal medicine and surgery as the major subjects. So since the exam is divided into 2, maybe if you're biased, you can always say that it is easier because the exam is divided into 2 different exams. So I don't know, the difficulty level is not something we can talk about. It is only about, the performance in CK has to be better than the performance in step 1. Step 1, you just need to clear this exam and move on. I think more importantly, what is difficult, what people find difficult in USMLE is making your CV align to something that would be required to get into a residency, and sometimes the cost of the whole process, because going into USMLE, the time and the cost for the entire process is slightly more. And that is probably the reason that students have a second thought. I don't think the difficulty level of exam should have anything to do. They're all pretty much similar in the difficulty level. Okay.
Okay. Is there any age limit there for applying for USMLE?
No, there isn't. Very happily, I would like to say that a couple of months back, one of our students was 61 years of age, has got a 258 in his USMLE step 1. So yes, age is not a criteria at all. And it's very heartening to see that people at that age also can give this exam and get a high score. This was just before the exam changed to pass and fail. And so yes, there is no age limit at all. Anyone can give this exam.
And you already talked about age limit, that there's no bar that you can apply at any age. But what about the attempts, number of attempts?
Yeah, so there are total allowed 6 attempts, but USMLE is an exam where I don't think more than 1 attempt should be encouraged at all, because it's a pass and fail exam as it is, So if you cannot clear it in the first time, maybe 1 more attempt should be what you should try, because if you're competing against an exam like this, and it's a voluntary exam, it is an exam you choose the date and give it. Nobody gives you a date like in Next or NEET where you have a fixed date where you have to give this exam, whereas you choose and you decide when to take this exam. So you might as well take it when you're fully prepared, because there are thousands of tests that are available, preparation tests that are available. We are here to guide you, to tell you if you're in the pass zone or fail zone. Something can go wrong anyway, even on the day of the exam. But mostly, if you are giving the practice test and getting a decent score, you end up realizing if you're in the pass zone or in the fail zone. So yes, there are 6 attempts allowed, but ideally you should not take more than 1 or max 2 attempts.
Okay, thank you. The next question is, how long is USMLE valid for?
So the USMLE Step 1 and Step 2 CK scores are valid for 7 years. The CS exam, which has been abolished, was valid for life. So the OET exam is valid for only 2 years. And maybe they will be shortly changing the process of OET, but for the current year also, OET is also, one of the criteria of USMLE certification, and that is valid for 2 years. The Step 1 and the Step 2 CK is valid for 7 years.
Okay. Ma'am, can you tell me, like, first of all, I have to take step 1, right? Then step 2. So, like, how many exams are there? What all is the procedure? And if I fail in one exam, how to, move forward? For example, I passed step 1, but what if I failed step 2? And what is this OET exam? And if there is any other exam also? And what about my academics as well? But my CV is not matching. Or how important is it to maintain your profile? So something on the same line.
Okay, so I'll just give you a brief outline. If you're asking me, if somebody completely new, who has no idea about USMLE comes to me, that what is the criteria, how do I get into USMLE if I need to get into a US residency? So first of all, residency simply means MD. Okay, to get into an MD in United States, you have to be ECFMG certified. What is certification? You get an MBBS degree from India. Okay, and all over the world, there are at least 30% of medical students in the United States who are from outside of America. Okay, and so all over the world, people want to go to the US to do their MD. And to do an MD in the US, whatever degree they have for medicine, which is an MBBS degree, that has to be validated. Okay, and to validate that, you have to give an exam, which will give you an ECFMG certification. So what does an Indian student need for ECFMG certification? You need USMLE Step 1 score. Step 1 is usually taken in your third year. Third year is the time when you finish your Anat, Physio, Biochem, Micro, Patho, Pharmacology. These are the subjects that you should have completed in your medical school. So your first and second year subjects have to be finished, and that's when you can give it in your third year. So a third year, early part of third year is when you can give your USMLE Step 1. It is a pass and fail exam. So you merely have to clear this exam. It's a 8-hour exam basically with 7 blocks, 280 odd questions, and you need to get a score of 196 to clear this exam. Okay, once you get 196, you have passed. That's all. The 3-digit score that is required is 196, and you will be clearing. Although there is no 3-digit score anymore, this used to be a criteria before this, but that's how they will calculate if you have cleared or not cleared, and they will simply give you a graph of your performance saying that you have passed or failed. Okay, so this is your Step 1 given in your third
how
year.
much that is question?
How much
what is the question? That how much marks does one question is making?
Yeah. It is not. Yes. We don't know that, because at the end of the day, it is still considered to be like a percentile, where you will be having a highest scorer, lowest scorer, a median scorer, and then they calculate depending on the number of questions answered correctly by the highest and the lowest performer. Okay, and ultimately they arrive at a 3-digit, and you have to fall in the graph above the 196 or below that. If you fall 196 and above, you are declared as pass, and below that you are declared as fail. You can fairly say that anyone about 70-75% of questions, if you answer correctly, you should be in the pass zone. That is probably a very rough criteria that we can talk about, and that's how we also advise our students giving the exams as practice tests, that anywhere you're scoring 75 to 80% correct questions, then you should be able to clear this exam. All right, but exact how many marks each question and all of that is never disclosed by the ECFMG, so we just take a rough estimate. All right, the second exam you need to give would be your USMLE Step 2 CK. Step 2 CK is your clinical subjects, and that is to be taken after your final year. So this is usually taken in your internship year, and the Step 2 CK has now become a very important exam, because the scoring criteria is you need 209. There are totally, it's an 9-hour exam with 8 blocks, and you have close to 320 questions around, and each you have to score 209 to clear this exam. So unless and until you're getting 240 to 245 plus, you are not considered like a good scorer. So you have to have a great score in your CK to be taken during your internship. And the third step that you need to get your ECFMG certification is OET. which is an English language exam. This has to be taken just closer to your application time, because like I just mentioned to you, it's only valid for 2 years, the OET. It is moreover like TOEFL, and it's not a very difficult exam to clear. All right. So once you clear all these 3 exams, what are the other criteria? You need to go to the US. You need to travel to the US to be able to do rotations there. Ideally, you should be able to do electives. Electives are nothing but rotations in the United States under supervision, where you can work in a university program under some directors, where they will be actually registering you as their student, and they will be, giving you a badge, and you will be actually working like one of their students, where you can get hands-on experience in the US. So you have to apply well in time for that. The criteria for application is sometimes step 1 score, sometimes you need a TOEFL score, and you need at least 5 to 6 months of application time for doing your rotations. So these are the different things that you definitely need to have whenever you're applying for rotations. And these are, in fact, a very, very you really need to be very clear about rotations and the applications for rotations. Okay. We will be helping you with the entire process. So the whole process is basically step 1, step 2, CK, OET, as well as good number of letters of recommendations from the US. At least 3 would be good. And beyond that, you will be needing something like you will be needing letters of recommendation from India also to be able to apply. All right. So this is the main, these are the main, hello.
Hello?
Yeah, are you there?
Yes, I got disconnected due to some tech issues, I guess.
No problem. So I just mentioned about whatever, are the requirements for getting into the thing, like the clinical rotations, getting into step 1, step 2, CK, OET, as well as your MBBS degree. You need all of these to be eligible to apply for a US residency. All right.
All right. So anything, any major, procedures or steps that are required for a student to follow to crack this exam?
I think there are just a slide that I usually say, if you're in the first year, try to be very good with your studies in your first year itself, so that it makes it very easy for you to clear these exams comfortably. Try to be extracurricular activities, voluntary activities should be a part of your goal always. You should not only be somebody who's a bookworm and studies. You need to make sure that your extracurricular activities are also equally important, because when you send your CV to them, there has to be so many things in your CV that stand out apart from your academics, because academics is taken for granted. You getting great scores in your steps is good enough for them to understand that you are a good student. So just studying is not the only criteria. Okay. In your second year, try to, really get into USMLE mold and try to finish your exam early part of your third year, beyond which you can concentrate on your NEET or next exam to make sure that you get into internship, because that has now become a criteria that you have to clear it to get into internship. So after your third year, you're free to then go into, NEET or next or whatever. You have to make sure that you start your internship, and in your internship, make sure that you do enough rotations, at least 2 to 3, go to the US, try to get hands-on experience over there, and that should make it very easy for you to seamlessly match into a US residency. Okay.
Okay. Ma'am, what are some of the extra efforts that, a student must put in, because he has to deal with maybe 2-3 exams, for example, NEET PG exam, next exam, because next is also going to be commenced after your second prof. And as you rightly mentioned, that even USMLE step 1 would be after the second year. That is when you can apply for it, and that is the best time. So what all extra efforts one has to put, or they do not need any great efforts? It's just that, yeah.
No, you always need extra efforts, especially if you are looking to do a couple of things. You're literally juggling a lot of things in your medical school. Even getting through 5 years of MBBS sometimes can be taxing, for especially the way things run in our medical schools. So having to give an extra exam like USMLE, having to align your CV to match what you're going to be applying for is also going to be very difficult for you. So you will have to take out time, like I said, for extracurricular, for some voluntary activity. You don't have to do it every day, but at least once in a month or once in 2 months, if you can go and associate yourself with some voluntary organization, that will really help. Make sure that you are talking to people who are doing any kind of research activities, your professors or senior people who are working on some research papers or activities. Be a part of such groups which are doing this kind of work, so that you have a CV, like I said, which is evolving. After you finish your second year is a very important time for you to study for your USMLE if US is your goal, and try to take your step 1 in your early third year. Once you're done with this, then you're free to, till your internship time, to just study for your next, clear your next and get into internship. It's only beyond that you can start working on your step 2 CK as well as your other in progress. Right.
Okay,
Right.
so the last question that I'll have for you is, what is a message that you want to give to the young students preparing for USMLE?
Yeah, so firstly, very, very importantly, be very clear what you want to do. Okay, nobody is telling you that you have to do everything together, because whenever you have a single goal which is very clear, I have students who come to me, at least as of now, it has become so important that from the year they finish their 12th standard and they get into MBBS, that's when they start coming to me and saying, we want to go to USA. So if you have that kind of clarity, I have seen that 100% of those kids who have the clarity right from day one that this is what they want to do, they are the ones who manage to get into the US. It doesn't matter which medical school you're from. It doesn't matter what kind of financial status you have. But those are the kind of kids that ultimately reach their goal because they have the clarity that they want to do it. So get that clarity. If you're not sure how to get the clarity, talk to experts. That's very important, that you don't know, and that's why you have not made up your mind. Then you try to know more about it. But do not expect somebody else to tell you that this is what you should do. Because I counsel a lot of students in the day, and most of the time the students seek my help to find out whether they should do it or not. And that is not correct, because 80% of the time, if I tell them that this is what you need to do, they won't end up doing it. So this has to come from within you. Go to experts to clarify your doubts. And after you decide that this is what you want to do, please have a single-minded dedication to the process. Yes, money is a criteria. So make sure that you are willing to spend that 10 to 15 lakhs over a period of 4 to 5 years that you are going to be doing your USMLE application process. And make sure that you're very consistent with the entire effort, and be prepared to have that extra hours of studies or work or CV building that you have to do, because nobody else is wanting you to do it except you yourself. So if you have to put up extra few hours, because apart from your medical school or apart from the study time, you should be willing to do it and happy to do it actually. So start early is my only thing. And if you're not able to start early, go seek help from experts and make sure you don't believe in rumors, because there are too many rumors floating around telling you why you should not do USMLE. So I do think you should go to the right people who are studying in the US, who are doing residency. Go to forums which are very meaningful. You can always come back to me to ask me whether what are the different rights and wrongs here, and definitely I'll be there to help you. Okay.
Ma'am, one more thing, as you mentioned that it takes 10 to 15 lakhs over 3 years. So that question pops up in my mind, because a lot of students are, some students cannot afford. So are there any scholarships that they can apply for? And if yes, are Indian students eligible to, take on all the scholarships? Because sometimes it's like only the residents of US can apply for certain scholarships.
Yeah. So see, basically, when you're going to study, do your residency, you get paid for it. Okay. You don't have to pay for it. So you get a salary from the US government. You actually get paid. So if you are getting paid for something, it's a matter of these few years that before you manage to get into a residency. So the maximum you can do is you can apply for some loans. You can probably talk to the banks. And there were, in the past, when I was with Kaplan and we were doing courses with them, we had some banks which are ready to offer loans to students, and they used to give 8 to 10 lakh rupees of loans based on some collaterals, of course, they would keep with them, and they used to give them loans, and the minute the students start earning the money, they used to repay the loan back. Since the amount is very little, you're talking about 10 to 15 lakhs is the maximum. So the people take loans in India, and the minute they start earning, they start repaying their loans back. This is the earliest you can do. Scholarships, of course, is not available since they are paying you for the you know, getting paid for this. You don't have to pay, like students get scholarship and they have to pay a fee, but you don't have to pay a fee, right? So there would be no scholarship.
Sorry. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining with us today. It was really great interacting with you, and I had insights of USMLE because USMLE is definitely a new concept for students like me, and definitely for the young students who are watching us today. I hope they would come to you and seek for advice. And thank you so much for preparing on a short notice.
Thank you so much. And my email ID is usmle@damsdelhi.com. My name is Dr. Mala Srinivasan. And if you have, if any of you who are watching this video right now need to ask me questions regarding the USMLE journey, feel free to contact me on usmle@damsdelhi.com. Okay, and thank you, Alicia, for always being, you know, interactive and getting a lot of students to interact and, you know, get us on this kind of a forum where we can help students. So thank you again.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It is an honor to listen to you and speak to you and interact with you, indeed.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. All the best.
Thank you. So thank you, everyone, for being with us. Now we are moving on to the next speaker that we have for today. That is Dr. Sarika Verma, ma'am. She is a senior ENT surgeon and allergy specialist based in Gurgaon. She's the director of a chain of allergy clinics called Allergy Doc with 11 centers in 5 cities. She's also serving as honorary secretary for IMA Gurgaon. She has also been very vocal about medical fraternity's well-being and doctors' protection. She's also an environmentalist, champion for noise pollution and socio-political changes. And she has been already outspoken and has been interviewed in various news channels regarding various medical issues. So thank you so much, Dr. Sarika Verma, ma'am, for joining with us today. And I welcome you to this very conference, and your topic that you're talking today, that is expectation versus reality for a medico. So over to you, ma'am, and I hope and I'm sure that this session would be very much interactive and eye-opening.
Thank you very much, first of all, for organizing this. I know you're a very, very proactive young lady, and I'm delighted to see that, you know, doctors
I'm inspired by you, ma'am. I really am. I really am.
Thank you, because when I was in medical college, the only thing I did was study and hang out with my friends. Though I wish, you know, we had platforms like MSN at that time, Medical Student Network or JDN, because none of this was there. I was in Madras, in Chennai, Madras Medical College, and we didn't have these opportunities. In fact, I barely played any sports. It's only when I, after 2-3 decades post-college, 2 decades post-college, that I got into IMA, and then I discovered that doctors also play games, and then I started playing a lot of games and you know, attending state and national tournaments for doctors. So welcome everybody. Tell me.
Yeah, I'm sure you did very tremendously well in badminton. I saw the pictures.
Badminton,
you are a very proactive leader, and we learn a lot from you. Though you did not do anything extra in your med school, but you know, you are inspiring a lot of young ladies like me who are upcoming and, you know, organizing such events. Thank you so much for your inspiration. I am really glad that you made up. And every time I ask you to come, you are just very proactive and you say, yes, I'm going to do it, whether it is last moment, whether it is 2 days before or 2 hours before. So thank you so much for supporting me and for supporting all the young ladies out there. And I'm really glad that you made it for this conference.
Thank you very much. So, you know, there's a very interesting topic for today. Folks, I hope I'm speaking to a lot of young medical students. You know, you're a community that's very close to my heart. And last several months, it's been very traumatic. Whenever I open Twitter, I find that there's a news to one more student has taken his or her life. So life is very precious, and especially medical students, you know, you have so much with you. You have crossed boundaries which most people dream of and aspire. I know people who were with me in school and wanted to become doctors, but I think 1 out of, I don't know, maybe 10,000 Indian students who want to aspire to do MBBS get in. So I also got in. So my daughter is now in her 10th, and a lot of her classmates are preparing for NEET. And I told her that, you know, I mean, I wish for the best, but less than 10% of them will get in. So you are the people who have gone beyond the difficulty of exams to get into medical college. You are living your dream. How many people do that? So many dreams break down at the entrance exams. You people have crossed that. You are given so much pride to your parents. You've given so much pride to your family. You should see your parents talk about you. आपके सामने कुछ नहीं कहते, पीछे they'll be saying, hey, my daughter is in medical college. You cannot get the sense of pride that they feel. My mother, I've been a doctor for now 28 years of my life, but she still goes around telling everybody. Somebody asks her, what do you tell? My daughter is a doctor. And you should see the pride in their voice. So first and foremost, I want to tell you all that, life is very precious, and you can do multiple things with it. If you find the stress too much, if you find the workload too hard, if you find the course too difficult, if you find that you're not able to crack entrance, if you're not able to do the course, just leave. But I would much rather that you stay alive and pursue something else instead of quitting at the journey of life. So keeping that in mind, I wanted to speak to you about expectations versus reality. This is going to be a funny talk. It's not very serious. I think you've had a lot of serious discussions recently. First and foremost that you hear all the time is medicine is a noble profession. You are God. You will get a lot of respect. That is a whole lot of bullcrap. See, you are not God. None of us are God. God decides who will live and who will die. You see your classmates who have done nothing, or I'm talking about me. People who have done no exercise and they live up and they eat all junk and they drink and smoke and they live up to 80, 90. But you see that young people who are extremely aggressive and active, they die. So when you do the best, your job is to do your treatment properly. Your job is not to be God. If anybody says that you're God, please tell them, no, I'm not. God decides whether the surgery will be good or bad. God decides whether your patient will live or not live. Definitely not me. I'm a very simple human being doing my profession. Your profession is not noble. Your profession just involves human beings. It involves alleviating their pain. It involves getting them a better life. And you must remember that what you do, if you do it properly, if you do it with complete conviction and you do it to the best of your ability, that is what is required of you. You cannot be God. I know doctors who lose. We all have lost so many patients in our lives. And remember, each and every patient, if you lose or if the outcome is not good, the doctor is not happy. The doctor is actually miserable. The patient family may become all right, but that patient will haunt you forever. So you are not God. You are just in a profession that involves human lives. So people can say that, yes, but don't think that you are God. Don't think that this is a noble profession. This is a way to earn your living. And by that, I mean, do not do charity, do not do free service. Forever, and I've been in practice for more than 20 years, I don't believe in free service. I don't believe in free camps. If I do free camp, it is because it makes me feel good. Never expect that when you do a camp, this patient will come to do me and I'll make money. Never. If you don't want to charge for a surgery, just don't charge for a surgery. But when you get a complication, you will still be held liable. So I've always, even if you don't want to, and don't give free consultations, whether it is your neighbor or anybody else, because when it comes to it, they're not going to stand with you. They're not going to remember that you gave them 4 free consultations, so they should give you free grocery or free help. So people just take it for granted. Don't be the set of persons that to be an idiot. You are very smart people. You are people who you're using your knowledge and your entire youth in medical college, graduation, post-graduation, senior residency, fellowships. By the time you finish, most of your class is already earning very good money. So our profession is a difficult profession. It is a very serious profession. It involves a lot of stress, but it is, you will not get respect. In today's time, whenever you tell people you're a doctor, I've stopped telling in public places that I'm a doctor, because half the time they judge you. Oh, this doctor is just trying to make money. Sab doctor chor hote hain. And then they will say that, this doctor did this wrong. This doctor did that wrong. You become the epitome of everything that is wrong in the healthcare system. Please remember, the healthcare system of India and doctors are 2 separate things. We as doctors can do what best we can, but we cannot reduce prices. We cannot give affordable healthcare. We cannot give enough oxygen. We cannot give enough beds. We cannot give. That is the job of the government. If the government fails to deliver, we are not responsible. If corporate hospitals charge too much money, we are not responsible. If the people are not covered by insurance, we are not responsible. So if anyone ever tells you, oh, doctors are like this, please tell them doctors are one of the most sincere profession in the world. You are doing your profession seriously and to the best of your ability. It's a very tough profession. Several courses say that this is one of the most difficult courses to get through. The number of exams that you have, the number of books you have to study, the number of hours you have to put in. So please do not take any nonsense from anybody regarding your profession. Don't be apologetic for it. It's a choice that you made, and I hope you are enjoying it. Second is that myth is that, doctors make a lot of money. You're very famous. You have a lot of money. That is really not true. Because every profession, and you can see startups who are people in their 20s are making lots of money. You can see engineers who are making a lot of money. You see lawyers who are making a lot of money, and they would have studied one-third the number of years that you have. But I can tell you that no doctor will ever starve to death, because you have your knowledge, your skill set is within you. So even in the partition, when doctors came from Lahore to India to different, they just sat on the campsite and started their clinic with a table and chair, because everything is inside their head. You don't need a factory, you don't need anything. You just need to be there sitting and seeing patients and ameliorating human suffering. So that is one very good thing about our profession. But doctors don't make a lot of money. Every profession today makes a lot of money. Teachers are making a lot of money. College professors are making a lot of money. You write a book, you can get millions. In fact, in Gurgaon, there's only one doctor I know who has a Jaguar, and about 3 or 4 doctors who have Audis and Mercedes. But, or maybe there are 10 of them, maybe in my circle. But in my building alone, there are more than 20 people who have Mercedes and Audis, and none of them are doctors. So it is a good profession. It is a very respectable profession in the sense that you will always earn your living. You will never starve, but you will not become like really, not every doctor makes it really big. But you will be able to make your ends meet. You will lead a comfortable life. You'll be able to give your children a good education. You will be able to go out on good holidays, like any other profession. In 20 years down the line, a lawyer also does well, professor also does well, and engineer also does well, and a doctor also does well. So please don't think that if you are into a shortcut of making money, medicine is not the line. You can change your line and become something else, because if you're here for the money, there are a lot easier ways to make money. Medicine is one of the most difficult things to make money. You see patients, you get money. So if I buy a dress of 10,000 rupees, I know that I have sweated, I have seen 20-30 patients to get that 10,000 rupees. So हमारा जो है बहुत हाथ का काम है, मेहनत का काम है, दिहाड़ी है. If the day you take off, your clinic gets shut, you don't get paid leave. So that is the pros and cons of every profession. But it is not about money. But I know a lot of doctors who practice in smaller towns, they definitely get famous. My chacha is a doctor in a small town in Kangra, in Himachal. And he's so famous. People know him from far and wide. So the fame will happen if you practice in a small area. In a city like Gurgaon or Delhi, it's very, very difficult to become famous, So that is that. So a lot of times the next expectation is that studies are for short time and then you are sorted for life. You study for 6 years in medical college and 3 years in post-graduation, then you're sorted for life. No, your life, you have to keep studying for the rest of your life. You have to remain updated. You have to attend CMEs. You have to keep doing courses. You have to know what is, a lot of these MRs, in fact, maybe you don't treat them with much respect now. They come, they're like, ye dawai likh do, wo dawai likh do. But these are the guys who keep getting, when you get into practice 20 years down, you don't have the time to read journals. You don't have the interest to go through articles. But when these people come and tell you this, that so-and-so drug has a shorter duration of action, that it is much faster, or this is a study that has side effects. So that's a very good way to keep updated. So you will have to study all your life. So ye bhul jao that, I will study 10 years and never study again. You will have to remain studying for a lot of time. So the next expectation is that doctors have to live for others. This is something that I really, really want to change. Once you become a doctor, your life is not your own. Your time is not your own. You don't have time for food. You don't have time for any leisure. That is your choice. And that is what I would request all young medical students to create a work-life balance. You see, you kill yourself for 30, 40, 50 patients a day. You don't eat on time. You develop a peptic ulcer. You develop a spinal injury back because of your posture. You are bending and doing patient. It's not worth it. Please look after your bodies. Please look after your mind. I mean, it's very distressing to note that how many medical students and doctors are committing suicides. We need to create parachutes for our fraternity. We need to let you know that if the going gets too hot, just quit. Once upon a time, long time back, someone told me, an elder person told me, you don't have a choice. I kept quiet because, we've always been taught never to reply. But from that day onwards, I always told myself, I have a choice. I have a choice, and you are one decision away from a totally new life. You decide today that, okay, I don't want to do this field. I don't like whatever particular field that you do. You don't like it. You go back, do your PG, get another field. Say you decide that, okay, medicine is too tough. I'm not getting into PG. I've tried for 3 years. It's okay. You go try IAS. You'll crack it much easier than anybody else because your IQ is so much higher. You decide that you don't want to do in the corporate life because it's too hectic, you get into private practice. You decide if you don't like private practice, you get into government practice. You always have a choice. Never think that you don't have a choice. And then because people will tell you, don't worry about what people say. Because they say, you have wasted a medical seat. No, you have invested in a medical seat, but that was your life. That was your choice that you made 10 years back. You have grown as a person. Your choices can differ. Allow yourself the freedom to act, grow. Allow yourself the ability to say, no, this was what I wanted back then. I was not wrong back then. Stay with your choices previously, but also agree with the choices you have become today. Today, if you decide that I prefer to paint, then you quit your work and do half-day work, and half-day you sit and paint. Do things that give you joy. Life is very short and you must make the most of it. You won't believe the number of things that I do because I have not told myself you can't do this. Anyone who says you can't do this basically means he or she can't do it. Because you think that you can't do it, you tell the other person, you can't do it. I have gone cycling 250 kilometers. I never could do even 25 kilometers. The first time I started cycling, I did 20 kilometers. It's okay, this is good. Gradually I started, and then I went and rode from Delhi to Panipat and back 250. You can do anything in the universe. And you decide you want to climb the Mount Everest, you pursue that. You want to climb, follow spirituality, follow that. You want to do painting, you want to do gardening, do something every day that gives you joy. Life is so short. We hear about, young people just not waking up in the morning. You don't know when you will collapse. That day there was a very sad video when, lots of doctors had a get together. They had a reunion and one of the doctors died while dancing. It shook my core because you don't know, this person was hale and hearty. He was perfectly well and he has died. You don't know how short your life is going to be. Live every day as if it is going to be your last. Enjoy perfectly, do everything. Like what gives me great joy is spending time with my children. So whatever I'm doing, I come back and I spend some time with them because they recharge my emotional batteries. You have to figure out what gives you joy. And if you don't do that, then you're going to be very unhappy. And that unhappiness translates into family, into relationships with your boss, into your workplace, and also the vibration that the patient gets. Half the time my patients tell me, aapke paas aate hain, hame lagta hai hum theek ho jayenge. They feel that the moment they have come into my clinic that they will get better because your energy is radiating. The energy is also things that you don't speak, but what you think. So when you have a person who comes inside, if you're taking negative about them, even if you're talking sweetly, they will understand that you don't like them. So try not to be judgmental. If you see a really, really obese patient, try not to judge them. Feel sorry for them, feel empathy for them. Change the way how you think. Because when you do that, then your entire vibration, entire frequency of your body changes. And people are able to get a lot of non-verbal energy that they get from you, makes a huge difference. So, and also I've seen patients who are like from morning to night. Some professions like, for example, gynecology, obstetrics. Whenever my friends decide they want to come and play early morning, they get a MTP at night or they're bleeding PV, and then they spend the entire 3-4 hours, or they get a patient in a delivery. So medicine is a very, very tough profession, but please take out time for yourselves and make yourself a priority, make your family a priority. I quit a job in a very good hospital, but because that was a 9 to 8 job, I did not want to raise my children that day. I did not want that my children will grow up without their mother being around. I chose to do it. So always be kind to yourself and decide that, whatever you do is right. Because if you think ki log kya kahenge, what will people say? She's such a good post. She's a gold medalist postgraduate and she's not in a corporate hospital. That's my choice. That's your choice. So don't worry about log kya kahenge, because people will say anything. If you are working too long, you are money minded. If you're not working, you're just working 2 hours a day, you're not ambitious. If you're working after you have children, that means you don't care about your children. If you're not working after you have children, then you don't care about your profession. So don't worry about what people think. Worry about what you think. Worry about what, if today I die, will I be having any regrets? Don't keep postponing. I will do this after I get this. I will be happy after I get PG. I will be happy after I get senior residency. I will be happy after I buy my first car. You please be happy today. You don't know whether you'll be alive tomorrow. Our job on this world is to be happy each and every day. It's very important. You are here to enjoy this life that has been gifted to you. You cannot lose it. You cannot waste a single day, and don't do anything that makes you unhappy. There are certain things as doctors, especially as junior doctors, you have to work long hours. I remember that I have the longest night duty. The duty that I've done was 1 day night duty, 1 day admission day, 1 day night duty. So 3 days back to back, I was in the hospital for 86 hours. In any other country, in any other profession, it's totally illegal. It borders beyond abuse. But I look back and think that those times when, you were woken up nonstop throughout the night, when you were able to make decisions, that has made me a very competent person. Because now in the middle of the night, if the phone rings and says, you're bleeding, doctor, patient having vomiting, please give them. So, instantly it just comes out. You don't have to think. I know a lot of doctors these days are complaining on Twitter that we should be only working 40 hours a day. Just look at it as training. This thing that you're working right now, try to get the most experience you can, because when you meet patients, when you hands-on, when you work in a hospital, that training cannot replace anything that you've got anywhere. No book can give you that training that a patient gives you. The difficulties that you face, the challenges that you have, you may have a good boss, you may not have a good boss, but there's something that you can learn from everybody. Some things that you want to acquire, and some things that you promise yourself that I will never do when I become a boss. All of this is training, and nothing is permanent. Aap socho that if you think that, oh my God, I am so miserable, I am going to be miserable all my life, then try to change it. What is it that you don't like? You don't like your job, you don't like the hospital that you work in, you don't like your boss. Either you accept them or you move out. If you have 2 months to go, you accept and say, okay, let me finish this course. गधे को भी बाप बनाना पड़ता है, अपना काम निकालो और आगे बढ़ो. I don't know why doctors are taking their, their profession so seriously. I don't get PG, I'm going to commit suicide. I don't get particular field, I'm going to commit suicide. I am just unhappy. You have to find things to do, but you cannot give up on life. The other, I've already said this. So, one of the expectation is that once you have started, you cannot change your life, but you can. You don't like your field, you change it. You don't like your profession, you change it. You don't like your job, you change it. You find a government hospital, you find a PHC, you find something where you work less hours. And then, there are 2 more things that are left. Alicia, I still have time? Okay, so Alicia, I still have time?
Yes, ma'am, you can still continue.
10 minutes ago. Okay, so one statement that you will hear again and again and again and again is that sab doctor chor hai. All doctors are thieves. All doctors are luteras. So take this very seriously. I have taken it very seriously. I have never taken a single penny in cutback from any lab, any person ever. I do tests because the patient needs them, not because I need the money. And I request all young doctors to please do the same. If your generation, if my generation are able to change this within our lifetime, you will be able to see that the community will start respecting you a lot. Again, that respect that our previous generation has lost, because of their commercial mindset can come back if you do not do unnecessary surgeries, if you do not do unnecessary investigations, if you do not take cuts and kickbacks from anyone. In your lifetime you will be able to see this change. Nobody can say to me, "Aap chor ho," because I know that I do nothing wrong, and my patients know it. My colleagues know it. I never do anything unless the pay is warranted by the patient. So always, one of my teachers used to say, treat every patient as you would treat your family. If you will not do the test on your family, don't do it on your patient. If you will not give that medicine to your child, and you don't give it to somebody else's child. If you use that as a benchmark, you will never go wrong. And the last, expectation versus expectations, that doctors are machines. But the reality is doctors are very, very vulnerable humans. We are always afraid that somebody will get a reaction with our medicine, that the patient will not get better with our medicine, that a surgery may go wrong. We are afraid that the patient may die. We are always afraid because our reputation depends on it. Our livelihood depends on it. We are afraid of being hit. We are afraid of being thrown out of our jobs. We are a very, very vulnerable profession. We are not machines. So like I said before, and I'm saying it again, you have to have a very holistic approach to your life. Don't take your profession so seriously. Your profession is a very important aspect of your life for any human being. Please excuse me. So for any human being, excuse me.
It's okay. We can stay for a few minutes. Take rest for 2 to 3 minutes.
I got a lozenge. Yeah. So for any human being, for any professional, your work is very important. But don't make your work more important than your relationships, than your family. When my parents come, I take time off. When my children birthday, I shut my clinic. I take holidays. I spend time with my spouse. I spend time with my parents, my in-laws. I ensure that anybody in my life who's important to me gets their importance. So, there are a lot of times that you find that doctors are just working. That is your choice. If it makes you happy, work like a machine. But if it doesn't, do other things. I know my previous speaker was also speaking about doing social work. And I think you should do things that keep your life in balance, because when you get totally involved in your profession, then you are very likely to be hit by it. Suppose you lose a job, you think that that's the end of your life, is the end of your career. It's not. Once I was asked to leave a hospital, and it was a good hospital I was working with. I sat in the car and I said to myself, okay, this one is gone. What better is coming? That means something better is coming. And within half an hour, I got a call from a very big corporate hospital saying, please come and start our ENT department. So, you have to change your thought process. You have to take life less seriously. You have to take your happiness a lot more seriously. And the expectations have to be from your own self. Your life, at the end of it, you have to decide how it wants to be. You want to have a good house. You want to have a good car. You want to have a nice family. You imagine what you want to have and work towards it, instead of trying to fulfill everybody else's expectations, because you can't. But I'm just going to end this on this note. The facts are that we help a lot of people. Our profession, in the last 2 years, people have woken up to the fact that doctors are doing great work for humanity. I'm very grateful to all the doctors who did research and got the vaccines ready within 6 to 8 months and got us back our life on track. Nobody can deny that a doctor saves lives. If you are there, if your prescription, your treatment, your injection, your intubation is making a difference, so never ever forget, never let people make you feel small. No one can make you feel small unless you decide that you agree that they are right. We can make a difference wherever we go, whether we are in society, whether we are in profession, whether we are even outside. You can make a difference because you're very, very educated people. You're the cream, you're the top 0.1% of the intelligentsia of society. Never forget that. And you are taken seriously, whether it is in your RWA, whether I'm in my political meets. Everybody takes me seriously because I talk sense. So you will be able to contribute not only to your profession, you also contribute a lot to society. Do more. Do things that, whether it is about clean air, whether it is about telling people that, headphones are causing deafness. There is so much you can do even on your social media, on your Facebook page. Talk about mental health. There are so much that doctors can make a difference. People take you seriously because you're a doctor. Never forget that. Never belittle yourself. Remember that your happiness matters. When you are happy, everybody around you can be happy. If you are sad and you're dependent on other people to give you happiness and you're begging, I have a begging bowl, please give me a little bit, give me a little bit. You are a font of happiness, you radiate it everywhere. Try to be that. Do a little bit of spirituality, meditation, pranayam, whatever you want to call it. Do a 10 to 15 minutes of that. Balance out your career, your family, your health, your sports, and your social responsibility. That is all I want to say to all of you. You have a beautiful life. You're living a dream that many people, lakhs of children, wanted to become doctors, even in your year, in that year when you passed out of school. Lakhs of them wanted to become, and only 60,000 of them got into medical college. Understand how lucky you are. Respect what God has given you and try to do the best you can. Any questions we have, I'll be happy to take.
Thank you so much for this wonderful session. And definitely one needs to stay happy and, stay motivated and confident in life. Otherwise, we see a lot of lives ending up, and it's really tough to see people at the age of 20, 21, sometimes 18, and sometimes even 12 are giving up life because they're not able to handle the mental pressure of studies. And that is really tough to see, because I never feel that I should end my life because of studies. Maybe there must be other reasons, but because of studies, I don't think one should end their life. And thank you so much for bringing this important thing that you must be feeling happy about your own self. When you stay happy, you radiate happiness. There's no one who can stop you to do something that you want, and then they would never be. And once Priyanka Chopra said, you can never please everyone. So there are always someone, or somewhere there will be always someone who would be telling you that you cannot do this, you cannot do that, and they'd mock at you, they would let you down, but you cannot please everyone. So
you don't
yeah,
have to
thank
please
you so
everyone.
much.
You have to please yourself only.
Yes.
Please yourself, at least a lot of that everyone will get taken care of. And everyone is very difficult to please. You should not even aim for it. Don't seek approval from others. Try to just be very approving of yourself, of your decisions that you make. And yes, yeah, especially young people, you have a whole life ahead of you. Life is so adventurous. And I wish I was in my 20s again, but I'm not. So I know half of my life is over. Please make the most of it for what you have.
Ma'am, you talked about expectation versus reality. So sometimes it's like we expect a lot, but in reality, we cannot achieve it. And that is very depressing. So during that time, what to do? As you said, you have to enjoy each moment, you have to stay happy. But when you expect, I did a lot of hard work and I'll secure maybe 90%, but it's not the case. You get 80, which is quite a good score, but you do not feel that satisfied with your performance comparing to the hard work that you've put in. So during that time, instead of celebrating, a lot of people are sad, they cry. So how to overcome that kind of feeling?
So I'll tell you, I think it's a lot of, when I was in medical college, first year, I went and got my first semester exams, anatomy, biochemistry, physiology. I got 62%. I was shocked because I thought, I'm a 90, when I topped my boards, I got 93.5% back in 1993. So I thought one is supposed to get a lot of marks. I went to my professor, biochemistry, and I said, sir, I want to recount. I have done a very good paper. He looked at my marks. You got 60%, doctor. This is very good mark. This is not college. This is not school. This is college. So that was a very big learning for me that, in school, we all get in the 90s and 95% and 98%, but college is different. And then I started studying not for marks, but for knowledge. And I changed after my first semester, I changed my thought process to how can I improve my knowledge and my skills to become a better doctor, because I wasn't then studying for marks. And that has helped me because I was able to get my PG in my first attempt, because after that I was studying that everything I am studying now, I should be able to remember 10 years down the line when I start treating my patients. So that has changed because, and that is something that all of us have to remember, that after some time in medical college, marks don't count. Nobody's seeing whether you got 40, 50% or 80% or 90% or 81 or 82%, that doesn't matter. What counts is practical knowledge. Do you remember what to do? Suppose a patient comes with something, do you know the right test to prescribe? Are you able to make a clinical diagnosis? Which often your working diagnosis, is it always the final diagnosis? That is the challenge that you should be working on. As doctors, you have a patient who comes to you with something, we have fever of unknown origin. You should have a working diagnosis. Okay, this my first thing is malaria, second is so and so, because his spleen and liver were just palpable or whatnot. And then when all the tests come, if your clinical tests, your tests coincide with what you had discussed or what you had analyzed, that means that it's a victory for you. So you start getting your victory in such things instead of marks. So that, and expectations. So we all have great expectations. You know, the greatest dreams are when your children are 5-year-old. Everybody wants to be a cricketer or an astronaut or a rocket scientist or prime minister. Everybody has such large dreams. But then as you get along and you see reality sets in, you change your expectations. And it is okay. You can say, you know, like I tell myself that 20 years back, I just wanted to be a surgeon. But that involved me being full-time in a hospital. And when I became a doctor, that perspective changed. When I became a parent, when I had 2 children, I had to reduce my career so that I was able to give time to my children. That was my choice. I'm not blaming it on anybody. I'm not blaming my children, first of all. I'm not blaming my husband. I'm not blaming the system. Also, there's a choice. You can get angry and bitter. Oh, I was such a good surgeon. Should have been in this hospital. I should have been the head of department by now. You can choose, but these are choices that you make. And be okay with your choices. Be okay to choose differently. And then later, now I look back and think, okay, but I still, you know, I'm doing good work. I'm still doing enough surgeries. I'm still making a lot of money. So there's nothing to be unhappy about in the long run. So in the long run, I think everything just eventually works out, and your expectations and realities finally fall in sync with each other.
Okay. Ma'am, you know, when you were discussing in your session about, you know, if you're already done with it, if you're not liking the job anymore, you should simply leave it or pursue something else. So when such moments occur in a student's life, you know, so whom should they discuss it with? Because, you know, parents are like, itna paisa lagaya hai tumko padhane ke liye, and then you want to just quit. You cannot quit. So even sometimes we want to take a vacation, and we want to go somewhere just to have a peace of mind. I'm telling you, even for my situation, even as a student, we feel sometimes that अभी सब छोड़ के बस 10-15 दिन ऐसे कहीं हिल स्टेशन पे जाना है, कहीं घूमने जाना है. I'm just done with everything that is around me due to the hectic schedules and the studies and stuff. So during that time, who should we you know, be with, or who should we talk to? Yeah. You know, sometimes parents also doesn't understand that part, and they do not allow us to, you know, go on a vacation alone. So ऐसे time में क्या करना चाहिए?
So see, of course, one is escapism. So what you're saying is escapism. 10-15 दिन के लिए चले जाए is not vacation. It's like escaping from reality. That, of course, is, I mean, it'll be a little difficult to do because you have to fight it out. But yes, if you feel like, okay, I'm really, really done, then for one day, if you're a medical student, quit. Say, okay, आज मैं 2 दिन नहीं पढ़ूंगा या नहीं पढ़ूंगी. You take a break, you go for a movie, don't go to college that day. Read a book, watch a movie, go out to the mall, or if you have a nice forest nearby, go and spend the whole day out in wilderness. Make the best of what you can. You can't take 2 weeks off, but you can take 1 day off. You can.
And what if I want to live MBBS only? I'm done with it. I want to pursue something else. तब क्या करना है?
If it is a recurring thought, that is the thing. If it is a recurring thought, कि ये तो मुझे करना ही नहीं था, मैंने अपनी मम्मी के बोलने पे डॉक्टर बनी, मुझे मजा नहीं आ रहा, then MBBS पूरा करो और फिर use your degree to either become an IAS, take up entrance exams, You can even do law after doing medicine and then become a medical legal expert. You can do so many things. MBBS as a degree, but you must complete your course. अगर आपने already final year में पहुंच गया तो better I think complete your course. At least एक degree तो हाथ में होगा. And after that, then maybe you may change your mind. Maybe once you get into internship, because medical college and internship are two different things. Internship, you don't have time to study. There you're doing patients, you're delivering babies. That's a whole new world. And you may find that this is why I became a doctor. Medical college 4.5 years and then internship. That internship is 1 year that converts you from a medical student to a doctor. And you may find that you absolutely love it. So you do that 1 year and then you decide if you don't like it, if you say, no, I still don't want it, then you speak with someone outside your parents, some grown up, your professor, somebody in your family who can help you, give you options, and maybe even a mental health expert. Because if you are very, very hell-bent that I'm not enjoying it, and this is like a persistent thing, then it's better to quit or better to change your line. Or you can do public health, masters in public health and become an administrator. There's so many of my classmates who are that. So, you should listen to your inner voice. But later on, then don't be regretful and say, yeah, doctor ban rahi thi, nahi bani. Ye nahi karna. Don't be ambivalent. Because
that is definitely not my fault. I'm very happy being into medicine. If this this is for our audiences who's listening and you are like, yeah, I'm done with it, so kya karna chahiye? Okay, wonderful. Definitely there are a lot of possibilities and careers after MBBS also that is not related to medicine in anyhow, and people can definitely pursue. And the MBBS degree can definitely help them. So the next question is something upon your own life and your own how you stay in and what we can learn from you. So there are a few questions that I have in mind which I want to ask you if you permit.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so these are kind of fun questions and something that our audiences can learn from. So I want to ask you, what is the biggest learning that you've got in your life till now?
Biggest learning is not to take myself too seriously. I used to take myself too seriously, don't have a sense of humor at all. But now I'm beginning to take myself less seriously. I'm beginning to enjoy things. And there's a book called The Power of Now. I'm trying to just enjoy where I am right now. Because most of the time, we're either feeling bad about what we did yesterday or worry about what's going to happen in the 1 hour. I'm trying to live my life in the present moment. It's a very difficult learning, but I'm enjoying it. And that's something that I would want everyone to do.
Okay. Ma'am, another question is, whenever I have had sessions with you, every time you have a face that is smiling. Like, how to bring that? How to bring that much of happiness and positivity in life?
Okay. So that is something that took time and a lot of effort, actually. I'll tell you, the concept of self-love is unknown to most of us, right? We are brought up in a society and families where we are told that you must sacrifice, you must adjust, you must live for others. So the concept of self-love and the lack of it came to me in 2016. And for many years, I took to understand that my happiness matters a lot and that I am responsible for it. Most of the time, what happens is like my mother also does. She looks after everybody in the house. She keeps everybody happy, but she keeps thinking that somebody else will make her happy. But the problem is then your happiness is dependent on other people. But if and it takes a 1 year course, it's a 1 year process, because you have to retrain your mind and tell yourself that, how to love yourself is very difficult because none of us are taught this. So first and foremost is like, make decisions like, are you hungry or not? Are you sleepy or not? Because most of the time we're on a schedule. They've stopped. We don't ask ourselves, do you want an apple or an orange? Such small things also you are waiting for other people. अच्छा, सब लोग को क्या खाना है? अच्छा, apple खाना है तो मैं apple काटूंगी. Orange खाना है तो मैं orange निकालूंगी. So even for small things, especially Indian women, we are very not encouraged to keep ourselves happy. And that is something that I have learned over the years to make myself happy by giving into small things. If I want to sleep, I will sleep. If I want to work, I will work. If I get up in the morning and say, I want, Yes, I am happy to going to badminton, I will go. If I say, no, I don't want to go to badminton, I want to sleep, I will message my friends, I'm not coming, I will sleep. If you start doing small things to keep yourself happy, then that happiness will radiate.
Great. Ma'am, what is the biggest regret that you have had in your life?
Biggest?
Regret.
No regret. I have absolutely no regret. I live a zero regret life. I'm telling you, Alicia, I follow everything I say. Whatever I'm saying is not just words. I refuse to have regrets. I am ready that if suppose right now I'm dying, I'm like, okay, I had a great life, thank you. I'm not going to, there's nobody that I want to be in touch with and I'm not in touch with. I'm in touch with my parents, my siblings, I give so much time and love to my children, my spouse. I have zero regrets.
That's really great. Like, I've taken a lot of interviews and I've never heard the statement that I have no regrets. Truly commendable. Like, I've taken almost 50 interviews in my course of 2-3 years of MBBS, and I've never heard from any doctor or any person, be it any student also, that I do not have any regrets. So this is truly commendable. I think you need to, spread a lot of awareness, and I think people should call you to, give such sessions of motivation. It's truly commendable.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next question that I have is, what is the most adventurous thing that you've done in your life?
Most adventurous thing I did was ride 250 kilometers to Panipat and back. It was very risky. I had a friend of mine, Nirmal, she went with me. By the time we came back, I'm telling you, on the way back for 4 hours, I kept cycling. It took me 13 hours cycling. And when I came back, I was like, yeah, why am I doing this? And then when we came back, when we entered Delhi, there were trucks with this big rods coming literally at your nose. And I'm like, yaar, aaj main marne wali hu. So that is one of the most adventurous things I've done. And I'm not sure I want to do it again.
But that's also a really great experience. Now you're doing something
for an experience.
For an experience and truly adventurous.
Yeah. But after that, I did 2 more 100-kilometer rides again.
So you must be enjoying it, yeah?
Yeah, no, I really like it. But I had a little serious accident a couple of years back. After that, I stopped cycling because I didn't want to give up my life. I have my children to raise. So now after that, I've started taking up badminton. That's a very safe sport. And I play that with great passion every day.
Great.
Yes.
So another question is, any conversation that you had with a patient and that you will remember for your lifetime, something like that, any incident that has occurred.
So one of my patients had come to me. I was in Chandigarh at the time, and he came to me from US. I mean, he was an American citizen. He was in Delhi. He drove down from Chandigarh from Delhi to Chandigarh to meet me. And I said, why did you come? He said, I saw your website and I thought you will heal me. And I did his allergy test. We started immunotherapy. He got much better. He called me from US 1 year later and said, I'm much better now. And I think you should reach out to more people. I think you should open up many centers and reach out to people, because not everybody has the courage to drive from Delhi to Chandigarh to meet you. And then that is one conversation that really changed the trajectory of my life, because I think, God has to speak through somebody. God can't come and say, hello, I'm God, I'm talking to you. So I think that God speaks to you through many people. And that conversation, that patient probably changed my life, because after that I started my second center, then third, and now I have 11 centers in 5 different cities: Delhi, Bombay, Gurgaon, Chandigarh, and Udaipur. And I'm reaching out to many people. I'm treating their allergies. I'm making them get better. And I know that, just because of my hard work and dedication, many lives are getting better. And that gives me very nice feeling when I go back to bed.
That is truly inspiring and commendable. I mean, it feels very satisfactory, when you treat people, they get healed, and then they call you specially and they tell you that, because of you today, I am feeling better. So to hear that is something people aim for and wait for their entire lifetime. But we as doctors hear it frequently, and that is something that a doctor or a student assume when they wish to hear certain things like that from their patients in
No, I'm
their
telling you,
life.
as doctors, you will hear this so often. I mean, once I remember I was called for an interview in a new hospital was starting. I was sitting there with the owner of the hospital, and then many people were sitting in that room. Maybe other people were waiting to meet him. So suddenly one patient पीछे से बोला, ये डॉक्टर साहब वही है, इन्होंने मेरा 8 साल पहले सर्जरी किया था, मैं बिल्कुल ठीक हूँ. So you'll get people from various, if you heal somebody, for you, you're done your job and gone. But for that person, you are something that they will always remember. So the patient, so many times patients, they complete their course, 3 years course, 4 years course of immunotherapy, and they'll come back and say that, I'm doing very well. Of course, there are also patients who give bad comments and on Google. The funniest thing I had recently was I saw 1-star rating. So I said, what did I do so wrong? And that was one patient whose child I had removed 3 foreign bodies from the nose. Just imagine a 3-year-old, 4-year-old child had kept stuffing their nose and the mother was not bothered. And so they came to me for 1 foreign body. I removed that. I removed another. Then I thought I saw something behind. And right from the postern, I removed a piece of wire. And that lady saying, oh, हमारे घर electrician आया था 4 दिन पहले. So that child has had a wire stuffed up their nose for four days, and that mother was not aware. I removed all of that, and I think I charged 1,000 rupees. And she has mentioned in the Google rating, oh, the doctor is very good, but she charged me 1,000 rupees. So I think, I think it's really funny that even when they want to give you a bad rating, they can't say you're a bad doctor. I think that speaks volumes for you. And if the worst they can say is that you charge money, well, most welcome. I'm not here for doing free work.
Yes, that is truly, you are very happy, but all the things, whether it is positive, negative, you are happy with what you do. So that's the only thing one has to achieve in life. You have to stay happy. Your session was about it. Your whole life journey is about staying happy. So salute to you for, living such a happy and wonderful life. And I guess I'll take a lot of inspiration from you today, and I'll also live a happy life. I'll try to be happy. And I'll also make others happy, others smile. And thank you so much for coming here and sharing all those happy moments with us. And I think we'll remember, if not everyone else, I'll remember it for lifetime, that we are meant to be happy, and I should be happy, and I should make others happy. Thank you so much for coming. It was such an honor to interact.
Bye.
Bye. So I would like to thank Dr. Sarika Verma ma'am to be here. And now we are moving on to our next speaker and our guest of honor for today. That is Dr. Preeti Bahal, who is an MBBS and obstetrician and gynecologist, and also an academician and mentor for NEET PG and PG resident teaching and NEET SS, and also the director at Delhi Academy of Medical Science. I wholeheartedly welcome you here on this very medical conference that we are doing for the very first time in 2022. One of the largest medical virtual conference by Federation of Medical Students Association, sponsored by Delhi Academy of Medical Science.
Hi, Alicia. Thank you so much for having me here. It's an absolute pleasure to interact with you, to interact with students, and to give my 2 cents on how they can work better and achieve more.
Thank you, ma'am, for taking out precious time and sharing about how to study effectively in MBBS, because staying happy is definitely one thing, but we also have to study, and to study in an effective manner is something very difficult. People study for 6 hours, but that's not effective. You need to study 1 hour, but you need to be focused and concentrate for that 1 hour. So I am sure students are going to learn a lot of new ways to study effectively. So over to you, ma'am.
Right. So thank you so much, Alicia, once again, and very truly said that, a lot of us put in hard work in terms of number of hours, but not each and every one of us is able to convert it into, a success that we dream of. So, you have to understand that whenever you're working, your main goal has to be set, and you have to sort of understand why you are doing something. So to today I'm going to talk about how you can study more effectively during your MBBS, so that you are not only doing well in your professional exams, but at the same time you are getting ready for your postgraduate entrance exams, and also at the same time you are trying your best to be a good doctor, someone who has good knowledge, someone who can put their knowledge to application, and yet at the same time understand the patients, be compassionate. So there are a lot of aspects of success, and I'm going to cater to some of them today, because we are precisely going to talk about how effectively to study during MBBS. Now, to start off, I would simply say that over a period of last 2 years, we have seen a lot of transition, evolution happening in medical world, especially in terms of postgraduate entrance exams, right? And the big change that we see now is that we are moving away from rote learning, and we are moving more towards integration. We are moving more towards concept building and concept application, and connecting the dots of medical science. So irrespective of what exam you're going to appear for, so we're going to talk about that, but irrespective of that, one of the most essential things for becoming your better version as a doctor, and to achieve good ranks as far as your entrance exams are concerned, is having a very good theory base, having a good content building while you are pursuing your MBBS. So what are the key ingredients that ensure that you are having a good content, not only in terms of you have it with you, but you actually know it and you are able to apply it as well. For the first instance, I would say that the government keeps coming up with changes that they're going to bring forward in medical education, and one of the things that we are aware of is changing of NEET PG exam to next exam. Although we are not really sure of when it is going to happen, but so far the news that we have is that the MBBS students who have started their MBBS course in the year 2021, right? So people who started doing or pursuing their MBBS in the year 2021 would be the first batch to appear for next PG. And till then, it is going to be NEET. So this is what we know so far. So students who have joined MBBS last year, students who are going to join MBBS this year, for you people, it is going to be next exam. And what we know also is that next exam is going to have 2 or 3 components to it. So maybe next 1, next 2, and next 3. Right. So what is put forward is that next one is going to happen at the end of second year, and it will ask content from first and second year subjects. And next 2 would happen at the end of final year. And next 3 will probably happen at the end of internship. So out of these 3, next 1 and next 3 are probably only as a pass-fail exam. So you would not be given any ranking or marks in it. But next 2, which is going to happen at the end of final year, will have a scoring system as well. So the same score would tell you whether you have passed the exam or not, because you need to have some minimum marks in order to qualify the exam, and you will get a degree as an MBBS graduate. But also the same marks will be eligible to gain entry into postgraduate training programs. So that is the broad outline. Now, what is the implication of such a system that is going to happen? And how are we supposed to, match up to this? So, the first thing that comes to my mind is to tell you students that a lot of times when we join MBBS, we think that, abhi to aaye hain, so let's enjoy the first year. And half of the first year only goes by in the aura that, oh, finally we've entered a medical education or MBBS program, and we are going to be doctors, and you're all in euphoria. And that is how it has been for us as well. So, we know this because we've been through the same phases. So half of the first year just goes by in this excitement that we are going to be doctors, right? And in the second year, your seniors would keep telling you that this is sort of the honeymoon year of MBBS. So you can enjoy, you can have a lot of fun, and don't think about studies too much. There's no doubt there has to be a balance between enjoyment and, your studies. And definitely they both play an important role in bringing out your personality, in maintaining your mental health. But nonetheless, we have to understand this, that unlike NEET PG, which is actually held at the end of internship, next one and next two are going to happen earlier. Yes, so we are going to have less time to prepare for it. And the sooner we start, the easier it is going to be for us. Let's understand how. So if you start earlier, you don't have to slog for long hours. All you have to do is, number one, maintain consistency in your work. So this is my first advice when I talk about effective study in your MBBS, is consistency. Now, what do I mean by it? I'm not going to tell you to study for 12 hours, 10 hours, 8 hours, right from the first year of your MBBS. What I would simply say is that right from first year of your MBBS, why not start putting in some consistent hours of work? They could be as short as 2 hours, 3 hours, or 4 hours, depending on your capacity and your upper limit. But consistency is the key. It keeps you rolling. What happens is you divide your big work into smaller tasks, and that becomes more doable. और उससे क्या होता है, when you have shorter targets, you're able to achieve it, and it pushes you to give yourself more targets, and it also pushes you to stretch your limits. So the first take-home message is consistency. Yes, right from your first year of studies as an MBBS graduate, ensure that you're consistent with your work. That will make it easier. The second advice is, whenever you are reading, you have to read with 3 things in your mind. Number one, whatever I'm reading, definitely I have to pass my professional exams, but I also might have to give next one if I'm currently a first year student. As I said, people who join in 2021 and 2022 would have to appear for next. So, I have to appear for next. The second thing you have to keep in mind is, exams aside, I have to be a good doctor as well. And a good doctor needs to have a good base. And your first and second year subjects form the base of your, I would say they form the framework where you build your career, right? As a doctor. So please ensure that whatever you're reading is not just to crack exams or to pass exams. It is for your own confidence. It is for your own betterment. And, it is for good to the patients as well. So you have to remember that always. And when I say that, I would say that try and read standard textbooks right from the beginning. You should read good books. I know these standard textbooks are a lot of times voluminous, and you will have smaller versions of same books, and they're very tempting to do, right? Because you feel you'll be able to do it in a shorter span of time. It'll be faster, and you might be only able to read it close to the exam. But I think this is a myth. When you try and cut short on your work in order to do it faster, what you are compromising on is quality, right? So always, right from the beginning, read standard textbooks. Also, when I say that, I would like to reinforce that when we say you have to read standard textbooks, you must read it in the corresponding year. Yes, for example, if you're in the you're a first year MBBS student, you should read standard textbooks of first year subjects. Similarly, like read Ganong, read Guyton, these are good textbooks to be read. Okay, if time permits, you should read Harper's. We did study Harper's in first year MBBS when I was in Lady Harding Medical College. Yes. The second thing what I would say is, when you are in second year, ensure that you are reading Robbins. It is an excellent textbook. It will help you remember your medicine. It will help you remember surgery. It will help you remember oncology, obs and gynae. So, every clinical subject has its essence in Robbins Pathology. So that is again a textbook that you must read. Okay. Similarly, for PSM, Park is very important. Similarly, when you land up with your final years, you have to read some parts from Bailey and Love, especially the general surgery aspects. You would have to read certain parts from Harrison's. So reading good textbooks is very essential and should be a part of your curriculum. Do not cut them out at the cost of convenience, I would say. Okay, so don't give convenience a priority, don't give easy a priority. Okay, so read good books and read them in the corresponding years. The third thing I would say is, we read standard textbooks, but I'm sure you all would agree that reading them again close to the exams is going to be very, very tough, whether it is your professional exams or whether it is your entrance exams. So once you've read your standard textbooks during your first year, second year, third year, or fourth year, it is also very essential at the same time that you have your own set of handwritten notes. That is something that you can keep going back to year after year, right? So whenever you are attending classes, you must ensure that you are writing things by yourself. It has a great impact on your memory. It also helps you to connect dots. It helps you to retain longer and retain more, actually. And as I said, if you have your own set of handwritten notes, you can do things multiple times at a much faster rate. So these are the three aspects that are very important. One, remembering that I have to clear exams, the professional exams, the next exam, or the NEET PG exam. Second, remember that I have to read good books, because eventually I have to be a good doctor. I have to learn my concepts. I have to be very strong with my basics. And third, you must get into a habit of making your own handwritten notes. Yes. Also at this time, I would like to tell you that, we at DAMS try and cover up all three aspects for you. So we've launched the first year tuitions as well. We've launched second year tuitions as well. And because of the change in the curriculum, when we are teaching you in these first year and the second year tuitions, we are teaching you from standard textbooks. We are converting it into an easier language with which it is easy to write your own notes and also read them multiple times. Third, we are going in depth. So this is also something that you must understand, that the current pattern of exams, they are all in depth. So you have to be very rich with your theory content. Superficial knowledge is going to help you only up to a certain point. But beyond that, you find yourself confused between options in case the knowledge is not in depth. So yes, you have to study in depth. So the best way is starting early, doing short hours, but being consistent. So if you start in your first year itself, you can manage by even doing 2 to 3 hours of study every day. Read good things, make your own notes, and have your time out as well, to watch a movie, to go out with friends. So you have to strike a balance where the end result is you being happy doing what you really wanted to do. So you always wanted to be a doctor, right? And that's why you're here in this profession. And, temporarily it feels that we want to be doctors and that's it. But no, you are people who are seeking a higher impact in your life. I'm sure many of you have already thought that you want to super specialize into cardiology, into GI, into oncology, into surgery and whatnot, right? So we are people seeking higher impact, where we are able to touch more lives. So for the greater good, we have to learn the art of splitting our work into shorter things, short targets, very well-defined targets, because they're more doable, and then being consistent with it, going step by step. It makes your journey easier. Now, as I said, the next aspect that I want to take up is integrated learning. So this was the starting point where I wanted to put across the 3 most important ingredients when you start your MBBS. The next important point that I want to put across is integration, right? So currently, you would see, if you ask your seniors and you see the pattern of questions being asked in your various entrance exams, so-called NEET PG and the most recently held INI-CT exam, which is an exam for the institutes of national importance. It includes institutes which are called as central institutes. So it includes AIMS, all the AIMS. It includes PGI Chandigarh. It includes JIPMER. It includes NIMHANS, right? So they've all clubbed under one name, that is INI-CT, Institutes of National Importance. So currently, there are 2 exams being held. One is INI-CT and one is NEET PG. So INI-CT is what is held twice a year. So one session in May, one session in November, and NEET PG is held once a year. Usually it is January, but over the past few years, it's been happening in March because of the change in curriculum. So, but it is held once a year. So, both these exams, what we have seen over last 2-3 years is the change is that they are still asking some one-liners, because factual information is also important to us. But more of it is now coming as integrated questions, right? So for example, what do I mean by integration? For example, if I have to ask you something from anatomy, I wouldn't really make it look like an anatomy question. I would make it look like a clinical question. To put it very simply, maybe I would ask it as a question of obstetrics. And I would say that, we are going to give an episiotomy. What muscles will be cut in it? Or all the following muscles would be cut except. So we are basically asking you anatomy of the perineum, the perineal muscles, and that's how we frame the questions these days. So whether it is anatomy, whether it is physiology, whether it is biochemistry, yes. So they're also asking a lot of genetics these days, right? So whatever basic sciences it is, but they are being asked in a clinical format, which means you have to change your pattern of study from that of simply memorizing or rote learning to that of connecting the dots of basic sciences with clinical subjects. And that is what DAMS has been doing over last 1 year when the news of NEXT started to come. So our curriculum is also integrated. And if I put it across, how do we do it? So that, if you want to do it by yourself, or if you want to be a part of DAMS, you should know what you're heading for and how you should study to make it more effective, not only for your exams, but, this is how you are going to see patients as well. A female patient does not necessarily mean she's going to come up with an obs and gynae query, right? So she could have a systemic manifestation of a local disease and vice versa. Yes. So that is why, when we would teach you in the class, whether it is first year tuitions or second year tuitions or a foundation course, which is for 3rd and 4th year subjects, or it is a regular course where it is all 19 subjects, we would actually teach you integrated. For example, in the first year tuitions, when you do anatomy, with every single aspect that the faculty tells you, they will tell you how the same thing would be asked in a clinical format. So we will frame questions for you. We will give you clinical case scenarios. We'll teach you how the patient presents in OPD, how the same patient can present as an emergency. And that is the art of learning that you have to do. It also makes medical science much more interesting, I think, for teachers as well. So for us, it is also far more interesting to teach you physiology in a connected way, rather than just giving you certain values to mug up. So what is the implication of respiratory changes in pregnancy? Or what is the implication of cardiovascular changes in pregnancy? And these are very, very important things, not because they're simply asked in the exams, but believe me, this is how the patient presents. So if you really don't know the physiological changes, for you, pregnancy would become a pathological condition. Not just pathological, in fact, probably a multi-organ failure, I would say, right? So whenever you are starting your studies, whether it is first year or second year or third and fourth year, please ensure that you are trying to do as much integration as possible, learning as much application as possible. That is the way forward. That is how medical education is evolving. And you would see these changes even in your probably professional exams now, because the entire MBBS curriculum is changing from the year of entry of 2021 MBBS graduates. So integrated learning is the essence of medical education. Try and do it by yourself or with us in whatever way, but that is how you should be doing it. Yes. The third aspect that I want to put across of effective study in MBBS is something that I feel is a very, I would say basic thing, but often undervalued. And what is that? Whenever I study, whether I was studying for my MBBS or my post-graduation, or even for clearing my MRCOG exams or planning for my super specialization, I've always realized that if I don't give myself targets, then it is very difficult to, keep myself motivated. So whenever you sit and study, even if it is for as short duration as 1 hour, please give yourself well-defined targets. It's not just targets. For example, I don't want you to write down, okay, I'm going to read physiology today. Yes. So this is a very vague target. It's very vast and you will never be able to achieve it. The problem is if you make unrealistic targets, you are also unlikely to reach it. And therefore, it leaves you disheartened, it leaves you drained out, it leaves you with, probably no memory of what you have done. So always and always sit and study with well-defined targets. For example, if you have to even study for 1 hour, bacha, think or write down what exactly am I going to do in this 1 hour. If it's going to be physiology, specify. It's going to be cardiovascular system. If it's cardiovascular system, specify what exactly it is going to be. It is going to be arrhythmias. If it is arrhythmias, specify what exactly am I going to do. Am I going to do the pharmacology of it? Am I going to do the medicine aspect of it or patient presentation? Or am I going to read the core physiology of these circuits? Yes. So the more well-defined target you have during your study preparation, more likely you're going to achieve it and you are going to be happy about it. It will keep you motivated to give yourself yet another target and yet another target. So believe me, this way, even the shortest duration, even if it is like 1 hour, you will be really happy with what you've done. You will be able to recall it. You will be content that, okay, I finished one thing and that itself brings a lot of happiness. Yes, so short, well-defined targets is the way to study, whether you study for short duration or whether you study for long duration. Okay? The next important point to make your study effective is giving yourself variation. Now, what do I mean by that? So, I think you all will resonate with me when I say that if I have to study, physiology the whole day or obs and gynae the whole day, it gets boring. Yes. So beyond certain time limit, let's say after 3 hours, I am just with my books, but I really don't know what I'm reading. So when I say give yourself variation, what I mean is you can actually do 2 or 3 subjects in a day and do them integrated. For example, I will tell you how I used to study when I was doing my MBBS from Lady Harding. So if I was studying, let's say, medicine cardiovascular system, I would study for, let's say, 1 or 2 hours. And then when I feel saturated, I will actually switch over. I would say, okay, I'm done with medicine. It's too much for me now. So I switch over, but I'm still doing the cardiovascular system. But now I pick up pharmacology of it and study, let's say, the anti-arrhythmic drugs. So I did arrhythmias. And now in the next 2 hours, whenever that is going to be, I would do anti-arrhythmic drugs. And then when I get tired, I'm again going to do a switchover and maybe read the physiology of these circuits. So, this combines the two important points. One was integration. Two was well-defined targets. Three was giving yourself variation. This ensures that you are yourself learning to connect the dots. You are in touch with all subjects one by one. So, you never feel कि मुझे अब anatomy भूल गया या मुझे pharma भूल जा रहा है, because they are volatile things. They have to be done repeatedly. So give yourself variation in the day. And I would also say that right from, the year that you start your preparation for your entrance exams, please also get into a habit of solving some MCQs. So that's my next advice to make your study effective. Doing MCQs is not only important for your entrance exams, but I hope you know that most of the professional exams will also have a set of MCQ questions for you during your exams. So ensure कि आप शुरू से MCQ practice कर रहे हो, and again give yourself short targets. So for example, you start with something like, I'm giving myself a challenge that I will do, at least 25 questions to begin with. So I'm not giving myself a very big target. It's a short target, only 25 MCQs, but I have to do it diligently, and I will do it every single day for next 7 days. Consistency. Remember, the first thing I said is consistency. So, और ये MCQs भी कैसे करने हैं? You have to, start with MCQs of topics that you have read actively. So, for example, if you're reading, let's say, surgery with us, and you're reading GIT with us at DAMS, then when you get tired for 2 hours, after 2 hours, you can also switch over to do MCQs of GIT from DQB. So, in the DQB, you are given topic-wise MCQs. So topic-wise, you start covering these MCQs. They are a form of reinforcement. You will be very happy when you're able to do it right, because then it shows that, okay, whatever you read, you're able to apply it as well in the format in which the exam is going to come. So start with MCQs right from the beginning. A lot of students do this mistake. Ki nahi, abhi I'm only going to read. I will do MCQs when I'm close to the exams. So don't do that, bacha. Do it right from the beginning. Give yourself small number to begin with. Do it consistently for 7 days, and then increase your limit. So what do I mean by that? So if you have studied for, let's say, or 25 MCQs, you've kept your challenge and you've done that, 25 MCQs in a row for 7 days. Now you increase your limit. So now you challenge yourself and you say, okay, for my next week, the challenge is that I will solve at least 30 MCQs every day. And I'm going to do it consistently for next 7 days. So from 25, we move on to 30, and gradually we can move on to 50 as well. So MCQ practice, theory, they have to go hand in hand. You have to do them simultaneously so that you are doing the, I would say, hard work in the right direction. See, it is very important to understand that when we are pursuing MBBS, you are all very, very bright students. You're already the cream of the society, and you're going to compete with each other. Everybody knows that they have to work hard. So in the end, people who are able to do smart study, people who are able to do more focused study will turn out to do slightly better than the others, right? So you have to put your hard work in the right direction. Khali hard work nahi karna hai. Ensure that there is right direction, and that is precisely why we as faculty are here to guide you. You all can do hard work. You're very, very bright students. You can all get through. But when you take help of the faculty, you exactly know where to put the efforts. Your efforts are made a little easier, and your journey becomes faster. Yes. So it gets the acceleration, it gets the push in the right direction. So That is with respect to balancing notes and MCQs and how you should go about it. Then I think if I have to give you one more advice about how to make your study more effective, I would say that I want you all to reward yourself very frequently. This is something that you don't do. You are all very critical of your own performance. And you always think about so many negative aspects. Okay, I'm not bright enough. I'm an average student. Or, I am not from a very good medical college, and so on and so forth. So you put all these chains around your own self, and these chains limit you. Okay. So you have to break these barriers. You have to break these chains. You have to stop labeling yourself, and you have to start rewarding yourself. What do I mean by that? So throughout my talk, if you've listened to me, I said that you should, make short targets and sort of give yourself the well-defined targets. And once you achieve your target, what should you do then? So this is the point where you should reward yourself. Suppose you had decided that I am going to study for 2 hours, okay? And you managed it. You have managed 2 hours of study without distraction, with a lot of focus. Don't you deserve a reward? You do, yes? So please reward yourself. I want all you bachas to make a diary where you are going to write self-appraisal. Okay, every day you will write one good thing about yourself, because as you move forward in your journey, बहुत सारे self-doubts आते हैं. Yes, and people will always try and pull you down. So this is the time when I want you to open this diary of self-appraisal, feel good about yourself, feel that you have all the abilities to do well and to be a winner, right? So every time when you achieve a target, reward yourself with something. It can be as short or as small as a chocolate. It could be something like, okay, some time with my friends. It could be something like a movie time over the weekend. So always reward yourself for targets well achieved. These are some of the ingredients that I think will definitely make your study effective. I also think not only it makes it effective, it makes your study easier. So I have tried to divide it into certain essential points, which I believe are undervalued points. And if you take care of these things, believe me, it is not difficult to do anything that you have dreamt of. Yes. So maybe, go through the video again, jot down these things and put them into your system. These small things have bigger value and they will give you a bigger impact as well. Okay. I think this is going to be it from my side. I've tried to cover all the aspects that we should include if we want to study effectively in various aspects or various forms, whether it is your effectiveness as a doctor or effectiveness in your professional exams or effectiveness in your entrance exams. These things are common. You would need them at every place. And I hope you find the session effective as well. So if that's the key word for my session now, and I will keep next 5 minutes for any doubts that you have. I can see you all on the chat box. So if you have any queries that you want to ask me, please feel free to put them in the chat box. I will keep next 5 minutes to answer your queries if you have any. Else, I would just say that it was great to interact on this platform today. And I would like to thank Alicia for giving me this opportunity. I think this is a wonderful thing that Alicia has started. It brings students, faculties together. It also breaks this barrier where you feel that teachers are here and we are here. No, this is not the gap between the teacher and the students. This is where we are together. And once we are together, believe me, it is a symbiotic relationship. We are definitely going to do well in life. That's what we have to learn. And I wish you all the very best, everyone here in the chat box who's been a kind listener. So thank you so much, and my good wishes with each one of you. Thanks, Alicia.
Ma'am, thanks a lot for coming and accepting the invite to be a part of this conference.
My
Well,
pleasure.
it is an honor for us to actually have you here and discuss on various topics that are of importance to students and young doctors. So thanks a lot, and it was completely an honor to listen to you. And I'm listening for your session for the very first time, and it's very inspirational the way you tell students on how effectively you can work, and you can divide your time and how to concentrate, and how you can you have to be specified on what you are going to learn. So
Right.
one question that we have here is we make timetables but we do not follow them. So how to cope with this thing that we are already having a timetable but we are not following it?
Yes, that's Alicia, exactly what I tried to answer in my talk as well. So whenever you make a timetable, beta, it's very essential that number one thing, it's a doable timetable. Sometimes you squeeze yourself with so many things that it is actually very difficult to match up. So don't think of yourself as superhumans. Start by giving yourself shorter targets. That's the key. So when you make timetable, initially make a relaxed timetable, and then the timetable should not be very broad. It has to be very specific. And the moment you do these two things, you will see that you're able to follow it, you're able to achieve it as well. And definitely reward yourself. Your mind gets trained. So अगली बार you अगर अभी 2 घंटे का टाइम टेबल बनाया था, next time you'll be able to make a timetable of 4 hours. So you'll be stretching your limits, you'll be excited to do it, and you will do it. Yes, Alicia.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. And definitely your session entirely talked about this. And I hope students would get a good insight on how to prepare and plan their day, and also give a little bit of small rewards and stay happy, as Rika ma'am said in
You all
her
deserve
session.
it, right? You all deserve it. You're already high achievers. And in order to achieve more, we have to keep reminding ourselves of the good things about our own self. You must remember that the first thing is appreciating your own self. Often we seek appreciation from a third person or from someone else, but that comes later. Only when you respect yourself, only when you appreciate your own self, will others see your light and they'll do the same.
Definitely. And we are really honored with your presence, and I congratulate you for the toppers that you got for the exam INICT. And
Yes.
I hope you keep on doing wonders, and we keep on learning from you all the years along. Thank you so much for joining us today, and hope you have a great day and a great year ahead.
Thank you, Alicia. It was an absolute pleasure. And yes, the INICT results have been amazing for DAMS this year as well. So we pledge to continue doing the hard work and work together with these students and show them the direction. As I said, the hard work is yours. Thank you so much. Take care and best wishes.
Great. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I'd like to invite Dr. Karthik Prabhu, sir. He is the National Chairman at Indian Medical Association, Medical Students Network, and he'll be talking about a very important topic today, that is for medical students, on how to move ahead and what kind of a journey should a medical students live. So, welcome, sir, for the closing ceremony of our conference, and I wholeheartedly welcome you. And I'm really delighted that you accepted our invite with a very short span of time. Are you there, sir?
Yes, ma, I'm there here. Yes, ma, I'm here. Is it audible?
Yes, you're audible, but I can't view you. Like, I cannot see you.
Yeah. Just a second, ma. I'll be just joining.
Sure.
Yeah.
இது வந்து ஃபாரின் மெடிக்கல் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் அந்த இதுவா?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Alicia. So,
Welcome to
was
the
the conference
session.
all well? Yeah.
We have another list of speakers, and we think it would be ended by 6 p.m., I guess.
Okay. So no, so I'm supposed to come by around 5. So should I come
Yes,
at 5?
we have
Or?
our speaker waiting. I'll be just calling him.
Yeah. Please go on, Ma. I'll join by 5. Not an issue.
Sure.
Sure.
So I'd like to welcome Shirish Rao, who's a final year MBBS student and the ex-secretary at Aspire, a research wing started by KME Hospital. And he'll be talking about why to do research, how to do research, and what all credits you get when you do a research article. So welcome, sir, for this wonderful session on research, and I hope a lot of students would get insights on how to do a research or a publication and its importance.
Thank you so much, Alicia. So I'm audible, right?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Can you please let me share my screen?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, I'll start. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone who has joined, and like all the people who are enthusiastic about research and want to know how to go about it, find topics and write protocols, get your research published, etc. I am Shirish. I am a final year MBBS student. I do quite a few researches here and there, and I've been mentoring a few students along. So does anyone have any research ideas? If yes, you can put in the YouTube chat box and Alicia can communicate to me later. And by that, I'll go ahead. So research, I believe, is what everybody else can see, but nobody else has thought. This is the thing that excites me about research the most. The most relevant and most novel type of research is you can apply that, but no one is thinking about that. It's a problem, but no one is trying to apply that. Someone has thought about it, but not in a right way. So these are the different combinations of what a good research topic might look like. Okay. So where do these research ideas come from? For most of us, we think, okay, like where do we, what do we think as a research? Like we think research is something that is lab based techniques, like something based on test tube experiments or some lab experiments or something else, or even some, or to a bigger level, a clinical trial or anything. But while research ideas come from everywhere around us, it may come from reading your general textbooks. You will see like whatever you have read, okay, you question that, you get a curiosity, oh, why is this happening? Is there a better treatment solution, or what is the pathophysiology behind it? Why is it happening like this and not like that? Like some other drug was working like this, but something else was not. So while reading your general books also, you can get a good idea. A very good, or the most best solution thing that I say for getting a research idea is go into the community, go into the wards. These are the two people whom you are serving: the patients who are coming into your hospital and the people who are yet to come into your hospital. So the medicine aspect of it and the preventive and community aspect of it. So look around yourself. What is the trends that is happening with the patients? Suppose how was like COVID discovered? How was our mucous mycorrhizae discovered? और how was this associations derived कि like इन patients को ही हो रहा है कि जो patients को ज़्यादा steroids पे रख रहे हैं, या like how is this causations coming? So someone is observing it clinically, and then someone is designing, oh, can we study it in a larger population and verify what our observation is? Then similarly, something we notice in our community, like we notice in our families or relatives speaking about something, about some beliefs, perceptions, and we see okay, is this something that is causing hindrance, hesitancy, etc. And then also by talking to experts, do you think like I read something like this, but do you think it can happen like the other way around, or some different trend is coming up? So by discussing all these things, you come up with research topics. The most narrow way how you can do is go and read journals, but by that that is not something that every medical student will do, or even someone who is into research will regularly do. You see medical journals, you will find very specific research gap. Okay, this study was done, and here this person might have missed this thing, so maybe I can do this. But to getting a general research idea, I guess community and what's are more preferred way to do so. So where all can you apply research in as a medical student in a research background? So basic sciences is your all first and second year subjects. So everything mostly lab based and biological specimen based is your basic science research. May it be your biochemistry research, anatomical research, physiology research, microbiology, then pathology, even pharmacology. These are all paraclinical things. Like you are not directly intervening with patients, but you are seeing what can be applicable to the patients, or whatever these paraclinical things are doing. So all these are lab-based researches. So you can work on that. Although I don't have any expertise in this field at all. I have not worked even a single project in basic sciences till now. And, the other things which interests me more are epidemiological research, social behavioral research. So epidemiological research is something that we study more in our community medicine, preventive medicine, and basically everywhere. Like what are the causes of this disease, what are the outcomes of this disease, and what are the environmental factors affecting it, what are the social factors affecting it, all these things, and like attack rates, etc., infectious disease ka alag, non-infectious ka alag. So you associate two to three things together. You think okay, suppose you are noticing the the rate of diabetes is increasing as like even for younger ages. So you try to associate causations on like why it is increasing. That is kind of an epidemiological example. Then social behavioral is the behavior of community, how is it affecting the disease. The most common type of thing that we do is the knowledge attitude practices study, or even need assessment study, or vaccine hesitancy study. So like basically the behavior or attitude of the general community, or your target population, how is it affecting your topic of interest. And health service research is evaluating the health service itself. Like you do audits of the services being provided in the hospital, like how effectively is the outpatient department working, how effectively is the OT working, how effectively is the radiology department. Like now this effectiveness is like there are like variables, like number of patients cured, number of patients treated in given amount of time, delays in discharge, etc. All these things can be audited. Also health research can be outside the hospital. Health research can be evaluated at like multi-hospital level or throughout a community level ki like health delivery kitna ho raha hai. Jo PSM mein bhi study ki what is bed turnover ratio, or we say ki patient treatment ratio, treatment seeking behavior ratio, whatever ki jo health services delivery ho rahi hai, how is it being done. So what we think is a very narrow way ki okay, research can be only this or research can be only that, but these are all wider ways in which research can be done, and UGs can do it. The only thing UGs can be a bit hesitant about are clinical trials, but like small clinical trials can be done, which are like non-pharmacological intervention based, educational intervention based trials can be done by UGs. But proper big pharma sponsored ones are like kind of beyond our scope, but we might kind of get into it once we are experienced enough and have that kind of a network to get into it as a co-investigator. Okay, so what is the scope of any research idea? What we primarily think is just this, we either think in the way of an observational or an experimental study. But for a research, you can do a primary study or a secondary study. So there are way more options in secondary studies, and they are way more easier to do, and it requires less expertise as well. But there are certain drawbacks. So in secondaries, you can do reviews, which are either narrative, systematic, or meta-analysis. So these are in core analysis of papers that already exist. So you need to learn the methodology of how to review them accordingly. And the more shorter ones are shorter communications, that is led to editor commentaries and perspectives. However, like in the recent trends, I have noticed that UGs are preferring to do this short communications and narrative reviews more. Ideally, UGs should not be, because these are the things that are written by experts. like editorials commentaries are usually preferred to be written by experts and not students, but still some journals accept those, but try to do them only when you have good enough knowledge about that particular subject. Systematic reviews are much better and much more credible to do. Okay, now when it comes to primary research, you can either write case reports or do an original research. Now in an original research, again, you either observe whatever is happening or you experiment. Experiment is, again, like I told, a smaller level of clinical trial or an animal experiment can be done, or usually what we do is a observational study. So this is a navigation map. I guess yesterday it was talked about, so I would go much detail into it. I will just say ki, like today I'll tell you how to come up to step 7. That is like till 1 to 7 I'll cover everything ki how can you go from some idea that sparked in your mind to coming or like bringing it up on paper in a full-fledged protocol. So an idea has to fit it, like once you get an idea, like weigh it into all these categories. You think how feasible my idea is, you think how interesting it is, how novel it is, how ethical and how relevant it is. So now feasibility is a very key aspect for an undergraduate student to see. If you think that idea is like, you see that idea is groundbreaking idea, but you will have to see the cost implications of it. Will you be able to get funding? How many people you have in the team, and etc etc. Okay, so uske hisab se you plan it out accordingly. Similarly, interest and relevance is how the idea will impact once it is done. Like once your research is done, how relevant and how interesting it is, uske hisab se your research will have its impact. Novelty is what will make your idea stand out of it, and ethical implications are the things that IC will bring hurdle to you. Like you will have to see the patient populations, etc., that you are studying are not vulnerable, and you have to take proper consent, etc. You will have to see like feasibility and ethical go hand in hand. So to see all this, like to check for novelty, etc., you do literature search. Once you do literature search, what you get is you see what all things are there. So my idea of doing literature search is just randomly search your idea on Google and see what is available, and then go into detail into Google Scholar and then go into PubMed, because directly going into PubMed you will see, okay, मैंने search किया, I did not find anything, my idea is the best. ऐसा नहीं होता. So Google gives you random papers here and there, and you'll get some idea कि इस पे क्या हुआ है, and then you go into details of it. And once you find a rough idea, discuss it with faculty members, peers, especially the statistician. Analyze the inputs, screen them all, and then answer key what is the problem, how important is it to solve, what have the previous studies tried to address, and how do you plan to solve it, and what can be like ethical constraints, etc., and that will become the limitations of your study. So how do you find that particular research gap that will say कि अच्छा मेरी study नहीं है या मेरी study में कुछ नया आया है? So you have to see that study is attempted, partly solved, and has some limitations. So that you will only find when you do a good enough literature search, go through at least 15-20 studies and see कि okay, क्या क्या हुआ है, कौन सी country में क्या हुआ है, India में क्या हुआ है, and accordingly what the other co-investigator might have missed, उनके इसमें क्या limitations होते हैं, and how can I fit that gap. So how can you generate better evidence? If you found that some person did a cohort study and was not able to find something, and you are thinking okay, now I will do a cross-sectional study and eliminate that thing, then that will not work, because as the level of evidence goes on, someone has already done a study which is way higher than your study design, okay, for generating evidence. And even though you are trying to overcome the limitations, you will not be able to generate better level of evidence because the power of a study is less. So you have to see कि तुम्हारा जो idea है उस पे case reports, cross sectional studies किस तरह की type की है, और cross sectional study का तुम दूसरा cross sectional study you can make कि okay, this person had sampling limitations, or this person had population limitation, or did not account for these variables, so I will account for these. So always try to go one step higher when you are trying to generate better evidence, ideally. So to formulate a research question, there's a basic formula. It's called Picot formula, in which you see key, what is my population, what is my intervention or exposure, control and outcome. So population, suppose I am doing a study on, like, again I said, keeps prevalence of diabetes, suppose, I very vague example, but in young college going population. So my population becomes young college going. Exposure is now college going can be my exposure, कि like college going की वजह से उसमें क्या क्या risk factors है, that will become my exposure. I may or may not have a control group. ठीक है. Outcome is कि उनमें diabetes आ रहा है कि नहीं, कि कितना है, and time frame, we can keep a time frame when it's a cohort study or a clinical trial, etc. So time frame and control comes into place when it's either cohort, case control, or clinical trial kinds of a thing. But in a normal cross-sectional study, this much should be enough. Okay. In short, I'll just describe like what are the parts of protocol, and I'll show you some examples of my own, and then we'll wrap up in about 5-10 minutes. Okay, so for a protocol, you need to have. So I'll just tell you what a protocol is. So you have to, for you to do a research, you have to prepare a document which is a blueprint of your whole research idea, and you have to submit it to institutional ethics committee. Like, unless and until you do that, you cannot do a original research. For all the secondary researches and like the reviews and short communications, it is not required. It is required only for primary, like original research articles, observational and experimental researches. So you have to prepare a document with a title, introduction. So in the introduction, what you will write? Introduction is basically based on the literature search that you have done. So in the literature search, what you will do is you will write what is the problem. You will find like you will describe that with some statistics and cite some things, and say ki what is the gap, like what all gap did you find, and then describe ki why you are doing this study, ki like how will you like fit this gap, or how will you what will you do different than what was done in previous studies, and accordingly you will define your objectives. So to define your objectives, there is a like short formula. So this objectives has to be smart, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time bound. So it is like you cannot just write, okay, I want to find prevalence of diabetes. You have to be specific in like using what population in what frame of time. Like it has to be in a this formula. So you have to say ki you either say to determine, to describe, to find, to identify. You start with that, and then you define the variable, to find what, then in whom, using what. So this is a very simple formula that one of my seniors had given to me. So you can use the same. Similarly, you have to then describe your whole methodology. How are you going to achieve the objectives that you have defined? So you have to again say, suppose study design will be anything, cross-sectional cohort, trial, etc. Then you will define what population this. You have to define that in detail. Then site, if it's an online study, you will just say it will be an online survey, or if it's a hospital site, you will define that. Then you will describe population recruitment, how you will approach the participants, who all will be approached. Like recruitment and sampling goes hand in hand. So I'll describe sampling in detail later. Then you will describe the selection criteria, which becomes very, very essential. You will say like which kind of participants will be eligible in my study and which kind of participants will be excluded from my study. This is very, very important to define, otherwise study loses its validity. Data collection procedures, instruments, I'll explain. Yeah. Okay. So in sampling, basically we think we will just include anyone who is willing to participate in our study and any number of participants who are willing to participate in our study. That's now how it happens. So we have to consult a statistician or learn somehow from our own how to calculate a sample size and accordingly derive the sampling technique. Okay. So if we calculate, like if you are not able to calculate sample size, or the calculated sample size is too large according to our feasibility, suppose like I went to the statistician and he told suppose the sample size is 1200 and I am like, I cannot do that. So you can say that my study is a pilot study. So your study will not have full credibility, but it will say my study is done on a smaller level and someone else can build upon it. Okay, it will get published, but it's not on a greater level. So you will have to say that my study is a pilot study and we are taking this much sample to study this particular phenomena. Okay, and why sampling technique required is basically to say कि जो भी population को तो sample कर रहे हो उसे you have to representatively sample. Otherwise, you will just take a biased sample out of it. You will say कि first 5 आ गए. Suppose there are 100 patients in the line. Out of them, only 5 had diabetes, and those 5 were the first 5 in the line. And you sampled only the first 5, and you say 100% of the patients have diabetes. So that is wrong, right? So, इसलिए sampling technique is important. So there are various types of sampling techniques. I will not go into detail of them कि किसमें कैसा type of sampling होता है, but you can read about them later कि which sampling technique is applied where and how basically we use that. ठीक है? Personal recommendation, offline studies are much better than online studies, because in online studies sampling becomes very tough. You can only do convenient and snowball sampling. Like random sampling or systematic random becomes feasible only when you have multiple co-investigators at multiple sites. So otherwise, so if you are doing online, then just try to maintain representation if possible. Otherwise, just do a large sample. I think like do it in 500 or at least 1000 ka sample. Otherwise, online study loses its credibility. So other thing is what we mainly use is questionnaire and scales. So this may be what we try to do is पहले हमें कुछ idea आया, we start making questions on our own कि okay, we will ask this, we will ask that, etc. That is a very bad approach. What we should first do is whatever thing we thought, we should look for questionnaires already existing online for that, because validating a questionnaire is a very long job and we are not aware of that. So there are pre-validated scales and questionnaires available which are pre-validated online. So we have to search for them, and if not available, then only start making our own scale. Okay. So if there are multiple scales available, check कि किसका sensitivity, specificity, validity, content validity के basis पे you can compare, and then you add additional variables. Like suppose you found you wanted to study depression, stress, anxiety, aggression, and loneliness, but you found scales for only 3 of them. So you can add questions for rest 2 of them. Okay, so it is at least saving your time. So that is how you can do. So once you have started self-designing a questionnaire, you have to do a thorough literature review कि क्या available है उस चीज के बारे में, what all factors affect, what all do not affect. Then do a good discussion among faculty members. Do like interview faculties or the people whom you are administering them. Discuss first among them, make the questionnaire, and again re-administer among them. कि like do a 2-time open-ended pilot survey कि पहले तुम पूछो कि उन्हें क्या प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है, उसके बेसिस पे you make something, then administer them, then ask कि what all things you found कि could have been better in this, कि I missed some responses that you wanted to respond, etc. And then accordingly, once that is made, choose things wisely कि like some places checkbox are not to be used, some places Likert skills need not be used, some places like appropriately the question type needs to be there. And most importantly, if you have made a new questionnaire, it has to be validated. The process of validation is content validation के लिए you give the questionnaire to 5 experts and tell them to rate each question out of 3, and then you calculate content validity ratio. You can read about them आराम से बाद में. So at the end of the protocol, you write what are the implications of your study, what is the expected or gain from the research proposal, and like what is the scientific advancement, etc. could have been done. And at the end, referencing needs to be done in Vancouver format and in a way such that it is properly arranged, and citations have to be in sequence. Like you have to cite like 1, 2, 3, and again if 1 is being cited, you have to again cite 1, not 4. Like same reference वापस नीचे आया तो वापस it will come 1. So ऊपर का citations will be based on नीचे का referencing number, not the vice versa. Okay. So try to cite as much as recently published things as possible, like whatever you are referencing or citing in the introduction or even in the manuscript. You can try and do that. Apart from that, I'll not take much of a time here. Okay. Alicia, are there any questions for me? Or like I have mostly summarized this protocol aspect somehow, and if something is there in the chat box, or I can cover that.
Yes, thank you so much for this wonderful session. Well, I guess there are no questions that I can see here.
Okay, something that you want to ask or anything?
Okay, someone
Was
is
I
asking,
clear?
what is a research protocol?
What is research protocol? Okay, I kind of tried to explain that. So just one word, it's a blueprint of whatever you're gonna do. Okay, so you have to explain each and everything that you will do, each step of it in a detailed manner, so that the person who is like, someone has to be accountable for whatever you have done. So you submit this protocol to the ethics committee, and they are accountable to whatever you are doing. Any deviation you do or anything apart from what you have written you do, then they question you, and then something goes haywire, etc. So research protocol is the proposal that you are giving to two kind of people. One is IC committee, and one, if you are applying for some grant, etc. Okay, this things that I am gonna do, and it gives you a good explanation of your methodology and keeps accountability as well.
Yes, that's all that we have for you. Thank you so much for
Okay,
taking our
then.
time and having this wonderful session on research and its importance and its
Okay.
citation and protocol.
Okay. Thank you. So if anyone wants
Anything
the
that you would
links,
like to add as a last a note to your session?
nothing much. Just like if you want to pursue research, pursue it with your whole heart and not just for the sake of publication. Pursue it for the sake of understanding it and generating good evidence. And in case if you want to know more or learn more, you can reach out to me from like these IDs. And if you want any links, I can share those later. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Sirish sir. Now we'll move on to our next speaker. That is Ms. Nikita Pandit ma'am. She is the founder and editor at the Innovative Publication and has been doing tremendously good job in publication and research. So she'll be discussing on research and the roadmap and how can it implement through the different research welfare societies. So she's also associated with IEFRSF. That is also an initiative, an NGO that is running through the innovative publication. So I wholeheartedly welcome you, ma'am, and over to you.
Thank you, Alicia, and good evening to all the dignitaries, delegates, and participants of Medxa 22. And I would like to congratulate all the young researchers to conduct this academic feast. It is very helpful for the other researchers and upcoming generation of young participants to get more information about research and research ecosystem, etc. I just listen the presentation by Dr. Rao, and I admire a lot because most of the point which he covered is seriously a need of ours, because research is required to do hardly, but it must be required a publication part also, because if you can't publish, it perish. So definitely we have to publish the work which we want to do and which we did in a form of research for the society, because the research is for society itself. So now Aisha, let me share my screen. I took around 10 to 12 minutes to explain my thought on this particular topic. Thank you. Yes. My screen is visible. Aisha, my screen is
Yes,
visible.
yes, it is visible.
And it is fully visible, right?
Yes, completely.
Thank you. So I would like to give a small note on role of academic societies in development of research. Just like today we are sitting and discussing on a platform, FMSA. Right. This is a platform which is prepared by a group of students, a group of doctors, researchers, etc. So the community is must required for a same fraternity to make a good ecosystem, that is a research ecosystem where we get more information about this all things. So I would like to start with a quote which I found on Google, that is, global success is shared interest of both society and research. So itself, this line, this particular quote explain full thing that the society and research must be hand in hand for the development of and the exploration of a research which is in our mind. So why I'm selecting this topic for today's conversation, the figure which I used in my slide, that science, technology, and innovation, this all run together in a private form to make this social, economic, environmental, cultural challenges require science and technology innovation, that is STI, to be woven into fabric of society. Everyone is on a single platform and discussing about the peers on the same particular topic of a same interest. So this is the matter. That's why we are discussing this topic on an academic feast like today. So people are thinking and talking about research culture. Every one of us is talking about that. The research cultures here is little bit tough. Here it is political, here it is economic, etc., etc. So there are number of questions every time is in a general discussion with all of us. So what we find that a research ecosystem must be required to give the best result in the research and its publication itself, because the peers and critics peers is also very important in the good research or good research publications. So what is research culture comprises? The research culture encompasses the behavior, values, expectation, attitude, and norms of our research communities. It influences research career path and determine the way the research is conducted and communicated. Just like Dr. Rao had shared before me, that we have to do research only not for publication, but wholeheartedly and for the society and for ourselves and for the nearby required. Just like we are going through a pandemic, and if we are researching on the society's other impacts, so there is not need of that particular research at this particular time. Yeah, but the impact of different activities on in the pandemic is must required to be researched. So wholeheartedly and required emphasis on a particular topic is very important for the research at a time. So what the societies did actually, just like today we are on a platform in which number of young researchers, senior researchers, and the academicians academicians who did their work and get much experience than us. They all are on a single platform. So these societies create a research ecosystem, just like researchers need an ecosystem where they require support to get knowledge, to discuss, to explore, transfer of technology. Like-minded subject specialists are here. Critics of subject specialties also here, and that is must required, because once if critics are there, then we are giving more entitled to that particular criteria of the research. And career path research and research integrity, rewards and recognition, open science and collaboration in the research system is there. So the societies, it helps to create the research ecosystem. So this must be, I have to discuss in my previous or the first slide, but I am using here importance of research because I want to tell you that why we are discussing this topic today. So that's why I started from there. But now it is the important slide which we have to be understand that the importance of research is in the role of discovering new treatments and making sure that we the existing treatment in a best possible ways, and research can find answer to things that are unknown, filling gaps in knowledge and changing way in healthcare professional work. This is for the healthcare, but research is also important to academic research facilities learning. Researchers highlights the issue, research help in growth of the business, and academic research leads to the personal growth of the researchers or the students too. So this is the importance of research. What is the basics of research? More of the basics we had already listened in my previous presentation by Dr. Rao. So it is helpful, it is useful in the knowledge through publication and intellectual properties. It is used to impact the tacit knowledge which is embedded in the training and mobility. It can be used to create new scientific instruments and methodology. Research can be used to form collaboration and networks, example, addressing global challenges, etc. It brings about the changes in organization structure and changes in behavior, service delivery standard, ethical framework, etc. Innovation indicate high rate of returns on research, and several innovation could not have been introduced without the contribution of public research. So the basic of research are the knowledge through which have on a single open platform, and through the publication. So what is the relation between higher education and research? So teaching enhances the development of a student. Research advances the development of new knowledge. So this line itself gives the full impact and answer that how education and research is go hand in hand together. And service contribute to the growth of non-academic, professional, academic, or the college and university community. Education, higher education, organization, and community must be go to hand in hand for the best research and best research results too. So what these academic societies and professional societies help us to get this research ecosystem. It helps in to get away of finding new opportunities, helps in promotion and sharing of valuable information, helps in nourishment for the mind, leads to better understanding of issues, professional learning of a subject, open new doors for opportunities, builds knowledge and makes learning more efficient. innovation in research, capacity building for research, more about research and research mentorship, publication, and research disseminations. So these all points, I mean, this is the benefits from the academic societies or professional societies. So gateway to finding opportunities is like it enables the researcher to access their potential, achieve their goals through available opportunities in a form of a specialized subject. Education, fellowships, fundings, training, grant, initiative enables researchers address social issues, broaden one's social networks, raises awareness, helps an individual secure support, and contribute to the ability of individual to make life-changing decisions. So this type of opportunities these societies are giving helps in promotion and sharing the valuable information, just like reading, writing, and stimulate the compulsion and comprehension. Reading opens the mind of to knowledge. Writing enables an individual transforms ideas to more concrete prescriptive based on understanding, and researchers share information through several peer interaction process involving speaking, reading, writing, listening. Just like on the platform which societies and academic societies provided, we have a number of conference, webinars, short talks, etc. So here we discuss about the emerging research topics and what we are researching on and what we are getting the result through that. So this all it helps in the promotion and this, and helps in the nourishment of mind too. Just because here what happen is there are number of things are going on a single field. If we are taking an example of pandemic, so there are number of things are going socio-economic impact. So number of socio and economic peoples are researching on that impact of pandemic or to the lifestyle or the livelihood of a peoples. Then medical impact and pharmaceutical impact. So number of peoples are doing working on the vaccination, and the result is that we find the vaccination very soon. And other peoples are working on the education impact, how this pandemic impacted on education. So different field peoples are working on different subject topics, and this helps, this ecosystem helps the peoples to getting aware about the work which is going into their own fraternity or specialization. So here I shared a picture where it gives the nourishment to the mind of researcher, and it is the group of qualified professional global trends and impact of the research. So it leads better understanding, professional learning of the subject institution may use to add value to our businesses, and the different learning reflection. Once we learn something, then we have to disseminate and transfer it to the our students and the young researchers. Then they again learn that and then explore with the part, and in this way this particular spreading of a knowledge is going away and away. Open the new doors of opportunities because we you seen first we do the undergraduate, then then graduate, and then more specialization, MD, etc., then fellowships, and after that we have postdoctorate, doctorate. Number of things are there, so it create a unique gateway to take a size of opportunities, builds knowledge and making learning and publication. So international journals, you can must publish your research in international or national journals. Publication in the journals fall in a scope of studies. Specialized journals are there, open access peer review journals are there, and these are archived on various repositories in the world. So your work is visible on this platform like Chorus, like PubMed, and number of indexing database and repositories are available online for access of these knowledges. And how this helps in the research dissemination, this platform, because this platforms are providing conference, webinar, seminar, workshop, paper presentation, publications, etc. We discuss on this type of platform. So definitely this helps to promote your research and your ideas to everywhere in the fraternity as well as in the globe. So that's why this is the a few acknowledgement. One of my mentor, Dr. A.S. Jha, Dr. Lalit Gupta, and I get this informations through various societies website like COPE, that is Committee of Publication Ethics, WAM, World Association of Medical Education, Medical Editors, and WHO and IESRF, etc. I acknowledge the use of various online training, training material, which is the major source of information used in this slide presentation. Thank you all. Thank you, Aisha. Over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for providing on insights of how one can do research and what are publications they can reach out to. So whoever are listening to us, Innovative Publication provides a platform to publish your research. So instead of, your research goes waste or, it's not getting accepting anywhere, Innovative Publication would help you to refine your research and you can publish your research on this platform. Thank you so much, ma'am. You're doing a very good work.
Can I use 1 more minute of yours?
Sure, sure.
Thank you. As Aisha informed, that Innovative Publication is a publisher, but here in Innovative Education and Scientific Research Foundation, as a philanthropist, we are a group of 5,000, more than 5,500 editors and academicians here, and we want to support the researchers of India to get a good platform to explore their work, because you know that maximum work of ours is gone on the international repositories and it must required, but the pathway is not clear to much of the researchers. So we are helping here to get giving them a knowledge that how they can get the path to publish in any of the journal. Not I'm not using any specific publisher's name, but any of the publications journal. Thank you. If you like to know more about IESRF, please visit the website, that is www.iesrf.org, or connect at editor.iesrf@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm sure students would like to associate those who are interested in research. Thank you once again for taking out time and being here present and giving insights on how to do research and various research societies who are ready to support young researchers. Thank you so much. Now I would like to call upon our next speaker for today, that is Dr. Akshat Juneja. He's one of the YouTube educator and someone a lot of students look after when it comes to education and YouTube. So he's also a final year MBBS student and doing tremendously well with about 80,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel. Welcome, sir. Are you here with us?
Hi, Arisha. Thank you so much for providing this opportunity to interact with
It's completely my honor.
Right. Thank you so much.
So we have a set of questions for you because you are a famous and successful YouTube educator. And I remember I met you when you were just starting your YouTube. You just had 2,000 subscribers, and the journey from 2,000 to 80,000 was just about 3-4 months, I guess. So in this span of time, you've achieved a lot. And even I am someone who is on YouTube, but I do not have that motivation to make videos all along. So it would be an interesting, fun session. So first of all, I would like you to introduce yourself. Like, what do you do? What all are your hobbies? What do you like? What do you dislike to our audiences?
Right. So thank you, Alicia. So hello, everyone. This is Akshat Juneja. Some of you might be knowing me from my YouTube channel. So basically, I am a final year MBBS student from Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh, and my final year is about to end. So just 1 month more, then I'll be officially the doctor and intern. So like as Alicia mentioned, in my pastime, I also look forward in making YouTube videos. Apart from that, I love playing badminton and all other sports as well. So in my daily schedule goes like, since it's final year, it's very hectic, but the main purpose is that I devote some of the time to some leisure one. So in that, I like to do yoga as well in the morning and play badminton in the evening. So this is a typical schedule, although right now my exams are ongoing. So I was having a holiday today for a couple of 2-3 days. So I thought that, okay, we can do an interaction here. So yes, I have my surgery too on 20th. So yes, looking forward to it.
Great. Thank you so much for taking out time. You have busy schedule, exams, and still, the motivation that you carry is something that a lot of people should learn from. So the first and foremost thing that I would like to ask you is that, when you are a YouTuber and when you're an educator, you need to learn, you need to prepare. And then you need to, showcase whatever you are preparing. Maybe it is in a form of PPT or a presentation or your handwritten notes or whatever. So, you need time to prepare your notes, your presentation, and then make videos. So it is not a very, easy job to do. It's not like vlogging, you go hospital and you do. So it takes a lot of efforts, time, and also you need to concentrate. You need your minds to be there when you actually make a video. So how do you manage your time? Because you're also studying and you're also making videos, and you said sometimes you have exams, sometimes you are tired, but you still keep going. I never see that you do not post any new videos. Every week there's something on the other thing that you're doing. So how this motivation?
Right. So thank you so much for admiring again. So basically, yeah, the problem with educational video is that only that, whenever we study from any book or any notes, it's very easy. We understand the topic and now it's very good. But when you want to teach it to someone, you can't just, pen down your own notes and explain it to them. For explaining anything, you require very detailed conversation. You need to go for that topic in much detail and try to simplify. So always what I do is that, suppose I have read, like I started with first year MBBS lectures. So at that time when I started, I obviously had to revise for my own NEET PG preparation, which was ongoing as well. So I thought that, okay, how I should, connect it with the students. So now if I am a first year student or if I am someone who is new to the subject, what I do is I always think कि मुझे एकदम basic से समझाओ. So like if you might have watched The Office web series, so उसमें जो Michael Scott रहता था, he always used to say, "Ki explain me this thing like I'm a 5-year-old child," right? So that is what my vision is. कि मतलब I don't know anything about the topic, and जो देख रहे हैं उनको भी कुछ नहीं आता है. So we need to start from very basic. Now the problem with the मतलब in short, अब the मतलब एक shortcoming जो रहती है कि medical lectures are always very long and kind of dready. मतलब आपको देखने में भी you require efforts. So what the second challenge was to make it a little bit interesting and in the same time make it very short. Because I only prefer like अगर 20 minutes से ज़्यादा का video है, तो even I know that I can't watch it in one sitting. I'll obviously take breaks and I'll take it as something कि मुझे यार वो करना पड़ रहा है, right? But on the similar note, if I make it say 10-minute, 15-minute video, उसमें मैं पूरा cover कर पाऊँ with mnemonic या with some concept. So again, that would be something like fun कि कोई comedy का video हम 10 मिनट का देख ही सकते हैं. So on that similar background, I started making videos. So my purpose was very clear that once I am well versed with a topic, I used to refer the textbook. So now the textbook referring was not something which I read it thoroughly, because in my third year or final year, I can't study VD or Russia right now. So what I would do is I would just prepare an outline from that particular, textbook, make some good notes out of that topic. And this was the only cumbersome process. So what I used to do is I devoted one day in a week in which I prepared all the presentations for the entire week. So what happened is, suppose I am doing upper limb ka video lectures. So I went through the BD Chaurasia of upper limb and I quickly made notes for the entire day. But it used to be around 10 to 20 videos at a particular time. So now what I have to do is every day I have to just record some of the videos, right? So this is how I started my journey. Ki at least क्योंकि एक दिन हम relax करते ही हैं. So maybe half day you can relax, half day you can devote to your YouTube. So in that I prepared some presentations and I recorded them subsequently. फिर as and when the channel started growing, I came to know कि students को एक और perspective चाहिए होता है, guidance, because now some are going to give exams, some are maybe starting off, so they don't know how to study. They have got the videos, they have got many better platforms. It's not like that they are surviving only on YouTube, but what is essential is the guidance component. So then many students started asking me some particular question that how to read this, how to read that. So I entered another field of guidance. So guidance videos are something which are very personal to me, because those are the mistakes that I might have committed at my time, and those are the mistakes that I would advise ki koi commit na kare, because at the end you start learning MBBS in a very sequential manner. You start at the first day of first year, you know nothing. Maybe in first year end होते होते तक आपको समझ में आता है पढ़ना कैसे, राइट? सेकंड ईयर खत्म होते होते आपको समझ में आता है कि क्या क्या पढ़ना है. थर्ड ईयर में पूरा स्पेक्ट्रम चेंज हो जाता है, फाइनल ईयर का काफी प्रेशर आ जाता है. तो दैट्स व्हाट माय कंसेप्ट इज कि एक गाइडेंस देना है और एक एजुकेशनल वीडियोस बनाना है.
Great. So the next question that I would like to ask you is, what is the biggest learning experience that you have had out of the whole journey from YouTube when you had no subscribers to 80,000? You must have any specific learning that you want to share.
Right. So the biggest learning that I would say is कि once you start making educational videos on YouTube, जो टिपिकल एक यूट्यूबर वाला ऑरा रहता है वो आपको इतना इजीली नहीं मिल पाता है. बिकॉज क्या होता है कि एजुकेशनल वीडियो है, अगर इफ राइट नाउ आई अपलोड एनी वीडियो ऑफ से अपर लिम्ब एनाटॉमी, नॉट एवरीवन वुड बी कीन टू वॉच इट राइट नाउ. Maybe they will watch it after month, maybe they will watch it later. So the only thing required in educational videos is your patience. You should be patient with the subscriber count, with the views count. You can't go like okay, I'll upload the video today, I'll get 50,000 views. So that's the thing कि जो typical हम YouTube सोचते हैं कि जो already काफी established YouTubers जिनको हम देखते हैं already, तो हमें लगता है यार ऐसा कुछ होना चाहिए. But in educational video you need to have very much patience. आपको कभी-कभी लगेगा कि मैं जो content बना रहा हूँ maybe it's useful for the audience or not. But at the long run, like when I started, I guess 19 batch was having their final exams in say 1 to 2 months. So at that time, the feedback which I got in my initial period was very great, because students used my videos literally. मतलब my college students तो send me the screenshots of कि देखो आपके notes लिख के आए हैं हम final exam में. So this was something which was very sort of mesmerizing. And the main the one click message is have patience with your educational channel.
Okay. And what is one of the biggest regrets that you've had in your life?
Regrets in general in life is not starting YouTube earlier, because basically I started it in my third year, which was already a half gone. So like when you start, you have to devote a large amount of time in building your channel. But at the end, धीरे धीरे वो चीज easy हो जाती है. But I started it in such a late phase कि अब final year आते आते it already become very difficult for me. So yes, if I would have started it in first or second year, then things would have definitely been different. Although it does not make much sense now, because okay, I have managed to do those things. So yes, this is kind of a regret.
Okay. So the one thing that every YouTuber wishes is growing their subscriber base. So how did you manage to grow from 0 to 80,000? Like, did you put any extra efforts? How many videos did you put a day? And
right.
Something on the same lines.
Right. So as I said, so the initial journey of say 0 to 1,000 subscribers is the most difficult phase. So like when I started, I remember you had a Telegram group also. I guess I contacted you for, posting it in your Telegram group, the link of my video. So the initial 1000 subscribers were a little difficult to get. You need to contact your friends to, help them, ask them कि the juniors जो हैं उनको तक पहुंचाएं. My juniors were very supportive in my college. They were the reason that I started the channel. And then they only took the initiative. I guess I had around 20-25 juniors who took the responsibility of spreading it to the other juniors of their own batchmates of other colleges. So that was an initial sort of boost. So I gained 5,000 subscribers very quickly in that particular charge. And then basically, once you get in the YouTube algorithm, many of you might be knowing that once YouTube gets to know that, okay, the videos are good, the channel is doing well, then you have to do nothing. You have to just keep posting. The YouTube will take care of its own. It will recommend your videos, and your audience will definitely, mouth publicity, jo jisko hum kehte hain, ki basically one of the student who watched the video, he'll obviously tell to his friend ki you can watch from there as well. So this is how the subscriber, the only advantage of, educational YouTube channel is you don't have to worry about the subscriber or, gaining new learners, because it's a gradual process. Now, when 19 batches, already done with their first year for a quite well of time, the 20-21 batches are, saying me that unke senior ne channel recommend kiya. So I don't know the people who are recommending this to everyone even now. And that is why the channel is, in automatically growth condition.
Yes, when you have good juniors and when they support you a lot, it really means a lot, though they are juniors, but they care for you. And I think every college must have such juniors who support the seniors, and they're not afraid of the seniors. They are happy when the senior grows. So that is one of the greatest thing that I've learned or listened to in the whole series of the conference from yesterday, 10 a.m. to today. Definitely a wonderful thing. And the other thing that I've learned is to stay happy. So these were the two major learnings that I had. Well, the next question that I wanted to ask you was, when you are a YouTuber, and as you said, you have juniors. So there must be some professors also who would be like, yeah, बहुत आ गया है, बहुत पढ़ाने लगे हो, अब तो. So how do you tackle that? Because this has happened a lot of times to a lot of YouTubers who are educators who are just starting, even myself. So how do you tackle such kind of questions?
Right. So definitely, one thing about teaching a particular thing is that people usually think कि पहले पूरा MBBS खत्म कर लो फिर पढ़ाना MBBS का. Right, अभी पढ़ाना है तो maybe NEET UG के बच्चों को आप पढ़ा सकते हो. But the thing is that then I thought कि यार अगर मैं MBBS के बाद पढ़ाना, अगर मेरे को, I always love teaching. I always taught my juniors offline in the college as well before COVID happened. So I always loved teaching. मैं एक रात पहले बायोकेमिस्ट्री हमारे कॉलेज में भी जो हमारे 6-7 जूनियर जिनको मैं रात में बिठाता था, और एक रात पहले before their exam we need to finish the entire biochem. So that was my passion, sort of. I love teaching as well. So और उससे खुद को भी काफी अच्छे से याद रहता है चीजों को. So but then I thought of it in the COVID times कि I can start a YouTube channel. But the challenge was that everyone thought that you should be teaching NEET UG only. But then teaching NEET UG was sort of a dry thing because it wouldn't help me in my clinicals. So what I thought was कि even an intern, or if you are a first year PG, maybe if you take medicine, surgery, whatever, it won't be possible for you to teach, right? You can only teach after 30 years of your age when you are a settled physician. So that time it would become very different. So I thought let's give it a try. Whatever will be the sort of criticism or maybe appreciation, I'll tackle it at that time. So interestingly, my bond with my professors in my first year MBBS was very well. Our professors are very supportive in this particular aspect. So one day our biochemistry HOD sir, he saw my videos as well, and he called me that, okay, I have seen your videos, and he was really happy with that. So it was not something like he criticized or something. And he in fact said that, okay, I also teach biology, but biochemistry, but you have also taught it really well. And even he said about me in the class, in the lecture as well. So yes, although I haven't faced any direct criticism from any of my professors as such, but yes, there's a significant amount of, think कि हाँ ये चीज तो maybe later you can do, but again the vision should be very clear that you are not someone being just a teacher. It's not like I have to make my own coaching, I have to make my own something like that. So it was just you should think that as an exercise to revise your own concept. So you should think it as कि मैं खुद ही को पढ़ा रहा हूँ. आप ये मत सोचो कि you are teaching it to someone, you have to be a teacher, you have to sell your courses, whatever. So now when you think in that particular perspective of say commercialization or something like that, it becomes a different thing. But you need to just think about कि okay, when I was in first year, मुझे brachial plexus समझ आ जाता था, याद नहीं हुआ. So what I should do is I should make a mnemonic. I should explain it to the audience. Those who would like it, they would, follow the video. Otherwise, it's well and fine. So you need to always have that mindset of taking it as a hobby rather than being a, professional professor. You need not to have that particular thing in your mind.
Okay. So lastly, what I would ask you is some fun questions about you, and then we'll end this. So because now you are no less than a Met celeb, so let's do it. What's your favorite color?
Favorite color?
You have to be
Blue.
very spontaneous. You cannot,
Blue.
think also. Okay.
Blue.
Favorite hobby?
Badminton.
Favorite sport?
Badminton again.
Again, badminton.
Watching cricket.
Okay, favorite food?
Favorite?
Food.
Favorite food? Aloo chaat and all that, jo street food रहता है basically.
Okay, what's the one destination that you always want to go to?
I always
favorite
want
destination?
Italy.
Okay. What's something you are tired of?
Studying it right now.
Who do you turn to when you are sad?
So I always go to my sister. She's like biggest source of guidance for me, and she's very calm. I am sort of type A personality, जिसको हर चीज जल्दी चाहिए. But she's quite the opposite. She's like सब शांत धीरे it will get all better.
Okay. What's a trend you would like to disappear forever?
Studying for exams. You should study in general to enjoy the process. But if you study for any exam, only for that exam, I think that is the very devastating thing because it really takes on the mental pressure. Although exams के एक महीने पहले बात अलग होती है, but if you start studying just for exams right from your first day, then it becomes a very burdening task. We should change in medical field at least.
Okay. What's the one thing that you had to learn the hard way?
Learn the hard way. Discipline. I'm very undisciplined. I am someone who can make very good schedules and timetables and strategies, but when it comes to following, अगर मेरा एक भी session miss out होता है तो I get very angry and मुझे बिल्कुल समझ नहीं आता है. तो धीरे अब like once I started YouTube life इतनी unhappening इतना सारे events ऐसे आने लग गए you can never estimate. Like right now I am giving a conference and I have my exam in 3 days. So this is something that I learned I need to balance all those that life have to offer.
Okay. What's the best thing that has happened this year?
This year, basically, there are many good things happened. But yes, right now my final year is about to end. So I think that's the best thing that could have ever happened to me.
Okay. What's the one thing that you don't want to do in next 10 years?
Next 10 years.
Like you want to get rid of that thing.
Just a second. There's nothing like that as such, which is very daunting to me at right now.
Okay.
Maybe I would like to travel more. Last 2 to 3 years, I have not traveled a lot. I have not even gone to a single good trip. 1-2 trips I have taken, but I want to travel a lot in the next upcoming times.
Okay, so the next question is, what's your favorite movie?
My favorite movie is always Bollywood style, and right now it's KGF 1 and 2 both.
Okay. What's a movie that made you cry?
KGF again. It's very emotional story if you have regarding Rocky and his mother particularly.
What's your favorite dessert?
Chocolate roulade.
What's something that you always travel with?
MacBook, क्योंकि अब YouTube भी हो गया तो laptop के बगैर I can't imagine a day.
What's something you cannot do?
I can't do gymming as such. I tried giving 3 attempts of going to a gym, and after 1 week I gave up every time. And this in my internship I'll give it another attempt, and I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it again.
Okay. If you are not a YouTuber or a educator at YouTube or a doctor, what would you be doing?
I would be a sort of, I do MBA and I would be a businessman.
Okay. Besides your phone and wallet, what's the must thing that you have it in your bag?
Phone and wallet, headphones, I would say.
What's the one thing you wish you knew at the age of 18?
To go steady. I like in my first year also, I although enjoyed a lot, but I also had a lot of stress कि यार हर एग्जाम में अच्छा करना ही है, हर चीज में अच्छा पढ़ना ही है. फर्स्ट ईयर में अभी नीट यूजी देकर आए हैं, नीट यूजी के रिजल्ट से और बेटर करना है. So that one thing that you need to chill, you need to stay in the moment, because ultimately what you have now is the best thing that you can ever have. So please enjoy that and don't always keep looking for future or materialistic things as such.
Okay. If you had to switch your lives with one person for a day, who would that person be?
Virat Kohli.
Okay. Is it for the cricket that he plays or for Anushka Sharma?
It's surely for the cricket. जो audience का एक stadium में जो एक boost आता है, that's something very phenomenal.
Okay. If you could rate one doctor's cabin, who would that be?
One
doctor's cabin.
Doctors. What doctors?
Cabin, or you say chamber.
Achha.
Doctor's
Okay.
chamber. Yeah.
So I have to rate it.
Raid. Like,
Okay.
You get a chance to take away whatever you want from that cabin. So who would that doctor be?
So like I have I know one doctor in Indore. He's a very famous dermatologist. So his clinic itself is something which is very phenomenal, right from the aesthetics to the he has won this particular collection of some very rare stones in this world. So I would really want to have that thing.
Okay. How do you start your day?
I start my day basically just trying to wake up, and then once I wake up, so I have a sort of 2 glasses of warm water, and then I do nothing for half an hour. I just sit back and relax, and after that I start thinking whatever I have to do in that day.
Okay. What's your guilty pleasure?
My guilty pleasure is watching too much of web series, even if next day I have to make some important YouTube video, and I always get a bit late in making the videos which I have already scheduled.
Okay. What's that something that you notice when you meet someone new?
I basically notice their shoes as particularly.
Okay. What's the best compliment that you ever gotten from someone? Like.
So like if we talk academically, so I helped this one junior again on my YouTube channel whom I don't know, and he was like, I guess he tried MBBS first year 4 times. He could not make it, he could not pass it. And then maybe once he watched my videos and also he gave in his own efforts, he made it. So that message and the call that we had was something very phenomenal, because that's when you come to know that, okay, how someone has, evolved because of you.
Okay, so this were the questions from my side. It was an amazing interactive session, and we hope we have more sessions in future. And I hope you grow more. And when we meet next, maybe you have 100K subscribers. I wish good luck to you. And definitely you are going to cross 1 lakh subscribers now, as far as I know. It won't be too late. So we'll be having a conference again very soon. Thank you so much for joining and putting up your valuable time and efforts, even though you have exams. We are really glad that you made up, and we are really honored that you provided us your time for this conference.
Thank you so much, Alicia. I remembered, when I used to attend all these seminars, and from there to, speaking it for the first time in a particular seminar, it's truly a magical phenomenon. And also your questions were really great. I felt sort of, coffee with Karan wale vibes aa gaye. So thank you so much for
Definitely,
that.
I'm going to start something like that, coffee with Karan wala scene with doctors and people who are medical entrepreneurs, for sure.
Right.
That is in my mind for sure. As your passion is teaching, my passion is hosting and taking interviews. So I hope someday we make up that kind of thing for doctors.
Sure. Great initiative. So thank you so much for inviting me, and I hope the audience.
Lastly, I would like to ask you if you have any message for medical students or young doctors who's watching this.
Right. So everyone, the only message that I would like to give is that please start whenever you wish to. There will be no ideal time to start anything. It's not like YouTube. Maybe whatever you want to do right from your 12th class की जब हमने सोचा था कि हम नीट यूजी निकाल के ये चीज करेंगे. So it's very important to start that. You need not to think कि मैं डॉक्टर बन जाऊं फिर करूंगा. Because right you cross your second year MBBS, things will get very difficult, and after that there won't be any particular time when you will get time to do some particular thing. It will be always like you need to take out some time of your daily schedule. Maybe like I did was one day in a particular week. So if you are chilling on Sunday, so maybe half day you can enjoy and half day you can do some of your work. So it's very important to always keep a positive attitude that you need to start right now, you need to act right now, and don't always keep postponing things for later or feeling sorry that I can't do this right now. If you have any particular passion, please have no regrets. And if your passion is, doing very well in MBBS, then definitely you will be able to do well if you are all at all balanced. Because once you follow some particular hobbies, this gives a very great push to your dopamine levels. And ultimately जो आप इतना टाइम पढ़ने में लगाते हो तो आपका वो टाइम भी कम हो जाता है, because आपका जो मूड अच्छा रहता है तो सारे काम भी अच्छे से हो जाते हैं. So this is the only message कि please don't make only MBBS में पढ़ना है as an excuse to your hobbies, to your passion. Follow whatever you need, time खुद by खुद निकल आएगा. Thank you so much, Alicia. You are mute.
Thank you so much, sir. It was wonderful having you here, and congratulations again on your success of your YouTube channel. And I hope you'll also be an intern very soon. So congratulations for having that title doctor that you're waiting for so long.
Thank you so much. I'll just take a picture so that I could keep it as a moment that when I gave my first sort of conference.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next speaker, is there anything that you have to say?
No, thank you everyone for your time.
So everyone, please subscribe to Dr. Akshat Juneja, sir. that was the one thing that is left, and do also subscribe to All India Medicos. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much again. So our next speaker for today's conference is our guest of honor for the closing ceremony. That is Dr. Prashant Kumar Singh, who's the national convener for 2022 for Indian Medical Association at Medical Students Network. I wholeheartedly welcome him to this ceremony, and he would be definitely talking about a very good topic, that is commercialization in medicine. And this is one of the very great topics that he has chose for this evening. And welcome, sir, and thank you for accepting the invite. And in very short span of time, you are ready with a great topic. So over to you. You're not audible, sir. You're not audible. Hello? Yes, you're not audible. No. Even now, you're not audible. Maybe there's some problem with your microphone. We cannot hear you. Hello? Hello, everyone. Dr. Prashant sir is facing some network issues, so he'll be joining us back in a short while. Till then, I'd like to take the honor to welcome Dr. Karthik Prabhu sir, who's the chairman at Indian Medical Association Medical Students Network, and is tremendously working for the welfare of medical students. So I welcome you again to our very medical conference, that is Medxa 2022. And I would like you to say a few words for our medicos. And again, thank you so much for taking out time and being with us and hearing us patiently, and also delivering something that would be useful for the young medicos.
Thank you. Thank you, Alicia. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah, fine. Again, I wish Alicia, as a person, as a medical student, you have conducted this virtual conference on your own. It's nice to know from you. And Medical Students Network, as a chairman, I'm very happy to see a lot of medical students coming up with various new opportunities and ways in which to inspire the other students also to come into this team. That is good. So I just need to make a small note and a small presentation on the way forward of how medical community is going to go. So who are medical students here inside the room who are watching this? I would like to give a small gist that some 5 to 10 years from now, we would be having close to around 80,000 doctors per annum coming out every year, pan-India. So there's going to be a huge group of doctors who are coming inside. It's fine. There are going to be many competitions, many for the survival, whether it be salaries, whether it be insurance rates, there will be so many issues. So friends, I'm telling you, the student life is the best part of your life. Enjoy it. And the only one thing which is lagging in the medical community is unity, I would say. If today's students is tomorrow's doctors, and tomorrow's doctors are the tomorrow's medical community people. We have a common ideology. We understand the problems, what we have in common. We really understand it to the grassroots, where bodies like our Indian Medical Association really and genuinely fight for the common cause as to what is true, what is really required for our survival and our dignity, and negotiate it with the government. Such a wonderful body is our Indian Medical Association, and it also has a wing called Medical Students Network. And if all of you are part of it and try to understand what are the challenges that we are facing now, we are ought to face in future, a long way to go. If somebody thinks that, okay, I'm an office bearer today in MSN, or I'm holding an office, that is the least of the importance, because this is not a destined end. It's just a beginning. The journey is more important. Student life is only 5 years. The highest merit joins MBBS, and then they join their post-graduation and super specialty. Long way to go. So many challenges which is coming up. In order to face all these challenges in life, is not staying alone, is staying as a group, staying united, fighting in one voice. I would say not fighting, also representing in one voice our ideology, and leaders whomsoever. I request all of you guys who are seeing this video in YouTube, especially the medical students community, if you want to be a leader tomorrow, leadership is just a virtue. It's not that I am a leader, you listen. No, it doesn't work out that way. You have to inspire people. A leader is known as a leader only by his followers. When you turn back and you don't see anybody behind you, it is not a qualification for a leader. Try inspiring people, take them along with you, guide them, make them clear about the problems what they are facing, help them overcome problems, recruit new blood into this year by year. only then the association gets stronger. And if the association has to be stronger, new blood has to flow. So friends who are inside, outside, and who are seniors, please inspire people and new blood to come inside to the stream. For what? Not just to come inside for some poster. We don't want such people at all. People who are coming inside and even trying to aspire as a young leader should have a leadership quality more than what even adults should have, because at the very young age, if they are choosing, only their selflessness will make them a leader. Selfishness never makes them a leader. So my point is, truly, selflessly try to inspire as many people and members to come inside. Okay, what are we going to do with this membership or this volume? Only one thing, friends. Anything that we need in life, which we always want to fight to get things done, or we need to represent to get things done, we need to have one nice solid voice. Whatever problems we have, when a larger community feels that there is a genuine problem, it is heard. One man's voice will never be heard, but a community voice is always heard. As young budding people coming into our community, which is our medical community, you should always understand the challenges what we face. And I'm sure we will all face it. Go ahead and come out with flying colors, because we have our bodies like Indian Medical Association for that alone, to make the challenges and to help overcome the challenges. When such is so, we should understand where things go wrong, how things go wrong, and how do we overcome it. And that is the challenges in this particular time. As an MSN leader or an MSN member, we have to understand how we have to face a challenge, how we have to approach it, so that tomorrow when we approach it, we have to approach it democratically and point by point within the legality, and come out with some solution which is by and large useful for this community. And if you're not able to do any of these things, then I think the aspiration as a leader should be redefined and remotivated and aligned in those lines, where any leader should have an orientation to take people along with him to build a team, rather than telling it, I am a leader, you listen to this. No, team building is a great exercise. So friends, as youngsters, please extend your hands and arms to as many people as possible. Take them along, make them aware of the world which we are coming into, because you're very, very protected in the college days till you finish your residency. Once you're in the real arena, you're going to face so many challenges, not only from fellow people and outside people, with the laws in land in force, to the patients, to the medical legal issues, to however we are going to go further, what is going to save us, what is ethics, and within ethical structure, how are you going to deal with it, and a lot many. You always have Indian Medical Association to help you. But to come into that, as an MSN member, if you're there inside, knowing how to, understanding the importance of being together, and if you can make people understand that, you're going to be tomorrow's leader. Friends, don't always have in your mind that some people are always there, some people are not there. People who are not there, you keep genuinely representing the point, your voice will be always felt. And if you're going to run away from the small issues at this juncture, where there is no big issues compared to the real time scenario, we will not be able to face life at all. And stress is a very, very important factor which is coming into. And because I'm just waiting for one thing, because I had a meeting with all the MSN leaders earlier, and they said the May and June exams will be over. And from June onwards, we are planning a lot of activities, a lot of conferences, and way forward, democratically, every medical college will have units, and all these things are planned. And I'm sure, please develop the enthusiasm, try to build in as many people, and people who are already doing it, encourage them to do better. And coming to the point, Alicia has done a wonderful job. She's doing this conference in a very nice way. Best wishes to you, Alicia. Long way to go. Leaders are not born. They are made by their attitude, and leaders are successful only by their followers. And I wish you inspire more people, and our IMA MSN people who are coming inside inspires much more. And you're all the future leaders, and any help or suggestions from my end, I would be more than happy to do so. But please remember, challenges outside when we step out are much more. And to face it, unity in our profession is the only way forward. And if we cannot ensure that, even in the medical students' time, we are going to be losers in the end of the day. But if we can ensure here with good psychological strength, for which any support required IMA can do, and that unity in lending hands to take people together, if you are able to do that, you're all going to be successful leaders, and best wishes for your future. Thank you, and all. Good day.
Thank you so much, sir. As you said, unity is something that we need right now. We all would be united and do a lot of great activities in future. I was also there in the meeting of MSN, and even I am very honored and privileged that MSN is giving me a good platform wherein, we can bring a lot of students, we can ideate, we can innovate, we can research, we can do a lot of stuff and be a future leader, not only for, being a student, not only for now, but for upcoming generations as well, to be a good doctor and to stand for our own self, and that too with unity and strength. So I would like to congratulate IMMSN to have you as your, have you as a chairman for this year. Congratulations and welcome aboard, sir. We are really honored, and you are such a wonderful leader, and I see a lot of strength and a lot of unity that you are following, and this would be definitely serving as an inspiration to a lot of young medicos, and I hope we make a more stronger and wiser team as young medical students in future.
Thank you, Alicia, and I wish we all do it together happily.
Definitely.
And building the team, and our team will show whether we are leader or not. And I wish let it be me, you, and all the team here is definitely represented by the leadership, how we are based on our followers, meaning we inspire people to come inside, and definitely we'll try to make it successful and strengthen it.
Definitely, sir. We'll definitely ensure that we have the best of the team with MSN, and we do a lot of future activities as planned, be it academic, be it career-oriented, because you are more focusing on academics and career, and that is definitely something that a student should firstly focus on, and definitely other co-curricular activities in future as well.
Good job, Alicia. And sorry, I didn't know that you called me the last 2 days because I was out of town in a tribal area. I already told you, but great initiative, and my heartfelt best wishes to you for a great career ahead.
Thank you so much, sir. I am not able to connect to Prashant, sir. I guess he has some network issues. I'll just try once, and if it doesn't pick up, we'll be ending the ceremony. I guess he won't be available today. His phone is switched off. So, sir, I would like you to do the honors for the closing ceremony and say a few words for the young medicos and close this conference. We are running this conference from yesterday 10 a.m. Yesterday, we had about 7 hours of conference continuous with just one lunch break. And today as well, we are running it from 10 a.m. and we'll be completing it today. at around 6:15. So we had a huge conference for 2 days, and it was wonderful, where a lot of speakers came in, a lot of people who would inspire these young medicos and young doctors. Even I am so inspired in these 2 days. So I would like you to put your closing remarks on the same.
Wonderful, Ma. See, my closing remarks is much needed for the hour is some factor or a platform which is unifying all the medicos on a common thought process. It could be an official platform or an unofficial platform. That's a different issue. I see this, Alisha, as it is your platform which you have created, and congrats to you that you made a wonderful job. And as the leader of IMA, I'm happy that one of our student is doing a wonderful thing. Yes. Congratulations to you, Alisha, and best wishes. At the same time,
thank you, sir.
Wonderful. At the same time, I would also say official platform after the council, which is waiting for the exams to be over, will also be done. And I would request you and all the members who are interested to be either part of it or to be supportive to that. And, leadership is a virtue where we feel whether I am a leader or not, the leadership spirit is to bring in the cause, which is the most important aspect. And I'm sure all of you have that common thought. It's not the whichever post I am or not. The cause which we support, we always stand for it. Office bearers are like government servants. They are just a representative of the common mood, which they are bound to listen even to the last person and convey the mood of our community, taking their time, energy, and spirit. If somebody is able to do it, who's receptive, who's approachable, who's willing to travel, they are true leaders. Please identify leadership by these virtues. If somebody is thinking, I am the leader, do what I say, they are not leaders, they are dictators. IMA doesn't require dictators, or the country doesn't require dictators. The country requires people to listen to the problems, especially in our fraternity. We are going to face so many challenges in coming days. And it is not only, again, to the people who are listening, I'm telling you, it is not the people who always think, oh, he's a leader, he has to go and fight. We have to contribute. IMA is made by us. Nobody is paid here. We represent our community and we should build our community. If we have this attitude to join together and show our solidarity for whatever we do, we are going to come out in flying colors, because there are so many challenges which is already there, which we are already fighting. And when you come, there may be much more, but not to be scared to face it. For example, whenever there is a bigger challenge, there comes a solution also. I myself personally have tried to find solution apart from the association. For example, for medical, matrimonial, or employment, or place for practice, I created a site myself. I don't want to tell it here but we should find solutions. I'm happy to hear Alisha told me that I have created my own magazine. Wonderful. I encourage you. We should do. But there are things which has to be done officially also. Because individually, every doctor is so powerful, but collectively, our community is a failure. Please mark my words. Individually, every doctor is powerful, but collectively, we are a failure. You know why collectively we are a failure? Because we don't have the attitude to join together and work in unity. If we're going to fight between ourselves, we are going to die and perish someday. But if we can work in unity and strength and understand the problem and take it further in one voice, we are going to rule our community or take our community and build up the glory of our community in a nice way. So friends, don't be scared. Long way to go. Don't take it too much. As medical students, enjoy your student's life, enjoy your career. When you come out, Indian Medical Association is always there for you. Good day, one and all. And best wishes, Alicia.
Thank you so much, sir. As rightly said, one individual cannot build the world. We need a team, and I'm I pledge to support in my best capacity to help IMMSN in any way that is needed, even in middle of the night. If you call me and say me that I have to do this thing, I'll be definitely approachable, and I'll definitely accept whatever is there from your side. I have already worked with IMMSN. I was the only medical student who was serving for COVID helpline for Delhi Police. And I am really happy to collaborate with such people and such organizations that are openly helping medicos to connect, to stay in unity, and to be a strength for voicing out our opinions and our beliefs and injustice done to the fraternity. So here we are ending this conference with tremendous remarks by Dr. Karthik Prabhu sir. Thank you so much everyone for watching this conference. We'll be again joining you next year after 6 months on the same channel and with the same enthusiasm with a lot of more speakers. So do follow us on our Instagram. Our Instagram handle is medxacon, MEDXACON. And if you want to be a part of Indian Medical Association Medical Students Network, you can connect to me personally on my email ID, that is lakhanialisha11@gmail.com. I'll add all the description. I'll add all the links and all the email ID and phone number in the description box. Do check it out. And thank you so much for listening us patiently for 2 days. It was a tremendous and wonderful experience for every one of you and for me myself. Thank you for accepting me as your host for this 2 days. And it was wonderful having you all. Enjoy this lovely evening. Study, grow, and again, I'd like to say stay hydrated, be in unity, and work for a good cause. Do everything someday that can make you smile, that can make others smile, and be happy. Thank you so much. And signing off here, I am Alisha Lakhani, your host and secretary for Medxa 2022.